The Blade Master, clad in dark, was ready to unleash his fury again, heralding a storm. However, somewhere high in the sky, amidst the jubilant fireworks, Zhang Jae-sik and Myung Jin were celebrating something in their own way, completely distracted from the impending dangers. But the calm was deceptive. Far away, in a cozy room, Han Dong-soo and Park Jun-ho were discussing the unbelievable. Didn't he fly to England? What was he doing in Russia? Jun-ho wondered. There's a persistent call, and it's Park Jun-ho himself on the line, relaying urgent news. Han Dong-soo was trying to contact someone, while Park Jun-ho shrugged questioningly. Yeah, sure. The bureau director again? Park Jun-ho asked, to which Han Dong-soo only wearily confirmed. Yeah. The director's persistence was astonishing. But he calls every day, exclaimed Jun-ho, but Dong-soo merely waved it off. Even if it's every hour, Park Jun-ho thought, a few months ago, I wouldn't have even looked at him. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, amidst the rubble and defeat, other warriors grumbled, damn, so much effort, and nothing. Stop searching, let's just collect more things. But now, the one they were talking about was needed more than ever, and Han Dong-soo and Park Jun-ho returned to the discussion, what's going on again? District 13 again, Han Dong-soo sighed, anticipating new difficulties since many people wanted to move there. Park Jun-ho, his eyes shining, understood. The world needs Park Suho now, and we must take advantage of this. Han Dong-soo confirmed. The director told me the same thing, causing Jun-ho to be surprised. Really? He wants us to become the protector of this land once it is recognized as Seoul's 13th district, Han Dong-soo explained, revealing the scope of the task. Park Jun-ho was stunned, realizing the enormity of the proposal. Wow, and what are you? I said we're still thinking about it, Han Dong-soo replied, to which Park Jun-ho was indignant. Why? You should have just agreed. Because for level 7, we teamed up with their special forces, Han Dong-soo continued, revealing a new twist. Special forces? Park Jun-ho asked anxiously. No, I can't decide this, it's too serious, Han Dong-soo said decisively, expressing his unpreparedness. Ah, was all Park Jun-ho could say, frozen in thought. After clearing the 7th level dungeons, everything will change. They will be treated with the highest rank, but they will also have to risk their lives much more often, as the bloody battle foreshadowed. And these changes came immediately. Their recognition was loud, and their images became a symbol of the new 13th district. Park Suho, with his unwavering confidence, stood at the center of everyone's attention, his merits undeniable. Where Park Jun-ho was still digesting what he had just heard, Han Dong-soo merely nodded, anticipating new challenges with stern determination. But the world seemed to give them no respite, and a completely different, dark reality reigned in the ruins of London. A red jeep sped through the ruined buildings, shrouded in acrid smoke, and an anxious question came from the speakers. Mr. Park Suho? The man behind the wheel, with a well-groomed beard, replied, Yes, it's me, and then added, Welcome to London, addressing an invisible interlocutor. Before the words could be spoken, the car flew into the air, and a voice from the jeep exclaimed, You see 3 stone golems that are chasing me, right? But the driver only grinned, muttering through his teeth, I'll figure it out now. His eyes blazed with his usual determination in the face of danger. The jeep fell like a stone into the very depths of the ruined city, towards imminent danger. At that very moment, a black dragon flew out of the darkness, cutting through the air with its mighty wings, a harbinger of the impending battle. The stone monsters roared, bringing down a crushing blow on the place where the jeep had fallen, narrowly missing it. With a crash and a roar, one of the golems slammed its fist into the ground, leaving a deep crater and raising clouds of dust. And the other, engulfed in furious flames, was preparing to deliver the next fatal blow. But before he could, an unknown force threw him aside, leaving only a roar and a cloud of debris. Amidst the chaos, a deafening roar rang out as another golem, cracking at the seams, crashed to the ground. The dragon, as if soaring into the heavens, concentrated streams of destructive energy around itself, preparing to attack. And finally, Park Suho himself, surrounded by a golden glow, fell down like a meteor, shouting, Tornado! Under the onslaught of his fiery whirlwind, the stone giants crumbled to dust, turning into shapeless fragments. One by one, the monsters collapsed, their powerful bodies shattering into millions of pieces, shaking the ground around them. Park Suho, the victor, stood amidst the raging flames, his figure an embodiment of power and indomitable will. The last stone monster let out its death cry, its angry mouth frozen in silent horror before its imminent death. Park Suho, his mission completed, turned around, stepping lightly through the rubble that left only traces of the recent battle. Another piece of debris broke away from the ruined building, highlighting the fragility of this world, where even walls could not withstand the onslaught of chaos. He pondered, assessing the defeated enemies whose power turned out to be only an illusion, caused perhaps by their own weakness and low level. A scene of devastation stretched around him, but an invisible shield hovered above the hero himself, protecting him from the dust and small fragments of this dead city. Suddenly, a black dragon appeared on the horizon, its majestic shadow gliding across the ruins, foreshadowing a new event or trial. Park Suho caught the eye of the man standing next to the bright red jeep, who greeted him with a slight bow. The man, peering into the phone camera, delightedly confirmed that the rumors about the hero's incredible strength were absolutely true. He introduced himself as Professor Toddler, an important figure who had magically appeared in the midst of the chaos, whose name was already known to Park Suho. Meanwhile, the black dragon circled, its powerful wings creating currents of wind that swept over the ruined city. Professor Toddler hurried towards Park Suho, unable to contain his excitement as residual energy swirled around them. With eyes glowing with curiosity, the professor continued filming, capturing every moment of the encounter with the extraordinary creature and its companion. The dragon, who had landed on the ground, listened as Professor Toddler explained that these monsters seemed to have decided to paint the world with their destruction. He warmly thanked Park Suho, the mysterious dragon knight, whose presence gave him hope and a sense of security. Park Suho, smiling, noted the flawlessness of the translation, guessing at the high cost and quality of the device the professor used. Professor Toddler, proudly displaying his bloody translator, spoke of its rare properties, emphasizing his modest level as a scientist. Near the jeep, against the backdrop of a silent dragon, stood two people, a hero and a scientist, their paths so different, converging in this destroyed world. Professor Toddler spoke with concern about the dire situation in England, particularly mentioning the complete chaos reigning in London. The echoes of destruction continued to reverberate around them, the distant cries of monsters echoing, reminding them of the ever-present threat. Now that the picture of the world had become clearer, Professor Toddler suggested moving on, and Park Suho, after thinking it over, nodded in agreement. Before they had taken a single step, a distant call was heard, commanding something enormous, almost mystical, to return home. The wyvern's colossal body began to be enveloped in a blinding radiance, as if dissolving into thin air before the eyes of the shocked onlookers. Even the seasoned Professor Toddler could not hide his amazement at the scale of what was happening. A bright electrical vortex swirled, carrying the mysterious entity with it, while the pack of wolves below stood in silent respect. Meanwhile, ordinary workers, who had become unwitting witnesses, realized in panic that what was opening before them was not just a rift, but a full-fledged portal. The sphere disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving only a slight afterglow in the green foliage. It was a wyvern, a mighty and dangerous creature, whose subjects, loyal wolves, humbly listened to its every roar. Yes, the same wyvern that appeared in the news, the professor confirmed, adding a strange remark about a farm of tamed animals which, according to him, were cuties. While the dilapidated streets, immersed in twilight, flashed past the car window, their journey continued. Professor Toddler, driving with concentration, continued his fascinating but disturbing story. With a barely perceptible smile, the professor admitted that he had been looking forward to this meeting with Mr. Park for a long time. Park Suho, slightly surprised by such frankness, only raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. Their car drove through deserted streets, where every house was only a ghost of its former glory, and every stone testified to recent destruction. Their target was New Dover, the new capital of England, where the professor's secret laboratory was located. He began to explain the reasons for his interest in Park, revealing ever deeper aspects of the current situation. A massive bombing raid recently took place here, leaving behind not only ruins, but also valuable blood crystals extracted from defeated monsters. The professor continued to expound his theory, convinced that these crystals had unique properties. Park Suho listened attentively, delving deeply into the scientist's words, feeling the pieces of the puzzle begin to come together. With a gleeful gleam in his eyes, the professor revealed his grand plan, demonstrating a scheme that could change the fate of the world. His bold idea could not help but resonate with Park, who now looked at the professor with completely different eyes. The professor spoke about blocked paths and the inevitability of change, about the challenges they must be prepared for. Above the ruined bridge, where life had once reigned, now only an endless expanse of water stretched out, foreshadowing the upheavals to come. Meanwhile, inside the car, a tense silence hung in the air as young Park pondered what he had heard and the professor drove. The professor, plucking up his courage, asked Park about the reasons for their unusual meeting. However, Park, without looking away, only sharply warned him, "Be careful." A flicker of fear flashed in the reflection of his glasses as reality hit them with all its cruelty. A sudden impact shook the ground and then the car, plunging the world around into chaos. The red car took off, trying to escape the invisible threat, but it was too late. A colossal black body burst out of the seething water, sending waves and debris into the air. The car flew into the air, tumbling helplessly, and only a miracle could save them. The professor rolled over and screamed in horror, realizing that before them was something much more ancient and menacing than an ordinary whale. It was a humpback whale, but not an ordinary one, but a mutated sea-level monster whose body was already heavily damaged. And then, from the abyss, another creature appeared, a gigantic mouth studded with razor-sharp teeth spewing a purple glow. The professor screamed at the terrifying sight of it, barely managing to whisper, "Megalodon?" The debris of the bridge fell down as the whale's giant body continued to rise out of the water like a mountain. The red SUV, like a toy, found itself sandwiched between two gigantic monsters. "We're going to crash!" A desperate cry pierced the air as the car flew straight into the abyss, where a toothy maw awaited it. The whale's tail struck the water with a powerful slash, creating a wave of destruction that seemed to doom the car. But suddenly, the silhouettes of helicopters appeared over the bridge, and dozens of people fearlessly jumped into the raging waters. "Understood," came a determined voice, and it became clear that Queen Muscle David and Silva were rushing to their aid, ready to challenge the monsters. Deep underwater, a powerful silhouette continued its rapid descent, piercing the thickness of the waves. And now Silva, with a determined expression on his face, confirmed his readiness for battle, diving after her. But something else caught their attention. A red jeep that was rapidly descending into the abyss, raising alarming questions. Queen Muscle David, noticing the familiar outlines, realized that the jeep had been attacked and dragged away by a tentacle shark. Her eyes flashed with a bright light and she rushed forward, turning into a shining torpedo. Powerful energy erupted from her body, illuminating the dark depths of the ocean. Straight ahead, her shining path pointed to a helplessly falling jeep. Through the haze, it became clear the professor's car was empty. Its passenger had disappeared. Confusion gripped Queen Muscle David for a moment. Where is the professor? But his thoughts were interrupted by an approaching horror. A giant shadow of a predator emerged from the abyss. It was a tentacle shark, a monster that was already devouring the small whale, leaving it no chance. The unfortunate whale was already clenching in its bottomless mouth. Its cries could not pierce the water. A death grip, and the whale seemed doomed, its strength fading with every second. Each of this monster's countless sharp teeth was created for one thing: destruction. However, despite everything, the whale desperately resisted. Its struggle was on the verge of a miracle. And so, with a final effort, he broke free from the watery prison, soaring into the air. Meanwhile, on the surface, a rescue team was rapidly approaching on their jetboards. But at that very moment, a monstrous megalodon emerged from the waves, opening its gaping mouth. And at that moment, the shocking truth was revealed. On the whale's back, clinging to life, were people. "We were almost swallowed up," one of them cried out as danger loomed over them all. The scale of the threat became clear. They were facing not just a whale, but a monstrous megalodon, possessing unimaginable strength. But the true horror was not in the predator, but in what was unfolding around them. Jan Jeshik and the others found themselves inside a giant water tornado. A huge whale and a ferocious megalodon, maddened with fear, thrashed about in the merciless grip of the swirling elements. The whole scene turned into chaos, where every moment threatened to be swallowed up, and the mighty whale was already doomed to be sucked into the abyss. Even the seasoned fighters gliding across the water's surface were transfixed by this spectacle, which reminded them only of the most terrible legends. A cry of primal terror rang out from among them. "It's the Dragon Knight. This only happens in ancient myths." But Jan Jeshik did not give in to despair. With the battle cry, he called upon his power, releasing fire fairies into the air. From the depths of the sky, against the backdrop of the pale moon, something new, something ancient and flaming, was bursting forth, taking the form of an ominous tree. The hunters below watched in horror as even the mighty whale, their original target, fled desperately from this new, fiery monster. The water around them was already ablaze, and their screams of horror drowned out the roar of the flames engulfing everything around them. The drones sent to investigate were immediately engulfed in a raging firestorm, turning into nothing. Jan Jeshik and his companion, finding themselves on the edge of the abyss, clung to the whale's back as if to their last hope. Fear distorted the old man's features, his face reflecting the full horror of what was happening as he realized the hopelessness of their situation. In response, Jan Jeshik merely glanced at him with a calm, unwavering determination, promising not to give up. And suddenly, as if by magic, the roar of battle died down, giving way to the night silence of the city, reflected in the calm water. And then, as if in a dream, Ancient ruins appeared before my eyes, resting among eternal greenery, far from the fury of the sea. At a table in a cozy courtyard, surrounded by the aroma of coffee and sweet macarons, two men were having a leisurely conversation, appreciating every word. Jan Jeshik and his companion enjoyed the rare moments of peace, as if the raging elements that almost took their lives had not existed. But the memories were persistent, and the mighty whale breaking through the water surface appeared again before my mind's eye. However, reality took over again, and they continued their peaceful conversation, driving away the shadows of the past, which every now and then tried to seep into the present. The man in glasses, as if returning from the depths of his thoughts, noted the extraordinary nature of the situation and the incredible luck of this guy. John Jashik confirmed with a slight grin, this town really did end up at the very edge of the world. And that is precisely why the country feverishly erected huge, impenetrable walls, defending itself from as yet invisible threats. The cup of coffee in Jan Jashik's hands grew cold as he listened to the story. But the old man suddenly turned the conversation to the events of the previous night, and there was undisguised surprise in his voice. Memories of Jan Jashik riding a flaming dragon and casting down fire filled his mind. The man in glasses, folding his hands, said with awe that he was completely mesmerized by the fiery tornado that Jan Jeshik created twice. Jan Jeshik just sipped his coffee, slightly surprised by such genuine delight. And the old man continued with fervor, telling of an unprecedented phenomenon, an awakened being capable of simultaneously taming beasts and controlling all four elements. He then asked a direct question, wanting to understand the origins of this uniqueness. What was Jan Jeshik's life like before his awakening? Without thinking, Jan Jeshik answered, ordinary, but behind that word were hidden entire worlds. The old man chuckled, repeating this word, but Jan Jashik corrected him. His life became unusual when he ended up in the kingdom of beasts. And then Jan Jeshik, as if awakening from his own memories, asked the main question, wasn't it the old man who created that mysterious device? The old man's face lit up with pride, and he confirmed with dignity, yes, this is my work. But Jan Jashik did not stop, wanting to penetrate to the very essence, to understand the laws behind this invention, which clearly confused his interlocutor. A frightening image arose in his mind again, himself, imprisoned in a shimmering apparatus, under streams of strange energy. The old man became noticeably agitated, trying to avoid answering, as if it were his personal, innermost secret. But Jan Jashik did not back down, claiming that it was with the help of this device that he returned to Earth. Images from that other world flashed before his eyes, the shadows of monsters pursuing him through space and time. Unspoken questions tormented Jan Jashik about millennia, comrades, observers, and, seeing his pain, the old man quietly whispered, "It's true." The old man, confirming the unspoken truths, closed his eyes, as if digesting the full weight of this knowledge. Jan Jashik, shocked by what he heard, tried to comprehend the scale of the truth that had been revealed to him, his gaze full of questions. And so, in the light of this illumination, a path opened before them into a world hidden from the eyes of ordinary people, filled with a cold blue light. Step by step, they descended deeper into the darkness, their path illuminated only by the flickering of a flashlight carrying the ancient truth. The old man leading them into the unknown smiled as if anticipating something grand, and Jan Jashik followed him, full of mixed feelings. At last, they reached their destination, hidden from prying eyes, and the old man, raising his head, announced their arrival. With his usual dexterity, he entered the secret code on the shimmering panel, opening the way into the very heart of this mysterious place. The heady door swung open slowly with a soft creak, inviting them into a world where time and space played by different rules. "Here she is," said the old man's voice as they stepped into the dimly lit room. Jan Jashik's gaze froze, trying to comprehend the grandeur and strangeness of his surroundings, his thoughts racing. Every corner of the place seemed to whisper of great secrets waiting to be revealed, and his determination grew stronger. There was a creative chaos of papers and flickering devices all around, but the old man's laughter was calming, hinting at the hidden meaning of everything that was happening. The bulky screens glowed with mysterious symbols and maps of unknown worlds, indicating the center's full combat readiness. These were not just machines, but highly complex analysis systems, each of which represented a test sample of unimaginable technologies. These screens could instantly create copies of any object with just a code entered, and sometimes even greeted their creators. Samples of a mysterious ore extracted from the depths of the dungeons were kept here, used for more than just building material. And among all this technology, on one of the screens, strangely familiar scribbles and sincere, almost childish wishes were visible. The old man, overcome with inspiration, gestured energetically, as if discovering something incredible, his eyes glowing. He pointed to the screen, where simple, almost homely phrases were displayed, and solemnly announced, "In every single dungeon that we have explored, we have found Korean writing." What he heard shook Jean Jashik to the depths of his soul. He realized that his own world was intertwined with the secrets of another, deeper than he could have imagined. The revelation of the mystery hung in the air, leaving Jan Jeshik dumbfounded, while the professor, pleased with the effect he had produced, continued his explanation. Maps flashed on the screen behind them, marking the locations where mysterious dungeons had been discovered, all over the world, from Africa to Asia. Jan Jashik, having difficulty digesting the information, asked the obvious question, clarifying the level of these phenomena. The professor's words sounded more and more incredible. They appeared where the heroes awakened, as if drawn to the very essence of their power. This, he said, was the most logical theory for the origin of the dungeons, combining the inexplicable with the human factor. Jan Jeshik, feeling his consciousness expand, admitted that this mystery had captivated him no less. "What?" Jang Jashik blurted out, realizing that the conversation was just beginning and he had more to learn. The professor adjusted his glasses and was clearly about to share something even more intimate. Jan Jashik's gaze was full of anticipation and slight bewilderment. He waited for the continuation. Unexpectedly, the professor squeezed his hand tightly, conveying not only information but also his passion for research. Jan Jashik looked at the professor in surprise, not understanding such an emotional gesture. But the professor only broke into a wide smile, admitting that he had literally lived for this moment. So much had he been looking forward to this meeting. Jan Jesh smiled slightly sheepishly, realizing the depth of his interlocutor's enthusiasm. The professor, without letting up, continued his fiery speech, and then he handed Jan Jesh a certain object, offering to take it. With a burning gaze, he raised his finger, promising to tell him everything he knew. Then he quickly turned away and began frantically searching for something among the laboratory equipment and boxes. A moment later, he triumphantly raised the mysterious, blue-glowing object above his head, exclaiming, "I found it." Jan Jashek, intrigued but completely confused, looked questioningly at the strange find. The professor beamed and handed him what appeared to be the key to new, even deeper secrets of the dungeons. Jan Jashek looked at the glowing artifact in surprise, the mysterious name echoing in his head, the Stone of Memory. The professor, full of anticipation, gestured for Jeshik to take the artifact and immerse himself in its secrets with his eyes closed. With hesitant caution, Jan Jeshik took the cold, rough stone into his palms. As soon as his fingers closed around it, the stone flared with a soft inner light, foreshadowing something unusual. Following the instructions, he closed his eyes, and his face reflected tense concentration, anticipation of the unknown. And then, like a bolt of lightning, his eyes flew open, filled with stunning clarity and sudden understanding. The professor leaned towards him with a broad smile, his impatience almost palpable. He was eager to know about the first impressions. Cheshik was still holding the stone, his gaze wandering, and on his lips was a response full of slight bewilderment. "I feel a gaze." Having come to his senses, he, with a professional grasp, realized the potential of the find, asking about its connection with the measurement of spatial energy. "Exactly so," the professor confirmed, but his next sentence suddenly stopped, adding a new mystery. Jan Jeshik, puzzled by this unexpected turn of events, looked questioningly at the old scientist. The professor explained that this artifact was not created by him, but was discovered long before its true capabilities became known. "Like a gift from heaven?" Jan Jashik guessed, realizing that the stone's history goes back to ancient times. He told how many scientists, studying such stones, tried to understand their nature, but all their attempts were in vain. Jan Jeshik's face took on a serious expression as he realized that the professor had probably found a way to reveal their secrets. With a satisfied look, like a magician, the professor pulled a small, intricate device from his pocket. With a soft click, the lid opened, revealing a complex network of wires and glowing elements inside. "This is a special case for such stones," the professor proudly announced, demonstrating his invention. Surprise was evident in Jan Jeshik's eyes when he saw how perfectly the device fit the mysterious stone. The professor smiled happily, explaining that now, thanks to his work, the stone performed its functions perfectly. The professor invited Jan Jeshik to test the miracle device himself, holding it out to him. A soft glow enveloped his palm as he touched the surface of the device. Mysterious symbols representing unknown energy instantly appeared on the screen. The satisfied professor did not hide his delight, noting the incredible progress that Jan Jashik had made in mastering B-rank spatial energy in just 3 months. He acknowledged its exceptional nature, but there was also a certain uneasiness in his eyes, as if such swiftness was unthinkable. The professor explained that it was a portable device for measuring spatial energy, and Jan Jeshik was eager to continue training. But the professor's words took an unexpected turn, suggesting a different perspective. With a soft click, the familiar device revealed its secret essence. "Here it is," said the professor, demonstrating a completely new functionality to Jan Jeshik. He explained that the familiar body conceals much more than it seemed at first glance. A holographic projection of a human body appeared before them, shimmering with a mysterious light. Jan Jeshik peered intently at the mysterious image, trying to understand its meaning. The display showed the key parameters, strength and dexterity, the basis of any power. Like living images, the awakened demonstrated their physical might, and the professor spoke about a new system for classifying them. Understanding dawned on Jan Jeshik's face. This would allow him to create teams of unprecedented efficiency. The professor watched his reaction with curiosity, asking a rhetorical question. Under the bright lights of the lab, Jan Jeshik reflected on the scale of the possibilities that had opened up. The professor interrupted his thoughts by announcing the upcoming official demonstration, and Jan Jesh, with a new understanding of the value of the device, carefully accepted it from the hands of his mentor. A single tear rolled down the professor's cheek, testifying to the intensity and depth of his many years of work. But as soon as Jan Jeshik touched the mysterious device, blue discharges ran across its body, causing both men to freeze in bewilderment. The professor's face was distorted with confusion and alarm, because just a day ago the device had worked flawlessly. He put the device to his ear, trying to pick up any signals or explain the sudden failure. The professor seemed to be talking to someone, and his words foreshadowed the cancellation of something important related to tomorrow. "A glitch, an unexplained error," Jan Jeshik heard, and the professor's face showed complete incomprehension of what had happened. While the professor was trying to figure it out, Jung Jae-shik's gaze fell on an unexpected message on the monitor, telling of the indecent desires of a certain Park Suho. The professor apologized, explaining that their conversation would have to be postponed due to sudden technical problems. But Jan Jeshik, with a barely noticeable smile, asked another question that seemed completely out of place. Jeshik's words made the professor freeze, his eyes widening in shock and confusion. Jan Jeshik's gaze was direct and demanding. He was waiting for an answer that could shed light on his hidden question. And suddenly, as if by the wave of a magic wand, the hero's consciousness was transported to another place, where a majestic tree shone with a mysterious light. It was an ancient world where a boy, surrounded by monks, was building something out of sand, and their faces expressed surprise and concern. Something was hiding in the thick grass, foreshadowing danger that could strike at any moment. The child's face contorted with fear when he saw something invisible to us. A tall figure with two blades approached across the bloody ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The boy and the monks slowly retreated, realizing the hopelessness of their situation. The child's eyes reflected pure horror in the face of an inevitable fate, and before him stood a warrior whose face was covered in blood and determination, and whose gaze pierced right through him. It was Myung-jin, but not the one we knew. His eyes held echoes of a long-ago tragedy that had left a bloody mark on them. A sharp jolt brought Jan Jeshik back to reality, and he uttered the only word that could explain his vision. "Planet Aruka?" The scientist explained that for Aruka, these memory stones are nothing unusual. They only reflect energy until they are broken. Then a ghostly image of an elf appeared before Jan Jeshik, holding a glowing panel with ancient writing. "Elves?" Jan Jeshik blurted out, his mind struggling to piece together the disparate pieces of the puzzle. The scientist confirmed that we are talking about the High Elves, those who stand at the top of the hierarchy of this mysterious planet. He waved his hand at the futuristic devices around him, as if to say that all of this was just an auxiliary tool in their grand search. Suddenly, with a sly smile, as if remembering something long forgotten, the scientist took off his glasses. The true function of the memory stones was astonishing. The High Elves used them to determine the spatial energy, class, and other characteristics of creatures. This revelation hit Jan Jeshik, his eyes widening in shock and sudden understanding. He stood there, stunned, digesting the colossal amount of information that changed his entire understanding of Aruka. Then, on an intuitive impulse, Jan Jeshik reached out to the flickering image, trying to call up the hidden information window. But instead of the expected answer, the laboratory shuddered and interference sparked around the scientist. The holographic screen before them flickered and crumbled into pixels, as if reality itself could not withstand the onslaught of secrets being revealed. The system became stubborn, refusing to provide data, and the ominous "no signal" message lit up the screen. The scientist, scratching his head in embarrassment, admitted that his enthusiasm may have led to a temporary overload of the equipment. With a determined expression on his face, he vowed to fix the problem, even if he had to spend the whole night in the lab. Yang Jishik nodded, realizing that at the moment he was only getting in the way, and suggested not to distract the scientist from his work. The scientist turned around, assuring that a guide would soon come for Jan Jashik to show him the city. As he walked away, he gave a few tips, pointing out the best restaurants on the shopping street, but warning not to go too far. In the silence of the empty laboratory, Jan Jeshik glanced around at the flickering instruments, his thoughts racing as he tried to put what he had heard into order. Ancient writing and the words "over 200 years" flashed across the main screen, confirming that only a small part of Aruka's history was known to them, and that this was only the beginning. Park Suho, who had just received shocking information, could not help but let out a cry of surprise, because it all seemed absurdly ridiculous and unbelievable. He stood in the middle of a shining technological platform, surrounded by mysterious, glowing stones that held the secrets of this world. Taking one of these stones in his hand, he felt ancient knowledge and warnings of hidden surveillance penetrate his consciousness, as if his data had already been recorded. Perhaps the High Elves knew not only about who was watching him, but also about the great catastrophe itself that gave birth to these mysterious dungeons. Now Park Suho knew exactly where he needed to go to uncover these secrets, straight to the planet Aruka. His thoughts were interrupted by an approaching man in a formal suit, whose question echoed throughout the half-empty room. "Are you Park Suho?" Park Suho frowned slightly, his gaze expressing a mixture of confusion and caution. The handshake was firm, and the stranger explained that Dr. Toddler had sent him to accompany Park Suho. Park Suho listened thoughtfully, his eyes sliding over the details, trying to understand the true purpose of this meeting. Soon they were standing in front of an interactive screen with a map flashing on it, and Park Suho's companion pointed to a specific point with a question. His face showed surprise as he gave the coordinates: South Portal E101, located in London. He then directly asked Park Suho if he was willing to join the E101 dungeon clearing, and the answer was immediate and firm: yes. The stranger hesitated only for a moment before agreeing, apparently assessing his interlocutor's determination. Meanwhile, in another part of the laboratory, a strange noise was heard, attracting the attention of the old professor, surrounded by papers. He leaned over the monitor, trying to figure out what kind of glitch was happening in the system. His face expressed concern. Where did these errors, these failures that disrupted the usual course of work come from? Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared in the doorway, and a voice asked if the professor was there. The professor turned around, his gaze still glued to the flickering screen, a single question spinning in his head. The professor, finally seeing the newcomer, exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, David Dame, has something happened?" But before him stood Myung-jin, whose stern appearance already spoke of the seriousness of his arrival, not auguring anything good. Myung-jin indifferently informed him that David Dame was finished, and that his problems would no longer bother the professor. The surprise on the professor's face gave way to bewilderment. The person standing in front of him was not the one he expected. Without realizing the seriousness of the moment, the scientist invited his guest to place his palm on his latest invention. Byung-jin, with barely concealed suspicion, obediently placed his hand on the glowing panel. And then the professor cried out in delight, watching as the apparatus came to life and began to work. Myung-jin himself looked in amazement at the display where his own incredible results were displayed. The professor rejoiced as he explained that the true characteristics of an S rank awakened who had reached the limit in all parameters of power had been revealed to them. Myung-jin, seemingly quite pleased with the effect produced, listened to these words with a smug smile. But suddenly, the professor's face turned pale, and a premonition of something unimaginable froze in his eyes. Myung-jin, having finished his demonstration, calmly said goodbye, announcing his intention to find the Dragon Knight. Left alone, the professor covered his mouth with his hand in shock, trying to comprehend what he saw. 4-digit numbers, impossible for human abilities, flashed through his mind, making him doubt reality. He frantically typed in commands, trying to check the data, but the system stubbornly returned its maximum limit, 999. A sudden insight stunned him. It was not a question of the ceiling of human capabilities, but of the limitations of the program itself. "Damn it," the professor blurted out as he realized the monstrous scale of Myung-jin's true power. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, in the pitch darkness, a captured monster, bound in chains, writhed and roared. The giant creature, chained to the war machines, was in agony from powerful electrical discharges. And while the world was shaking, the black SUV was speeding along the night highway, rushing away from this zone of chaos. From his window, he could see the tamed monster, its power now under control, awaiting further exploration. Park Suho sat calmly behind the wheel, heading towards his goal because they were already waiting for him for a new, decisive battle. Helicopters glided over the ruins, their blades cutting through the air, full of tension and anticipation. Meanwhile, his companion explained the urgency of the mission. There were only a few hours left before the breakthrough of the Level 5 dungeon, teeming with giant grasshoppers. Park Suho listened carefully, weighing every word, and an unspoken question could be seen in his eyes. As if mocking reality, a crazy battle between a knight and a crazy grasshopper unfolded on the screen nearby. It was a bizarre comic where a heroically mad knight called warriors to battle. The companion enthusiastically spoke of the popularity of this mad knight in England, while Park Suho remained unperturbed. However, the noise of helicopters outside the window brought me back to the harsh truth of life, distracting me from the comical carelessness. Suddenly, reality hit them with a roar. Helicopters opened fire on the writhing red monsters. Fire and smoke engulfed the city, and the air trembled with incessant explosions. The satellite revealed grim statistics. Most of the territory was a war zone, but dungeon raids continued. The next moment, his companion sharply shouted, "Watch out!" as a whistle sounded above them. Something huge rushed past, forcing them to dodge the danger at the last moment. Horror filled the companion's eyes as he realized he had almost shot them down. But Park Suho had already acted, with one powerful blow repelling the threat that was rapidly approaching. The crowd below gasped, watching the scene from above, waiting for the outcome. "What was that? The helicopter has crashed," came the anxious cries as the debris fell to the ground. Whispers began to circulate among them. "Who is it? This Asian, my God, it's the Dragon Knight." The companion, trembling, whispered, "Thank you," but Park Suho only calmly moved on, leaving the crowd perplexed. The issue of access to the target was resolved in an unexpected way, and Park Suho finally received a kind of invitation. "Ah, there they are," said his companion, pointing into the distance where a new, perhaps even more deadly target awaited. The new target turned out to be not just a threat, but an entire elite combat team from the Lawrence Corporation, introduced with chilling formality. His escort introduced them to their new leader, Robert Cole, head of the Phoenix Squad, which spoke to the seriousness of the upcoming test. Robert Cole greeted Park Suho with a barely concealed grin, as if assessing his opponent before a fight. But Park Suho, ignoring the ceremony, made a bold statement: he would go into the dungeon alone. Park Junho's surprise was completely genuine, as such words sounded like pure madness. With a sly smile on his face, Park Suho added that it was not worth following him. Park Junho tried to stop him, desperately reminding him of the danger and the 5th level of the dungeon. But Park Suho had already stepped into the shining portal, leaving behind cries of alarm and despair. Inside, he was met with a strange silence. The communication system was not working, plunging him into complete isolation. B-rank monsters. Outside, Park Junho continued to scream into the void, realizing the full horror of the situation. Meanwhile, his body was enveloped in magic, transforming him into a formidable warrior. Every muscle tensed, preparing for the coming test, for the inevitable fight. His companions stood in a daze, trying to comprehend what had happened. In a panic, Park Junho turned to Robert Cole, asking what they should do now. Cole just chuckled, saying that there was no point in following him if he didn't want to. The soldiers exchanged snide remarks, underestimating the pathetic Asian who laughed at their rules. But Cole was calm. He knew that the real game would only begin when Park Suho made his way through. Only Park Junho could not calm down, sensing trouble in not understanding the reckless courage of his compatriot. Meanwhile, the red truck, shrouded in mystery, quickly left the scene, taking hopes and worries with it. The man in the suit, surrounded by silent guards, seemed frozen in anticipation of his fate, his gaze darting across the green wasteland. David's face was frozen in alarm, in anticipation of the unknown that was gathering around him. But this tense silence was broken by a cheerful voice, and Park Suho, appearing suddenly, called out their names. His bright, self-assured appearance seemed dissonant against the backdrop of general excitement, as if he brought with him another reality. Park Suho bluntly addressed David, and then Robert, expressing his bewilderment. Why did those who were supposed to save the world end up in this wilderness? Robert, not hiding his mockery, retorted, to which Park Suho, with his characteristic bravado, reminded him of his high status, hinting at the unreasonableness of provocations. The man with the mustache, nicknamed Robert, simply waved it off, mentioning with a slight grin the upcoming quest and a mysterious party at which they might meet. Park Suho hesitated for a moment, then glanced sideways at his interlocutor, wondering what kind of farewell party Robert was referring to. The masked soldiers watching this conversation merely exchanged irritated remarks, tired of the verbal battles. Meanwhile, David, still deep in thought, couldn't take his eyes off Park Suho. Park Suho, noticing his dejected expression, worriedly asked what had happened and where the mysterious Dragon Knight was. With a heavy sigh, David admitted that the knight had gone into the dungeon, and what was most disturbing was that he was completely alone. Alone? Park Suho exclaimed, while David helplessly explained that he hadn't managed to stop the knight's impulse. Fear for the future was evident in David's every gesture. He had a premonition of being fired if this risky move led to disaster. But instead of consoling, Park Suho only burst into laughter, as if what was happening was just a funny spectacle for him. "This is exactly what you'd expect from the Dragon Knight," Park Suho declared, leaving David completely confused. Park Suho, with a touch of irony, hinted at David's ignorance, who, in turn, tried to remind him of the seriousness of the 5th-level dungeon. In the end, David, with a dejected expression, merely managed to squeeze out an agreement, while Park Suho seemed to turn away to leave. But suddenly, Park Suho turned around sharply, his gaze fixed on something behind David, who asked in confusion, "What is it?" And with a dazzling smile, full of surprise and delight, Park Suho pointed somewhere into the distance, his cry, "It can't be," foreshadowing a new intrigue. So that's it. In the middle of the clearing, enveloped in radiance, stood Park Suho, changed and radiating an unknown energy. The shock was universal, and a certain David, deeply shocked, could only cry out desperately, "This can't be happening, damn it." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a special forces unit, dressed in protective suits, continued their dangerous mission, reporting that the perimeter was clear. There were anxious questions floating among them about preventing the inevitable rift, and about the bitter truth that awaited them. Every fighter was ready, their weapons were at the ready, and the tension was palpable in every gesture. Talking on the radio, they discussed the Phoenix 1 and Phoenix 3 teams, realizing that something grand was about to happen. The anxiety grew. They knew what awaited them inside, but they tried to drive away these dark thoughts. Suddenly, puzzled questions were heard from their ranks. "What is this? What's wrong?" They did not understand what strange sensation had pierced them, and one of the soldiers asked incredulously, "What are you talking about?" And then came a message that shocked Captain Han Dong-soo himself. "Captain, Park Suho has returned." The commander's face was distorted with shock and disbelief. His eyes widened and sweat appeared on his forehead. And there he was, Park Suho, standing before everyone again, enveloped in a crackling energy, and Jang Jae-shik, dumbfounded, exclaimed, "Hey, Dragon Knight!" Park Suho himself reacted calmly to this nickname, only murmuring questioningly, "Hmm?" David finally recognized him as the legendary strongman whose return had been so unexpected. But the joy was short-lived. Jang Jae-shik, suddenly turning pale, screamed, "The fire boar has escaped!" Before we could even blink, a huge fire boar burst out from behind the trees, blazing with furious flames. Jang Jae-shik recoiled, his face contorted in horror and bewilderment. David panicked, shouting, "It's the fire pig!" and his voice was drowned out by the general chaos. A monstrous beast with red eyes, shaking the earth, rushed straight towards them, ready to sow destruction. And then, in a sudden, almost comical fit of rage, Jang Jae-shik exclaimed, "This pig destroyed my favorite cafe," adding a personal touch to the unfolding apocalypse. Without wasting a second, Jang Jae-shik unleashed his most powerful attack on the rushing creature, Megaton Strike. Park Jun-ho, overcome with horror, could only cover his face with his hands as he watched the unimaginable force of the blow. While Park Suho watched the battle with a calm expression, Jang Jae-shik's power tore through the air, crashing down on the monster in a wave of blue energy and flames. The ground beneath their feet shook, and a shock wave spread across the area, leaving behind only twisted greenery and chaos. The severed head of the beast crashed through the wall with a roar, and people scattered in terror, realizing the true power of what had happened. The masked warriors watching the battle could not hide their admiration, admitting that David Storm had ended the fight with one crushing blow. Park Suho nodded with a slight smile, briefly remarking, "Strong." With a barely audible rustle, his foot touched the ground, marking the end of one fight and perhaps the beginning of another. And then Jang Jae-shik, with a wide, almost mischievous smile, turned to Park Suho, calling him Dragon Knight and hinting at their previous meeting. With a firm handshake, he expressed that he had been waiting for this moment since that day, while Park Suho only stated his name, maintaining a low profile. Park Suho's eyes held a sincere and incredulous question, why? Meanwhile, the view from above revealed a terrifying picture. Gigantic fragments of the monster were falling into the abyss, causing cries of surprise and horror. Jung Jae-sik explained that he then realized their striking resemblance, which again caused Park Suho to look questioningly. And, showing off his impressive biceps, he playfully asked if Park Suho knew how he managed to pump up such muscles. Park Suho, without hiding his bewilderment, asked if he really needed to know this secret. Yeon Jae-sik, with a sly grin, anticipated his interlocutor's reaction, and Park Suho, completely confused, only squeezed out, "Bananas?" Trying to understand the connection. Jung Jae-sik couldn't help but exclaim that he had seen his rock painting, the very one where Park Suho is training with giant bananas. And then it dawned on Park Suho, his eyes widening with a sudden and possibly embarrassing memory. Ah! Yeon Jae-sik, jubilant, declared that he saw a kindred spirit in him, starting to count off some 1048, 1049, as if it were their shared secret, forged in sweat and banana pulp. Jung Jae-sik confirmed their unspoken agreement with a mischievous grin as he watched Park Suho try to process the memories that had suddenly flooded back. But before he could come to his senses, Myung-jin, like a devil in a box, held the phone to his face, showing him irrefutable evidence. Park Suho froze, his eyes widening in horror and recognition when he saw the screen. Images from the past flashed through my mind like a flash. Yeon Jae-sik, overcome with banana fever, screaming about some 148, 114. The entire scene with the banana plantation, that ridiculous and shameful moment, came back to life in his memory, causing Park Suho to turn away in shame. However, only for a moment, a cheeky grin was already playing on Park Suho's face, ready to take on any challenge. Jeon Jae-sik, jubilant, continued to egg him on, convincing him of his unrivaled physical strength, capable of moving mountains. "It's easy," Park Suho replied confidently, full of bravado and readiness for any challenge. Myung-jin, his eyes blazing and his muscles tense, delivered his ultimatum, a fight with the monster using only physical strength. Park Suho glared at him, a look that conveyed not just agreement but also a dangerous, predatory anticipation of the upcoming battle. At that very moment, trying to prevent the inevitable chaos, Park Jun-ho appeared in a panic, appealing to reason. But it was too late. A blue electric glow was already engulfing the space, drawing Jung Jae-sik and Park Suho into the unknown. Park Jun-ho stretched out his hand, as if trying to grasp hold of the slipping reality, his scream caught in his throat. With a distinctive electrical crackle, the world around them began to disintegrate, giving way to a portal. Park Jun-ho, helplessly spinning, fell into the abyss, and after him, everyone else, plunging into a whirlpool of events. And, in another dimension, amidst the neon lights of the metropolis, Park Suho and Myung-jin were already standing, dressed in combat suits, ready for a new mission. Meanwhile, in the heart of the United Kingdom, representatives of the Awakened Association were forging an important alliance. And among them, with a majestic smile and a golden crown on her head, sat the Queen, holding the fate of the world in her hands. The news spread through the offices. The Queen of Britain? Park Suho? Surprise and shock were evident in every question, and only one phrase could explain everything. He saved the country, causing someone to clutch their head in despair and someone else to just sigh heavily. Concerns for Park Suho continued to be heard in the corridors of power. Even Choi Soo-young, usually unperturbed, admits there is no news from him. The anxiety is growing, and he, gritting his teeth, tries to figure out what happened. "Nothing," comes the answer, but there's too much unsaid in this nothing. Only a heavy sigh confirms the tension. Slightly naively, almost with despair, she asks, will returning the money really solve all the problems? But his thoughts are far from finances. The upcoming 7th level dungeon eclipses any worldly concerns. A desperate idea, like a plea, "I wish I could clone Suho 100 times, bursts from his lips as they both lean over the table. Choi Soo-young, raising an eyebrow, reminds him of his own words, trying to understand the reason for such sudden panic. He only frowns, unable to find the words to explain his changed position. Where do you get so much patriotism? Irony shines through in his question, addressed more to himself than to her. Putting the jokes aside, he sharply demands, "We need to think only about how to return Park Suho home to Korea." Choi Soo-young, however, does not lose his composure, assuring that as soon as Park Suho checks the internet, he will come running back himself. He looks at her, not entirely believing but not denying her strained confidence. A slight smile touches her lips. "Lee Sun-woo really made a splash," she says, hinting at more scandals. At these words, the man's face distorts into a grimace of horror and realization. And now we are transported into the very heat of the moment. Explosions shake the earth, and the monsters are seemingly indestructible. But the chaos is replaced by a bright fireworks display. illuminating the helicopters flying away into the distance, signifying victory. A celebration in honor of the successful clearing of the dungeon, words of gratitude are heard everywhere. Glasses of champagne clink as they raise their glasses in honor of the heroes. Even the stern Ma Young-jin, dressed in an unusual outfit today, does not hide his wide smile, celebrating with everyone else. Jin, glass in hand, enjoys the attention, seemingly preparing some kind of surprise. In the midst of the fun, amidst casual conversation, one of the guests asks Jeshik about a certain mysterious figure from Russia. The guest, with an expression of deep concern on his face, begins to talk about her power. This woman seems to know a lot about Jessica, and next to her is a crowd of conquerors, whose destinies are intertwined with her will. Jeshik listens attentively, his usually carefree face taking on a puzzled expression. But the guest interrupts, excitedly announcing the true reason for her interest, Jeshik's status as a dragon knight. After all, only he was able to subdue the mighty wyvern, whose shadow still looms over his legend. Jeshik just waves his hand, taking a sip of champagne, as if such an achievement is nothing to him. The guest seems irritated by his self-confidence, warning him against possible provocations. He questions Jeshik, hinting that he missed important news that is about to change his world. Meanwhile, somewhere in the distance, another figure with long, dark hair and glowing hands radiates an inexplicable power. The guest shows Jeshik his phone, revealing the identity of the man, a certain hero whom Jeshik seems to have never heard of. And then it turns out that this hero is not just anyone but the first in the world rankings, a legend that Jeshik should have known about. But Jeshik seems completely indifferent to world rankings. His calmness only increases the tension. The guest, on the contrary, is extremely worried, trying to warn Jeshik of the inevitable collision. Jeshik seems to grasp the hidden meaning and asks directly, "Is this hero really a murderer?" But instead of answering, the guest talks about Hero's glorious deeds and his status as a world-renowned hero. However, a battle will unfold between these heroes, where only one can emerge victorious. And here is the harsh reality. Hero, although wounded, stands over the defeated guest, demonstrating his undeniable strength. The guest, despite his defeat, acknowledges the greatness of the enemy, but the flame of resistance still burns in his eyes, foreshadowing that this is not the end. The guest, though defeated, declares with a bloody grin that the winner has yet to learn the true price of his arrogance. A cold, ghostly light flashes in his eyes, full of furious will, foreshadowing that the fight is far from over. Against the backdrop of this horror, one of the observers, pale with fear, nervously asks again, trying to comprehend what he heard about a certain hero, and as if to confirm these words, a new, crushing blow is heard, throwing the man aside with incredible force. At this moment, the gaze of the victor hero shines with an icy, calculating clarity, cementing triumph in every shard of light. Suddenly, the scene changes, and we see another man, his gaze filled with deep bitterness as he shows off his mangled arm, the result of a long-ago, brutal collision that required 8 operations. Meanwhile, at a lavish reception, Jeshik, elegant and collected, holds a glass, but his calm only masks his growing anxiety. Amidst conversations about the past, the image of a mysterious warrior emerges, whose steel katana brought death to all who dared to challenge him. His figure, surrounded by a mystical glow, rises above his fallen enemies, symbolizing ruthless force. The man with the pink ribbons, his face contorted with rage, brands this warrior hero a murderer, as if reliving the horrors of the past. Jeshik, trying to moderate the ardor of his interlocutor, persistently warns him to stay away from Hero, whose rage is as deadly as his sword. Suddenly, a look of shock appears on Jeshik's face, his gaze fixed on the phone screen where something completely unimaginable is unfolding. "This bastard?" A silent question sounds in his head, full of amazement and deep anxiety. The man with the pink ribbons, sensing the change in the air, also turns his head, his gaze full of bewilderment, foreshadowing new trouble. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an agitated voice is heard addressing the brother with a long overdue question. "Why haven't we been able to contact you for so long?" The echo of the question, full of anxiety and a hint of something serious, hovers in the air of the spacious mansion. At that very moment, Jeshik, already holding the phone to his ear, starts talking, his face expressing a mixture of anger and confusion. On the other end of the line, Park Jun-ho reports terrible losses, his voice shaking with horror. 2 wolves on patrol were killed, and Jeshik's face hardens as he absorbs every word, realizing the full gravity of the unfolding tragedy. "It's impossible," he whispers. and the man next to him, stunned, only confirms, if they attack, anticipating something truly catastrophic. Horror distorts Jan Jeshik's face. The holographic display where the status should be is now blank, reading no signal, heralding total collapse. Could this really be more than just a glitch, but a carefully planned move that cut them off from the outside world, leaving them without support? In a rage, he rushes to the phone, demanding an answer. But on the other end, Park Jung-ho is trembling with fear, helplessly confessing to the superiority of a certain hero, #1 in the world. Bastards, Jan Jeshik mutters through his teeth, but the voice on the phone, filled with despair, begs him, "Brother, come back quickly." He cuts off the connection, his fingers typing a new number at a deadly speed, anger threatening to consume him as he promises them agony. Suddenly, Ma Young-jan appears in front of him, his gaze piercing. "Are you coming back?" he asks, catching Jan Jeshik's inner tossing and turning. "I have to go immediately," Jan Jeshik declares, but Ma Young-jan stops him with cold logic. "Don't. His plan is obvious." Ma Young-jin makes a discreet gesture, and now he is voicing the enemy's dreadful purpose, his words echoing in the tense silence. Meanwhile, somewhere in the distance, the bloody carnage confirms Ma Young-jin's words, demonstrating the terrifying effectiveness of the enemy's actions. "It's okay," Ma Young-jin tries to reassure those around him, but his eyes search for Jan Jayak, as if conveying a silent message to him. The tension on Ma Young-jin's face thickens, as if he sees something that is inaccessible to others. His gaze predicts a catastrophe. Jan Jeshik, unable to contain himself any longer, extends his hand. "Wyvern, summon." His voice sounds like an incantation, a hope for salvation. But nothing happens. His hand freezes in midair, and his face freezes in confusion, sensing something is wrong. "Why isn't it working?" he whispers, trying again and again to call his faithful companion, but the world around him remains indifferent to his pleas. His silhouette blurs with despair, his movements become feverish, as if he were fighting an invisible wall that had cut him off from his own power. Somewhere in the distance, in the semi-darkness of the control room, a mysterious silhouette sits behind the monitors, watching every failure, every step of the hero. He calmly sips his juice, chuckling at the situation, when the question about a certain David reaches him, only confirming his involvement in what is happening. "Don't worry, you'll understand a little later," he says into the radio, and his voice, full of malice, promises Jan Jeshik new, much more terrible discoveries. Jan Jeshik stares at the holographic display. Stunned, mysterious numbers begin to appear around him. 1, 2, 3, as if counting down the final moments. His eyes widen in realization as he finally begins to grasp the true, chilling scale and cunning of his enemy's plan. The electrical discharges around Jan Jeshik grow menacingly, foreshadowing something terrible, as the numbers on the display count down the final moments. And then, from the raging blue, a monstrous wyvern bursts forth, sowing panic among the crowd, drowning out the cries of horror with its own roar. Every breath catches in their throats as helpless witnesses watch their world about to be consumed by an ancient, unimaginable nightmare. Meanwhile, a certain scientist, watching this chaos through the screen, only coldly confirms, "Wyvern," as if this is just another successful phase of the experiment. His hand gently clutches the glowing artifact, the source of all this power concentrated in his palm. Arukamit is a quiet word that carries within itself the echo of an impending catastrophe, a catalyst for fateful changes. It was Arukamit who awakened in Paksuho unknown abilities, powers that allow him to bend space and time itself. The scientist remembers a moment when Paksuho first touched the stone, discovering this gift within himself. Jan Jeshik, however, is still trying to make sense of what happened, his mind and body refusing to accept this new, distorted reality. But despite his confusion, a determination flashes in his eyes. He will not let this power consume the world. A wicked smile lights up the scholar's face as he clutches the Arukamite, anticipating the triumph of his grand and sinister plan. A dark night has descended upon the city, and only the flickering of electrical discharges illuminates the streets, heralding the beginning of a new era of chaos. England's Director of Security, David, receives a call that will change everything, the voice on the line filled with cold triumph. This is the scientist. He reports that all the information he managed to save on the stone is now available, recorded and ready for use. "That's exactly what we should expect," he says with a hint of arrogance, ordering the director to report to headquarters immediately. The scientist, sitting in his shelter, stares thoughtfully into space, perhaps assessing the consequences of his actions or preparing for the next step. Finally, he picks up the phone, his voice calm as he addresses the one he believes is in control. "Director?" Director David asks the ultimate question, the one that will determine the fate of the worlds. Was the test successful? As expected, Director, the scientist confirms with undisguised satisfaction, his voice sounding like a harbinger of the apocalypse. And then David says the words that reveal the true scale of their plan. This will work on the people of the planet Acura too, won't it? The scientist, immersed in the cold glow of his laboratory, nods in response, his diabolical plan seemingly beginning to come to fruition. That's good, David says dryly, a dangerous smile playing on his lips, heralding a new, dark era. Professor Toddler seems to be enjoying the moment, talking about the new technology obtained from the Allies with a wide, sinister grin. But David is cold. There are no eternal alliances, Professor Toddler, he reminds, hinting at the imminent betrayal of the Akura elves. He urges the professor to hurry, as if time were a resource about to run out, and the great game was about to begin. As crime rates among the awakened slowly rise across the world, the mighty Park Suho stands at the center of the chaos, his power radiating energy. Professor Toddler realizes that control over these forces is becoming critical, as the awakened will soon become equal to the elves. He clutches a glowing sphere in his hand, his gaze filled with doubt. Will this be enough to control those whose average power reaches 8,000? Meanwhile, on an alien planet, Park Suho fearlessly tames a dragon, his battle leaving traces of power in the sky. His gaze is piercing, revealing an unbending will and readiness for any challenge, but even he has no idea about the coming storm. Suddenly, on Earth, 4 men, Ma Young-jin, Park Jun-ho, Jang Jae-sik, and Han Dong-soo, stand frozen at a coffee table, their faces contorted in confusion. Han Dong-soo, shocked, shows his phone screen, which displays something that could shake their world to its core. "What?" Jang Jae-sik and Park Jun-ho exclaim, while Myung-jin, with a gloomy expression, tries to comprehend what he saw. Horror is reflected in the eyes of Myung-jin, Jang Jae-sik, and Park Suho as they see the contents of the screen, which bear news of the unthinkable. "What? Why?" Jang Jae-sik screams, while Myung-jin desperately says, "Amitabha," and Park Jun-ho starts to throw a tantrum. Tears stream down Park Jun-ho's face. What could we do against the world's #1? He even beat SS rankers. And on the screen, illuminating their faces with a cold light, flashed shocking headlines: Suho Guild, worldwide shame. Traitors, Myung-jin blurts out as the others, including a dejected Park Suho, stare in shock at the ruins of their reputations. Are they really Korean? Jang Jae-sik asks incredulously, hinting at deep disappointment and betrayal within their ranks. And Han Dong-soo, clenching his fists, only whispers through tears and despair, "When we are the victims." Park Suho, tense and anxious, turns to Myung-jin with a demanding question, asking why the video was uploaded. Myung-jin, with his stern face, replies that this is necessary to convict the culprit and show everyone what a shame it was, because one must always maintain a clear head. Another voice, full of sarcasm, interrupts him, warning that his Sir Monk could be captured by the Bureau if he is not careful. But Myung-jin, immersed in his own world, only humbly says Amitabha, ignoring the rage and accusations of imposture raging around him. Han Dong-soo, with his tired gaze, merely states the obvious. His brother is indeed angry, and this tension is in the air. Over cups of tea, in an atmosphere of false calm, Jang Jae-sik, with a bitter smile, shares the news that many have left the guild, trying to escape the barrage of condemnation that has fallen upon them. His gaze, usually confident, was now full of hidden anxiety, reflecting the gravity of the situation that had befallen them. Park Jun-ho, glued to his phone, reads the latest news with horror, his face distorted with surprise and incomprehension. The entire group gathers around, shocked by what they see on the TV screen, a news report, after which Park Jun-ho gasps in shock. "What?" And Jang Jae-sik asks incredulously, "A pity?" Jang Jae-sik, his voice growing stronger with indignation, furiously points out the blatant injustice. A foreigner has invaded, caused damage, and all they've received in response is an indifferent, "sorry." Park Jun-ho's face is flushed with anger as he delivers the most terrifying news. Hero was simply released and has already returned to Japan. "What?" Han Dong-soo and Jang Jae-sik scream in unison, unable to believe what they're hearing, their eyes wide in shock. And Myung-jin, as if trying to calm the storm within himself and around him, again calls upon Avalokiteshvara, the god of mercy, seeking peace in the chaos. But Jang Jae-sik is not calming down. His rage is growing. "I have to talk to the Bureau about this," he shouts, full of determination. "Calm down," Han Dong-soo says quietly, trying to calm his comrade's seething emotions, realizing the futility of such a protest. But Jang Jae-sik just shakes his head, his eyes full of despair. I don't think we can just get away with this. Byungjin listens silently, his gaze sliding over the tense faces of his friends, his posture suggesting deep thought. It's also shocking that there isn't a single article on our side when we are the victims. Thunders Jean Zheshik's voice, asking, "How is this our country?" Park Junho, with despair in his eyes, proposes a radical solution. Perhaps Suho's guild should move to another, more powerful country. And in this tense atmosphere, frozen over coffee cups, the future of their guild and the entire country seems shaky and uncertain. Han Dong-soo, his face distorted with rage, reminds everyone of the monstrous gaze of the one who provoked this crisis. Meanwhile, someone powerful, who has left a bloody trail in this world, demands the delivery of Park Suho within 10 days. The threat hangs over them, and even the most resilient tremble at the thought of what awaits them in the near future. Park Suho clenches his fists as he recalls his recent humiliation, filled with anger at his own powerlessness at that critical moment. A heavy silence envelops the room, each of those present feeling the crushing weight of defeat and hopelessness. There is a bitterness in the air that no one dares to disturb. Only the sound of coffee being sipped breaks the oppressive silence. But the world keeps turning, and even in these dark times, somewhere a little boy admires the exploits of an unknown hero, not knowing his true nature. However, not everyone is ready to give up. A spark of determination lights up in Park Junho's eyes, foreshadowing new challenges. Han Dong-soo, having gathered his courage, resolutely addresses his comrade, ready for action. Park Junho only sighs in surprise, not fully understanding the meaning of what is happening. Meanwhile, in the glowing magical forest, Han Dong-soo and Park Junho reluctantly comb the land, trying to find something hidden. Their task is not an easy one, because what they are looking for has been carefully hidden, like a needle in a magical haystack. Suddenly, a call interrupts their search, and Han Dong-soo picks up the phone, his face worried. On the other end of the line, a businesswoman reports progress in exploring the underground spaces, like light at the end of the tunnel. Han Dong-soo listens, his mind occupied with the obligations sealed by the contract, which now seems like a heavy burden. The woman, understanding the complexity of the situation, asks not to blame the government, trying to soften the blow. Silence falls in the forest, only the rustling of leaves echoes their inner experiences. Han Dong-soo looks thoughtfully into the distance, trying to comprehend what he has heard, and Park Junho shares his concern. He voices out information that some devices were installed at key points before the enemy left this place. Park Junho remembers department head Miso, the person who always looked after them and watched over their actions, adding a touch of hope to the gloomy picture. Han Dong-soo seems to disagree, or at least wants to clarify the details, recalling some devices. Park Junho seems to acknowledge his point, though he continues to elaborate on his thoughts about the situation. Meanwhile, the wildlife around the heroes lives its own life, filled with mystical creatures. Han Dong-soo and Park Junho watch this primal dance of life, amazed by its abundance. The bears seem to be engaging in a fight, but this is just part of their wild game, full of energy and strength. Park Junho is surprised to see this wild fight as nothing more than innocent fun. But Han Dong-soo's thoughts once again return to the disturbing mystery. Where is the missing Park Suho? An image of some powerful creature swimming through the depths of the sea flashes on the phone screen. They realize that the creature is a whale in the Sea of Japan, meaning that Park Suho is close to returning. They are perplexed. How could a whale end up on a farm without a proper pond? The sight of a whale commanding the elements makes them realize Park Suho's incredible strength, which exceeds all expectations. But Han Dong-soo seems confused, as he has never seen such creatures in their world. Park Junho, his eyes wide with astonishment, realizes something alarming. Suddenly, attention is drawn to monkeys making unusual, alarming sounds. They understand that these monkeys are not local, and their appearance here does not bode well. The shocking discovery makes them both scream in horror as they try to comprehend the unbelievable. Something monstrous hovers in the sky above the city, a huge dragon, a harbinger of destruction. The phone screen confirms the worst. This monster has attacked Tokyo itself. The cityscapes distort around him, the air crackling with his power and fury. And then, realization hits the crowd. This isn't just a dragon, it's a wyvern, a mythical creature that wreaks havoc. A deadly wyvern, indestructible and free, soars above the metropolis, carrying a fearless rider on its back. Horror grips the streets, screams pierce the air, and everyone who witnesses this spectacle understands. Before them is not just a monster, but its rider, the Dragon Knight. Complete chaos and panic grip the city, where reality mixes with myth, and fear forces people to run without looking back. But in the midst of this madness, in the heart of chaos, Suho declares his goal, his angry speech addressed to the one he came to find. Somewhere far away, his words reach his comrades, Han Dan, Gu, and Park Jun-ho, whose faces reflect shock and incomprehension of the scale of what is happening. News of his mad determination spreads, causing amazement and mixed feelings among those who watch him from afar. He calls out to his enemy again, his voice, strengthened by magic or desperation, echoing across the deafened city. Meanwhile, the world's news channels burst into live broadcasts, reporting the sensational appearance of the Dragon Knight in the heart of Tokyo. Official statements attempt to bring some order to the situation, reporting on its illegal entry and minimal damage so far. But now, on the horizon, the first units specially trained to deal with such threats appear, the Federation of Awakened Task Force. Among them is an elite team, led by the legendary Lieutenant Saseki, whose name inspires both respect and fear. It was he, Lieutenant Saseki himself, whose gaze radiated unwavering determination and whose appearance radiated unyielding strength. His team, ranked 15th in the world, was already on its way, ready to take on anyone who dared to challenge the order. But it's not just the Awakened who are amassing their forces. Tanks and heavy artillery are appearing on the city streets, ready for a full-scale operation. A squadron of combat drones is already buzzing in the skies above Tokyo, creating an aerial threat and heightening anxiety and tension. Han Dan GSU and Park Jeon-gyo realize that the scale of the reaction is beyond all expectations, and Park Seo-gyo finds himself in the middle of an unprecedented raid. Within the walls of the Japanese Ministry of Defense, under the supervision of senior officials, a headquarters operation is unfolding. The monitors flicker, displaying every movement, every change on the battlefield, with the PAKSUHO and its Wyvern taking center stage. Orders are being given. The iron fists of the tank battalions are already brought to full combat readiness. In the sky and on the ground, death machines are ready to descend upon the Dragon Knight, putting an end to his daring invasion. Satellites and radars lock onto the target, energy barriers close, leaving no escape route. Above the ground, in the silent blackness of space, a combat satellite confirms the acquisition of its target, the Dragon Knight. In the command post, high-ranking officers watch the proceedings, their faces tense in anticipation of the decisive battle. Defense Minister Kurosawa, a man familiar with Park Suho's power, watches him with particular attention. "We'll see," he says softly, his voice full of hidden meaning and his gaze full of anticipation. Meanwhile, on the ground, Saseki's elite forces had already surrounded the knight's appearance site, ready to engage. Their commander, Dago's second-in-command, orders the creature on the dragon's back to reveal itself, calling it Hero. But instead of a formidable warrior, what descends from the dragon is Park Suho, confused and clearly not understanding what is happening. Dago continues his indictment, listing all the possible violations of public order and acts of terrorism. Looking at Park Suho, Daigo asks, "Are you Hero, trying to make sure that this is the one they are looking for?" He calls on Park Suho to voluntarily abandon his wyvern and surrender to the authorities, observing all formalities. But in Park Suho's eyes, there is no sign of willingness to submit, only determination and slight bewilderment. The crowd of onlookers is shocked. Is he crazy? To refuse to cooperate with Saseki? Daigo's face twists into a sinister grin, a shadow falling over his eyes, foreshadowing the inevitable clash. And so, magic awakens. Dark tentacles burst from the ground, and Daigo himself prepares for battle, summoning his powers. The crowd shouts in delight. Here it is, the binding. He won't be able to escape. Park Suho feels the dark magical chains entangling him, but his reaction remains calm, almost indifferent. "Don't resist," Daigo warns, his voice like a sentence. "The vine will only tighten." But even under the pressure of magical bonds, Park Suho finds the strength to be surprised by what is happening. "Now, you'll be taken by force," Daigo shouts, falling upon the hero with a crushing attack. Daigo's blow seemed to have hit its target, shaking the air around him. The massive Dragon Knight controlled by Daigo roared loudly, its body shrouded in ominous shadows. The fascinated crowd watching the battle gasped in fear, sensing something was wrong. However, it was not Park Suho, but Daigo himself who was thrown away from his beast, falling down. Landing with a thud, he realized in shock the bitter truth. It was a trap. With a broken face and a bleeding nose, Daigo was stunned and tried to understand what exactly had happened. Meanwhile, Park Suho, with a slight smile on his lips and dark threads dancing around his arm, said, "Excellent. When your territory is attacked..." And indeed, the Dragon Knight found himself trapped in a shimmering blue energy, bound and immobilized. Myung-jin, whose figure glowed with power, felt the anticipation of battle as the crowd behind him retreated in terror. He covered his mouth with his hand, amazed by the power emanating from the defeated Dragon Knight, and admitted, "The rumors were true. Your strength is incredible." His face, already covered with bruises, showed the realization that a direct blow could have crushed him to death. Park Suho, still sitting quietly among the rubble, only coldly told him, "Since you understand that, then just disappear." Enraged, Myung-jin, surrounded by a crimson halo of magic, shouted, "You will be charged with another offense, assaulting a police officer." But Park Suho only glanced at him casually. "An annoying guy, isn't he?" Myung-jin's eyes were blazing with pure, undisguised fury. With a roar of fury, he rose into the air, ready to unleash his full might on the hero. However, Park Suho, gathering his will, instantly created a powerful air vortex. A blue storm of energy crashed down on Myung-jin, mercilessly pushing him away. The crowd froze again, amazed by the incredible strength displayed by the hero. Myung-jin and his fellow police officers stood in shock, but his eyes were already blazing with a stronger, more relentless determination. The hero's power materialized in a blinding whirlwind, giving birth to dragon-like creatures that tore the air to shreds. One of the dark creatures was thrown back with incredible force, breaking through the facade of a high-rise building. From a bird's-eye view, it was possible to see how a crushing wave erupted from the epicenter of the battle, sweeping away everything in its path. Even the hitherto indifferent officials could not contain their amazement as they watched the spectacle. Meanwhile, among the ordinary onlookers, the hero's friends rejoiced, proud of the power of their little brother who sent the enemy flying. But the threat was not over yet. The Lord of Darkness hovered on the back of the fire-breathing beast, calling on the hero to come out personally. Myung-jin, restraining the anger of his subordinates, reminded them of their true duty, to protect innocent citizens. One of the high-ranking officials merely chuckled, assessing the hero as a potential tool. A plan was already maturing in his thoughts on how to use this elemental force in his complex political games. Meanwhile, the enemy increased its threats, promising to incinerate everything within a kilometer radius if its demands were not met. An explosion of panic engulfed the crowd, and people began to run, realizing the scale of the impending disaster. Myung-jin, seeing the danger to the townspeople, ordered the preparation of extreme measures, an attack from a satellite. The official, without losing his composure, believed that the situation was only becoming more interesting. "What next, Daigo-san?" came the question, to which came the reply, "Lieutenant Masai is preparing for action." Park Suho, feeling the growing tension, looked around as if anticipating an imminent intervention. And then he appeared, an officer whose figure radiated an unshakable, strange determination. Data flashed above him. Human. Strength, 23. Speed, only 2. "Who the hell are you?" the villain's voice thundered, addressing the lone figure. But the officer did not answer, but only continued on his way, slowly but steadily reducing the distance. His gaze was unwavering, and his words sounded like a final warning. "You better stop right now." Park Suho, clearly annoyed, decided to take the initiative into his own hands, shouting something about his intention. But Myung-jin had no intention of giving in, his face full of unwavering determination. Suho merely waved his hand, dryly noting that someone had already set out on a dangerous hunt. Officer Myung-jin stood motionless, as if waiting for his next move. Park Suho used gestures to convey his thoughts to him, trying to explain the current situation. Myung-jin seemed outraged, but at the same time he didn't fully understand what was happening in this underground area. There was tension between them when Park Suho made a bold promise to return within 10 days. Myung-jin, seething with rage, demanded immediate retribution for his impudent actions. Park Suho only sent him a short message for someone else before taking action, and the officer, Myung-jin, only grinned ominously, foreshadowing the troubles to come. And so, Park Suho, riding a majestic dragon, soared into the sky above the city, leaving everything behind. The townspeople looked up in amazement at this incredible spectacle as the hero flew away. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, the high-ranking officials couldn't believe that they had allowed Park Suho to escape so easily. But there were also voices that a full-scale attack against such a powerful awakened one would do more harm than good. One of them, with feigned calm, recalled that Park Suho had promised to return on time. But for Park Suho, all these conversations remained somewhere far below, merging with the noise of the city. He rushed away, cutting through the air, towards new, unknown challenges. Suddenly, his gaze caught something unusual, which made him become wary and raise an eyebrow questioningly. Below, the ruined cityscape was bathed in an ominous red light, foreshadowing disaster. And in the midst of this chaos, a black portal opened in the sky, ominously shimmering like an abyss ready to swallow the world. Park Suho, shaking with surprise, asks about fate, which draws him to the distant planet of Gushan. His cry of indignation carries, drowning out the roar of the crowd, foreshadowing a new battle. Meanwhile, in a cozy room, 4 comrades stood frozen in front of the screen, wildly celebrating their leader's victories. They admire Park Suho's incredible power as he mercilessly attacks the monstrous enemy, forcing him to pay back in full. Their voices are full of delight, because every punch, every spark of energy is captured in Park Jun-ho's live broadcast. But the celebration is cut short when news of the impending war and a demand for Park Suho's extradition shakes their world. Somewhere high in the mountains, among the greenery, rises a majestic building, a symbol of power and decisions. An awkward silence hangs in the air as the friends anxiously consider their next move. Han Dong-soo, with a frown on his face, tries to calm his fear by talking about geopolitics and the impossibility of war. Myung-jin, calm and focused, clenches his jaw as he considers his options. Suddenly, the silence is broken by a slight rustle, and a silhouette of a bird flickers in the window, foreshadowing change. Then a bright flash shakes the room, as if space itself is distorted. The image on the screen distorts, and the friends, gripped by panic, look on in horror. The voices merge into one chorus of surprise and alarm when they realize that Park Suho has returned. Everyone freezes, shocked, their faces distorted with a mixture of surprise and horror. But it is not Park Suho, but a completely different figure who appears in the doorway. It is Jang Jae-sik, his face distorted with rage. His appearance causes a wave of panic, and his friends recoil, feeling the threat emanating from him. Yang Jae-sik's eyes glow with an ominous blue fire, and his face is contorted with pure, unbridled rage. "Run!" Myung-jin shouts, and the room erupts into chaos as everyone rushes away from the awakened danger. But Yang Jae-sik, burning with anger, tears the air with a cry, "Stop!" his shining eyes full of determination. Like an echo of the awakening danger, the hall filled with panic, and people, in terror, rushed away through a barrage of shards of glass. Meanwhile, far from this chaos, but in the very heart of power, another drama was unfolding, far more subtle but no less furious. In the conference room, senior officials argued heatedly over how to respond to the audacious challenges thrown at them. The foreign minister, without holding back his anger, denounced those who, in his opinion, allowed such lawlessness, allowing someone to act of their own free will. But his colleague, the Secretary of Homeland Security, turned the tables, pointing to the real instigator, and then, like a poisonous arrow, launched a personal accusation. The words about Japanese origin were the last straw, and the foreign minister's face was distorted with rage, ready to break loose at any moment. The hall, intended for discussing the fate of the nation, turned into an arena for personal showdowns, where 2 officials were ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat. At that moment, tension hung in the air, and only the appearance of the bodyguard, announcing the arrival of the president himself, made them freeze. The head of state took his seat, and his presence instantly extinguished the flames of conflict, momentarily returning a semblance of order. But the South Korean president's face showed deep concern, as far more important issues than personal grievances were at stake. The Assistant Secretary of State, trying to clarify matters, stated the obvious: there was not the slightest chance of reconciliation between the parties to the conflict. The question hung in the air. Why would a man who should have been loyal to his country take such a step? And no one could find an answer. Another outburst of anger erupted when one of the ministers could not understand what had driven a traitor to his homeland to challenge Park Suho himself. The head of the UV Bureau, a man with a penetrating gaze, slowly and deliberately began to lay out his version of events. The first reason, he said, was simple and mundane: envy of the stunning success of Park Suho, whose fame had already thundered far beyond the borders of Korea. While some people's faces showed skepticism, others, deep in thought, tried to comprehend such a mundane motive. But it was not only personal motives that occupied the minds of those present. The Minister of National Defense also harbored his own deep misgivings. He seemed to see behind all this much more serious problems related to a lack of resources and a lack of proper training. His look of despair suggested that even 10 years of preparation might not be enough for what lay ahead. And when a timid question about their ability to cope escaped the lips of one of them, everyone in the room felt a chill of foreboding. Panic and despair spread through the room as officials feverishly discussed the impending threat. Amidst the general confusion, a chilling order was heard. Park Suho was to be sent to Japan. But one of them, with cold calculation, voiced a second guess, which, according to him, was much more realistic. Bewilderment and suspicion were visible on the faces of those present, who did not understand the full depth of this statement. And then came the shocking revelation. The threat of war was just an elaborate plan to force them to abandon Park Suho. Reality hit them with a bang. The drums of war had been just part of a carefully laid trap. After all, in conditions of total resource depletion, when both countries were barely coping with the underground breaches, a full-scale war was simply impossible. But the main question remained open. Why such a game around someone who is not even awakened in the usual sense? The answer sounded mysterious, but weighty. Park Suho was special, unlike others. And here it is, the truth, revealed on a cosmic scale, the reason why the whole world was so desperate to get Park Suho. Shock and the realization of the colossal stake distorted the faces of the dignitaries, leaving them speechless before the grandeur of the revealed secret. For Park Suho possessed a power that defied logic, manifesting itself in pulsating emerald energy. It was rumored that his presence accelerated his growth, attracting envious attention from all corners of the world. The effects of this unique ability spread throughout the hall like a blast wave. One of the ministers, with a trembling voice, drew parallels with ancient tales of instant harvests and elven magic. Fear turned to greed as Park Suho instantly transformed in their eyes from a burden into an inexhaustible source of fabulous wealth. Those who a moment ago feared war were now ready to sacrifice everything to protect this living treasure. And now Park Suho has become not just a bargaining chip, but a national treasure that must be protected and controlled at any cost. Unaware of the political storm he had unleashed, Park Suho stood resolute, his fate now inextricably linked to the mounting international tensions. His power, once a secret, now promised his guild an era of unprecedented prosperity, forever changing the landscape of their world. In the depths of the power intrigue, a mysterious figure lurking in the shadows saved Park Suho from exile to Japan, and this fact did not go unnoticed. Meanwhile, against the backdrop of the shimmering lights of the port city, the visionary leader proclaimed an ambitious plan, promising to turn Korea into the world's breadbasket by taking Park Suho's guild to new heights. The deal was made, and the very next day, representatives of the mysterious MXCOM Corporation were to meet right on Suho's land, foreshadowing the upheavals to come. The speed of these events amazed even the most experienced players in the political arena. Department head Kim Mi-so, burdened by her boss's intrigues, felt the weight of his reckless decisions with undisguised irritation, which she had to deal with alone. But he didn't care. He just waved her off, telling her to just follow the plan, promising to sort it out later as the car sped forward. Meanwhile, away from the political machinations, the air literally crackled with energy, foreshadowing a fierce battle. A lightning strike swept across the field, knocking the first two opponents off their feet, their bodies floating limply in the electric captivity. Han Dong-soo was the next to fall, his body collapsing heavily, confirming the attacker's undeniable power. One by one, the guild warriors fell to the ground, surrounded by the glow of destructive power. Even the mighty warrior in the orange cloak could not withstand this onslaught, joining the others in their fall. And so, among the fallen bodies stood the lone figure of Park Suho, whose power left behind only a trail of fallen ones. Without mercy, he urged them to rise, because the training was far from over, and 10 more rounds of merciless testing lay ahead. The exhausted soldiers lay on the ground, their bodies shaking with fatigue, every muscle begging for a break. Jung Jae-sik watched this scene with a carefree expression, his lighthearted mood a sharp contrast to the heavy atmosphere of the training. A phone call interrupted his thoughts, and to his surprise, it was his grandmother, adding a touch of domesticity to the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, his grandmother Sukya, sitting at dinner, spoke with her usual sternness about the brats, who, according to her, could do with being taught a lesson anyway. Jung Jae-sik, avoiding direct conversation, hurriedly handed the phone to Miso, asking her with a slight hint of anxiety to have a good talk with her grandmother. Miso, with a professional smile, accepted the challenge, exchanging pleasantries with Sugya and mentioning Park Suho's high-intensity training that he had been undergoing since his return. And so, the phone finally ended up in the hands of Park Suho, who, slightly puzzled, accepted the call, anticipating new turns in his already difficult fate. Meanwhile, the other side, remaining unperturbed, hinted at a serious resonance in Japan, but at the same time confidently reported the presence of a good solution. The ringtone that interrupted the training vibrated in the air, and Park Suho, still slightly confused, finally picked up the phone. His gaze, always penetrating, became even more focused this time, trying to grasp the unspoken in his interlocutor's words. And now he was confirming the meeting place, inviting guests to his estate, as if he had a premonition that this would not be just an ordinary conversation. Soon the majestic house, surrounded by greenery under the shade of a spreading tree, was preparing to receive uninvited but important guests. On the emerald lawn, in the shade of the foliage, representatives of the corporation were already standing, waiting for the owner to begin a serious dialogue. Miso, as expected, formally introduced the SPFC branch manager, Max, while Park Suho merely waved his hand casually in greeting. Mr. Max, on the other hand, showed noticeable respect, greeting Park Suho respectfully and expressing his joy at the meeting. Then the three of them took their seats at the table, and Park Suho, without wasting any time, asked directly what they wanted from him while Max was choosing his words. And then Max recalled the recent challenge from Champion Hero, whose insulting words still echoed, "Park Suho is a nobody. I won't need a single punch to beat him." Park Suho was shocked and did not expect to hear such insolence at all, his face distorted with surprise and nascent anger. Miso, with a slight grin, seemed to be asking a rhetorical question expressing surprise at his ignorance. "So you didn't know about this?" Park Suho's anger grew. He couldn't understand what made this bastard do this, and his fists involuntarily clenched. Max calmly explained that this whole circus was staged for money, which only caused confusion in Park Suho. "Don't waste your energy on unnecessary thoughts," Max said insistently, urging him to simply agree with their proposal. "Agree?" Park Suho asked again, his gaze expressing deep distrust and suspicion, but also hidden interest. Max continued, promising Park Suho a double benefit. He would be able to stop the brewing war and make a huge amount of money, killing two birds with one stone. But an inner voice screamed something else. This guy is a psycho, a murderer, and Park Suho could hardly contain his growing rage. Finally, with cold calculation and menacing seriousness, Park Suho asked the key question: would he be able to legally end this man's life if he agreed? Max and Miso exchanged meaningful glances and subtle smirks, their silence speaking louder than any words. The spokesman, keeping his cool, explained the finer points of the rules, emphasizing that the organization does not condone murder but will not blame anyone for accidents. Miso, suppressing her inner thoughts, informed Max that she would contact him after talking with Suho, demonstrating her determination to control the situation. In parting, in an atmosphere of barely concealed tension, the official expressed hope that the right decision would be made, reserving the last word for himself. Soon, his car disappeared over the horizon, leaving Miso and Max alone with the weight of the upcoming choice. Max broke the silence, feigning confidence by declaring that even in this scenario, there would be no war, trying to convince both her and himself of this. His look of unwavering determination made it clear that he was determined to accept this proposal, regardless of the possible consequences. Miso, however, was astute in reading the hidden motives, realizing that the Japanese side's true goal was to either lure Max to their side or destroy him. Max, full of righteous anger, muttered through his teeth that this bastard was asking for serious punishment. A barely noticeable, predatory smile flashed across his lips, foreshadowing something daring and unpredictable. Miso, with a twinkle in her eye, proposed a strategic sacrifice of Japan's aid, emphasizing the importance of finding out their true situation before the decisive battle. Max just chuckled in response, briefly throwing out, "Of course," as if this thought had been brewing in his mind for a long time. Miso, catching his gaze, only smiled faintly, pleased with their shared understanding of the dangerous game. But the conversation was far from over. Miso pulled out an envelope, revealing another, much more significant detail, an official order received from the government. Max's face instantly contorted in surprise. "An official order?" he echoed, sensing the growing intrigue. She explained that once a year a general meeting of all guilds is held, where all the major 6th-level associations flock. Max took the envelope from her hands, his gaze focused on the mysterious contents, trying to decipher its meaning. His eyebrows rose in silent question, the premonition of something significant growing with every second. And then Miso held up a shiny sign with the number 6, clarifying their place in this hierarchy. She explained that it was a certificate issued by the Bureau, testifying to their high status, but Max was still hesitant. Miso looked at him, her gaze full of confidence and hidden challenge, as if inviting him to a new, even more difficult game. As Paksuho pondered, his mind tried to grasp the enormity of the prospects that had opened up. The horizons expanded, painting in his imagination the outlines of a new world, a city that had to be built and defended. But on his face one could read not only hope, but also a shadow of doubt. Was this burden too great? Discontent was brewing in the meeting room. Park Juwon-ho, without hiding his indignation, asked how they could defend the country when they were only given abandoned lands without proper preparation. Suho, keeping his composure, confirmed that the decision had been made and the government fully supported the idea of creating a new city, although it would take time. Han Dong-go and Shu looked at Ma Young-jing questioningly, hinting that they had fallen for this tempting but dangerous deal too easily. Suho, as if deep in thought, explained that the DMZ would be an ideal place to expand their agricultural lands. Park Ju-oo, hearing this, could not hide his amazement, realizing the scale of the upcoming changes. On a map showing strategic areas, the Pak Suho showed a plan. Namyangju would remain the headquarters, and the new area would be divided into sectors. Sectors? And we're going to manage them? Park Juon-do asked incredulously, pointing at himself and Jang Jeshik. Pak blamed that the sector leaders would have almost mayoral powers, and he, as the lord of the castle, would appoint these leaders, governing the lands like a governor. The words "castle lord" shocked Park Jae-yuan and Jang Jeshik. Their eyes widened in shock and almost awe. Park Jun-oh, engrossed in checking the news on his phone, exclaimed about Korea's transformation into a global grain hub, and Myung-ji-in merely asked in bewilderment. But the question immediately arose, could they compete with Aruka's powerful agricultural industry and its trading gateway to the world? Aruka's massive convoys of freighters testified to its power, but their goods were expensive, and its trade gates could not fully meet the planet's needs. And against the backdrop of these great powers, Park Cheon-jo realized with a trembling voice they were destined to become those very lords of the castle, called upon to defend their country. The discussion continued, each of them considering their role in this grand and dangerous undertaking. With a barely perceptible smile, Pak Suho remarked that since they could not protect their own home, it was time for them to stop eating and begin training. But then Han Dong-gung-soo suddenly doubled over in pain in his stomach, prompting concerned question from Park Jun-ho about his well-being and the need to buy medicine immediately. Pak only grinned maliciously, looking at his companions, as if the fire in his gaze read, "These worthless." In someone's memory, or perhaps in an ominous premonition, a merciless sentence rings out, "Welcome to hell, Lee Sun-woo. You're finished, you bastard." And this hell is already making itself known. Among flashes of electricity and dark, thin silhouettes, a figure in a tattered suit appears, his gaze sharp and full of determination. Every step, even though he is dressed in tattered clothes, betrays an unbroken will, and the electric discharges around him seem to echo his inner strength. His face, framed by long dark hair, bears the stamp of stern determination, evidence of the trials he has endured that have tempered his spirit. SPFC Big Event unfolds before us, focusing on three figures whose destinies are about to intertwine in a fierce battle for the championship. Among them is the former world champion, Lennox, whose thoughts are already swirling around the upcoming battle, because going up against the Awakened is not just a fight, but a challenge to fate itself. Commentator Bright, an expert in his field, emphasizes that Pak Suho probably understands the seriousness of this fight, which is so strikingly different from street fights. But Pak Suho doesn't seem to be worried at all, soaring high in the sky on the back of a huge black dragon, his gaze filled with calm self-confidence and disdain for worldly concerns. Meanwhile, his companions, Jam Jae-shik, Ma Yuen-jin, Park Jun-ho, and Han Dan-soo, are sitting at the same table and are already counting the fabulous jackpot, 240 billion, which they could not even dream of, even after going through 100 dungeons. Han Dan-ji-soo and Park Jun-ho's eyes widened in amazement when they saw those unimaginable numbers on the phone screen, hardly believing their eyes. Park Suho himself, dressed in a formal suit, holds himself with unperturbed dignity, standing in front of the cameras, surrounded by respectable businessmen, as if he is in charge of the situation. "What's wrong with him?" a spectator exclaims indignantly, outraged by his decision to give his hard-earned wealth to another country, suspecting foul play. But at the table, the comrades return to the question, what about the amount paid to the winner? After all, it is an even greater fortune. Han Dong-soo and Park Jun-ho look at each other again, amazed by the new figure, 480 billion, and wonder if this is even possible, or if it is a joke. At this moment, Pak Suho himself appears, majestically towering over his astonished companions, who exclaim his name in unison. He looks at them with a calm but penetrating gaze, and they, as if on command, raise their surprised faces to him, waiting for an explanation. Then Pak Suho calmly announces, I intend to observe the lands in Buyongju, as if opening up new, unexplored horizons and plans for them. Meanwhile, a certain high-ranking official, clearly pleased, reports on the phone about the successfully adjusted amount, laughing at the generosity of the distribution of 5 billion to each person. He explains that an agreement has been made to donate the winnings to national development funds to stop all rumors of war, calling PAKSUHO extremely generous. And with a devilish grin in his voice, he adds, "This is just the beginning, Mr. President, promising even more grandiose events and hidden intrigues." Pak ASU, riding a majestic beast, swiftly flies over the delineated expanses. Powerful wings cut through the air, each flap heralding imminent change. Meanwhile, CHOISU Young points out the importance of territorial expansion without missing any details of strategic planning. From a bird's eye view, the contours of future possessions are outlined, the expansion of which is only a matter of time. And so, the Heavenly Guardian, a huge dragon, hovers in the sky, heralding his descent. Below, a crowd of mesmerized witnesses freezes, watching the approach of a giant shadow. A loud roar fills the air as PAKSUHO, on his trusty companion, gracefully descends to the ground, right in front of the stunned crowd. Shock and admiration are written on their faces. Park Jung-hao whispers in amazement about the incredible size of the creature, which exceeds all expectations. As if dissolving into thin air, the dragon disappears, leaving PAKSUHO standing on the ground, surrounded by pulsating blue energy. With a casual smile, he greets those who meet him, asking about their impressions of the view from above. He declares his intention to plant the entire area within a 4-kilometer radius, hinting at grandiose plans to change the landscape. The next moment, PAKSUO opens his arms and a powerful burst of pure energy emanates from him. The skies are illuminated by a myriad of sparkling blue lights, like fireworks of unprecedented power, covering the entire landscape. This is the famous territory marker, CHOISU Young says with understanding, realizing the true nature of what is happening. The camera cuts to the lively host of the Sidekick World channel, who greets martial arts fans with anticipation of what's to come. With just days left until the battle of the century, the clash between champion Hiro and newcomer Paksu Oko, the channel has already prepared exclusive interviews. Journalists are hounding champion Hiro, trying to get at least a scrap of information before the upcoming grand event. But champion Hiro seemed completely preoccupied with other thoughts, dismissively stating that he had no time to prepare for the fight with PAKSUHO. His gaze is filled with anxiety, as the number of 7th-level dungeons in the world is rapidly growing and humanity simply has no time to rest. With a heavy heart, champion Hiro leaves, deep in thought about the impending danger. But while the champion was worried about the fate of the world, his comrades continued their difficult journey, eating in a hurry because no one had thought about hot food since the previous Monday. And suddenly, as if out of nowhere, PAKSUHO appears in front of them, announcing the broadcast of a certain Sidekick, whose name only causes bewilderment. With a slight mockery in his voice, PAKSUHO asks if they are familiar with this channel, as if anticipating their ignorance. Park Jun-ho, stunned by such a sudden question, only squeezes out, "He's probably planting trees now," drawing a completely different picture of existence in his mind. And for a moment, a fairy tale forest appears before their eyes, bathed in soft light, so far from their harsh reality. Meanwhile, somewhere high above the silent city, the hotel towered, its spires piercing the morning sky. In one of his rooms, Choi Soo-yeon sat immersed in work, her fingers running quickly across the keyboard, creating a rhythm of intense concentration. The sudden signal that pierced the silence made her flinch, breaking her perfect concentration. The cherished inscription, "Accepted," appeared on the screen, heralding the end of long, grueling work. The wide-open eyes revealed a mixture of shock and relief, as it seemed the impossible had finally happened. A minute freezes, allowing the full scale of what has been achieved to sink in, every nerve stretched to its limit. But suddenly her face is distorted by a new wave of anxiety when, as if having a revelation, she realizes something extremely important, alone. Perhaps images of desperate battles, where a hero like Park Suho fights for life and death, flicker through her mind. Meanwhile, somewhere in the world, jubilant crowds gather to witness a momentous event, its echoes reverberating far and wide. TV channels broadcast reports showing endless convoys of trucks making their way through dense forests. They head to Uijeongbu, the lands of Suho itself, where wildlife still lurks and requires protection. In the heart of this region, like an ancient colossus, rises a majestic structure, an arena ready to accommodate hundreds, thousands of spectators. The trucks continue on their way, carrying an unknown cargo deep into the forest, which is destined to play a role in the events to come. Meanwhile, on the streets of Tokyo, public discontent is growing, demanding attention to Okitahiro, whose name has already become a symbol of hope and struggle. Perhaps it is in Tokyo's most luxurious hotel, in the very heart of the metropolis, that decisions are made that can change the course of history. And while the city noise remains far below, in the privacy of a luxurious penthouse, Song-woo and her interlocutor discuss what is hidden from the eyes of ordinary people. Her voice, filled with hidden anticipation, breaks the silence, trying to unravel the thoughts of the man sitting opposite her. His gaze, directed into the distance, involuntarily betrays anxiety. What if the central figure of their plan does not appear at the appointed time? The sound of breaking glass echoes her words, foreshadowing that the plan, no matter how brilliant it may seem, will be far from easy to execute. When Sunwoo mentions Park Suho's name, mentioning his elimination, the air around them thickens with tension, and the man demands an explanation. She reveals the source of her information, the secret archives of the Bureau of Awakened Ones of Korea, which gives her words a frightening weight. The mention of Park Suho's thousand-year existence leaves the man clearly shocked, as it completely changes the picture of their enemy. Sunwoo claims that Park Suho does not use the regression stone like he does, and the man cannot believe that such a long lifespan is possible without it. She reveals a shocking truth. Park Suho spent 10 years on another planet, where time flowed twice as fast, stretching Earth's centuries into a 1,000-year existence. The man wonders if it's not regression. Then perhaps Park Suho has found the legendary fountain of eternal youth that everyone is looking for. Confidence creeps into her voice as she pronounces the name of the ancient artifact, the dark red divine peach. This mystical name seems to evoke a deep response in him, causing him to recall long-forgotten legends. Before his mind's eye appear fruits that appear only once in a millennium, granting eternal youth and immortality to those who taste them. The weight of this ancient secret seemed to fall upon them, causing the man's hand to clench in silent shock. Sunwoo expresses his greatest concern. Park Suho, who has lived longer, may have an unimaginable advantage, but his determination is unwavering. He is ready to eliminate anyone who dares to stand in the way of his goal. And while destinies are being decided in Tokyo, in another dimension, where nature breathes magic, the tree of life blossoms under the glow of ancient enchantments. Here, in this mysterious forest, Park Suho and Park Junho stand before a miracle that could change their world. Park Suho confidently assesses the harvest. His plan seems flawless, but a worried Park Junho reminds them of their limited time. Ignoring his worries, Park Suho, whose hand begins to glow with magic, is already ready to move on to the next fruits, believing in his strength. Park Suho, despite his current limitations, clearly instructs Park Junho on what exactly needs to be prepared for further growth. However, Park Junho's panic increases, and his attempts to calm down seem futile as he asks for the process to be speeded up. Suddenly, lightning flashes around Park Suho and his figure begins to transform, shocking Park Junho to the core. The glow fades, revealing Park Suho in battle armor, with a colossal dragon materializing next to him, its appearance sending Park Junho into a panic. Flames burst from the dragon's mouth as Park Suho, completely unperturbed, gives orders for dungeon raids, threatening those who hesitate. Park Junho, still shaking with fear, struggles to comprehend what was said, muttering in bewilderment about his supposed idleness. Meanwhile, the dragon, true to its goal, powerfully flaps its wings and soars upward, disappearing into the heavenly distance. His silhouette quickly diminishes until he is a barely discernible dot against the fading sunset. Only Park Junho remains, stunned by Park Suho's composure, who is busy with such mundane matters 3 hours before the fateful battle. Wiping sweat from his brow, Park Junho takes out a remote control, and several drones immediately take to the air, obeying his will. And now a sly smile appears on his face. It seems Park Junho already knows how to take advantage of this unusual spectacle for a future announcement. Meanwhile, above the city at night, bathed in lights, the stadium's floodlights cut through the darkness, heralding a grand event. Tension is building in the commentary booth. One of the presenters, in a blue jacket, cannot hide his excitement, while his colleague maintains a stoic expression. Did he really give up the match? The excited commentator gasps in disbelief, his voice on the verge of breaking. On the other end of the line, a senior official adamantly states that the Korean government bears full responsibility for any actions by Park Suho, promising a public apology if he fails to appear. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office, 2 businesswomen, maintaining a visible calm, discuss the latest news over a cup of coffee. Still no word from Park Suho, one asks, to which the other, looking through her tablet, replies about his recent expansion of land to Uli Jongbu. A subtle but meaningful smile, full of hidden meanings, appears on the dark-haired woman's face. As expected, she says, and behind her, like a shadow, the image of Zhang Jaishik appears, confirming he really does know. His knowledge, as it becomes clear, concerns the scale of destruction wrought upon the city by the countless explosions used to create these terrible creatures of darkness that now roam the deserted streets. However, not everyone is given the gift of seeing the true face of the threat. Some merely notice the signs of the approaching storm, preparing for their own triumphs. In a stadium with thousands of people, where the clock ticks down to the final moment, the crowd's excitement reaches its peak. The announcer's sudden roar echoes across the arena, warning of severe consequences for those who dare break the rules. But amidst the din and anticipation, something else is heard. A strange sound that makes the audience look up in confusion. What is this growing rumble? Has a monster, capable of breaking through the barriers of reality, come to their feast? A huge silhouette cuts through the sky above the stadium, causing a wave of terror and awe to spread through the stands. The Dragon Knight, he has arrived, the shocked voices shout, recognizing the legendary hero. And now, the one they had been waiting for, the one about whom legends whisper, appears before them in all his power. Against all expectations, Park Suho arrived at the Tokyo Stadium riding his majestic wyvern, defying fate itself. Away from the epicenter of events, some people just laugh at this whole drama, not fully realizing the burden that lies on the hero's shoulders. But there are also those who believe in him unconditionally, proclaiming, "Well done, Park Suho, the world will be yours if you win." She, without taking her eyes off the screen, notes his dramatic appearance. The King of Spectacles, as always, did not disappoint, appearing 5 minutes before the fight. His followers, jubilant, call on him to unleash all his might on his enemies, sweeping them from the battlefield like a tornado. The chant of their voices grows, turning into a single roar of support addressed to their champion, and Choi Soo-yeon, dressed in a combat suit, watches the proceedings with a calm but sharp gaze. Her resolve only grows stronger, every muscle tense, ready to fight. But Park Suho himself, surrounded by the electric glow of his faithful wyvern, does not say a word. His dragon roars, radiating a primal force ready to burst forth at any moment. He simply looks forward, feeling the energy overflowing within him, and understands that it is time to act. But suddenly, a portal flares up above the arena, sucking in a powerful wyvern, shocking the audience. Is this a mistake or someone's call? Questions hang in the air, mingling with general bewilderment. Park Suho, whose energy had just reached its peak, now stands in his dark armor, confused. Where is Hero? His gaze darted around the arena, searching for a familiar silhouette in the general chaos. A desperate cry escapes his lips. "Hero, seal me out!" But there is no answer. The crowd takes up his call, thousands of voices merging into a single chorus, demanding the appearance of a hero. "Hiro!" rings out across the arena, echoing in every corner of the stadium. Every viewer waits with bated breath for his return, their hopes focused on one name. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a woman looks at Hiro with concern, waiting for him to leave. Her hand grips his forearm tightly, a silent plea expressing her fear and concern. She looks up at him with a worried expression, as if seeking comfort and understanding in his eyes. He, Hiro, a man with long black hair, gives her a soft, reassuring smile. "Don't worry," Hiro promises. "I will win and return safely." And then, runes begin to pulsate above the arena, forming a name, like a magical call. Hero. Park Suho raises his head, feeling the growing power emanating from the very heart of the arena. A mysterious figure emerges through the flickering column of light, shrouded in a bright, heavenly glow. With a deafening blow, right in the middle of the arena, Hero falls, shaking the ground around him. "Hero has arrived!" The commentators' voices ring out, their excitement contagious. The crowd erupts in applause, welcoming Ichiro, whose appearance was so epic and unexpected. Park Suho looks at him tensely, his eyes a mixture of surprise, challenge, and anticipation of a fight. This mysterious stranger, with a mocking smile, pierces the silence with a caustic remark, as if assessing the performance. Park Suho, accustomed to straightforwardness, immediately raises his head, his gaze full of bewilderment and slight aggression. The stranger, ignoring his attack, asks a cryptic question, hinting at Park Suho's unusual abilities and his connection to time. Park Suho, clad in combat armor, does not have time to comprehend the words. His astonished gaze is directed at his own essence. Meanwhile, commentators, deprived of context, are helplessly guessing, trying to understand what is happening and not lose the thread of the broadcast. One of them tries to guess the meaning of the dialogue, naively believing that Hiro, as an elder, is giving valuable instructions to the newcomer. They try to regain control of the feed by urging the drone to descend, but a sense of foreboding is already in the air. But reality turns out to be far more dramatic than expected. The drone, like a frightened bird, retreats, recording the rapidly increasing tension. The stranger, surrounded by crackling electrical discharges, continues his interrogation, his words imbued with caustic irony and challenge. The enemy's words strike like a lightning bolt, and Paksuho, clutching his chest, suddenly realizes the monstrous truth. He has not just returned, he has arrived in the past. The mysterious manipulator gathers shadow energy, activating some kind of force, as if saying, "You chose this yourself." And now he is swinging a sword from pure darkness, promising to reveal all the secrets, even if it means resorting to force. Suho, taken aback by this sudden attack, barely has time to react, his eyes widening in shock. But the next moment, the shock gives way to a burning determination, and the flame of a true fighter flares in his eyes. The crowd erupts in cries of "Kill him," merging into a single, bloodthirsty roar as the surrounding space is distorted by the energetic impact. The commentators, stunned by what is happening, only scream helplessly, their professionalism drowned in chaos. Elsewhere, Choi Soo-young peers intently at the screen, as if trying to discern the true picture of the battle through the static. Her usually haughty face twists into a grimace of shock as the realization of the harsh reality hits her. Even the other characters, uninvolved in the duel, freeze in amazement, their peaceful activities interrupted by a wave of shock. The entire team, including Jang Jae-shik, Ma Young-jang, Han Dong-soo, and Park Jung-ho, are glued to their phone screens, silently watching the unfolding disaster. The suddenness of the event distorted their faces, turning their expressions into masks of horror and amazement. Peaceful activities are interrupted. The woman with a pen in her hand froze, her gaze lost in silent shock. The waitress in the cafe froze with her tray, and the once carefree customers now just stare in stupefaction. Every face, every soul, is consumed by one all-encompassing feeling, the overwhelming awareness of irreversible catastrophe. After a powerful blow, the enemy's body is quickly thrown away by the Paksuho, turning him into a blurry shadow against the backdrop of destruction. With a deafening crash, it crashes into the massive structure, which shatters into thousands of pieces. The recoil throws him further, through more obstacles, leaving only chaos and debris in his wake. And then, with a dull thud, it falls, leaving a deep crater in the ground before finally dying away. Paksuho walks calmly across the crumbling battlefield, towering over the fallen body in the center of the ruined arena. Excited voices come from the crowd. Hiro is down. He's not moving. He looks like he's seriously injured. Unperturbed, Paksu merely casually flexes his fist, his knuckles making a light crunch as if the fight were just a warm-up for him. He bends over his fallen opponent, challenging, "Hey, get up! Are you dead?" But there, among the rubble, the fallen man's fingers trembled, barely noticeable, but enough to awaken a spark of hope. Paksuho only increases the pressure, his words like sharp blades, "Get up, bastard, you haven't gotten what you deserved yet." And then, through the veil of pain, Hiro's eyes suddenly open, a defiant fire flashing in them, reflecting his unbroken will. Slowly, with incredible effort, he begins to rise, blood trickling down his chin, but his spirit is not broken. The stunned crowd erupts in shouts of jubilation. The champion has risen. He has overcome himself and risen. The spectators, including those who admired his strength, call out, "Hiro, get up, fight." Hiro staggers, brushing away the blood, confusion in his eyes. Was I struck by magic? The question hangs in the air. Paksuho, serene and confident, looks at him, his voice full of a hidden lesson. You must learn humility first. Finally, Hiro vents his anger, shouting insults furiously, his feral appearance confirming his intentions. But Paksuho is already there, his fist finding its mark, knocking his opponent's head away with a sharp blow. Shock and disbelief are evident in Hiro's eyes. I didn't even see him hit, he thinks. Before Hiro can react, a powerful kick to the stomach sends him flying like a rag doll. Lost and stunned, Hiro falls through the air, surrounded by dissipating blue energy, his body unresponsive. Paksuho, deftly spinning, returns to his original position, watching the fall of his defeated enemy. And so, Paksuho soars upward, gathering a clot of scorching flame in his palm, ready for the decisive blow. Hiro hits the ground with a roar, raising a cloud of dust and debris around him. The impact was monstrous. Fire Fairy, flow, proclaims Paksuo, unleashing the destructive power contained within his arsenal. Flames flare up around Paksuho, but he remains unmoved, as if the elements themselves obey his will. The crowd recoiled in horror, their faces distorted with fear, and their cries of terror drowned out the roar of battle. Paksuho stands in the midst of the raging flames, motionless as a statue, looking at the consequences of his power. The commentators are stunned, one at a loss for words as he tries to comprehend the one-sided beating, while another is deeply shocked by what he has seen. Commentator Masura, what do you think about, one began, but the other only shuddered, shaken to the depths of his soul. His gaze was full of panic, his mouth slightly open. This was all Masura could squeeze out. A wave of panic arose among the spectators, and cries of horror and despair were heard from all sides. But the battle is not over. Paksuo holds Hiro's limp body by the throat, his gaze remaining calm and firm. I think Hiro is dead, the commentator says hesitantly, trying to comprehend what has happened. Paksuo, without letting go of his opponent, calmly declares, "Don't pretend to be dead, I know you're still alive." And then, as if by magic, an indicator appears above Hiro, 25% health. His strength is running out, but he's still fighting. His gaze, full of hidden malice, pierces the silence, confirming Paksuho's guess. Suho, without losing control, decides to ask the main question. Why was Hiro pursuing him so desperately? And the answer, full of undisguised hatred, falls upon him. I wanted you dead. Suho's expression freezes as he tries to comprehend the depth of this feud. You deserve to die, Hiro growls, his true, monstrous form beginning to emerge as his health bar twitches mysteriously. The shocked Suho demands an explanation, not understanding what his guilt is. With each passing second, Hiro's transformation becomes more and more profound, his skin cracking, and he accuses Suho of ruining the plan he's been working on for 5 centuries. 500 years? Suho asks, stunned, as he feels the enemy break free and the energy around them explode in a red glow. The monster reveals its terrifying goal, monster breakthrough, and its health bar appears to have fully recovered. A cry of despair and determination runs through Suho's head. I must save the Earth. But how? The enemy, completely transformed, seems invincible, and Suho is struck by the thought of the madness of what is happening. Demonic Hiro, enveloped in red lightning, laughs, his transformation complete. A sudden realization hits Suho, something unimaginable has just happened, and he is thrown back by a powerful blow, as if he were just a fluff, scattered by an explosion of crimson energy. The audience watches this chaos with bated breath, their faces distorted with fear and disbelief. At this time, watching what is happening from the comfort of his office, Jan Jaeshik grins sarcastically. He silently looks at the world behind the glass, where the battle is unfolding, invisible to the main participants. A potion that restores his stamina, Jang Jaeshik comments under his breath, while Ma Young Jin adds anxiously, in that explosion, a completely new hero appears before them, a gigantic demonic figure radiating pure, overwhelming power. Jang Jaeshik smirked smugly, realizing that Hiro seemed to have uncovered some secrets of planet Guchan. The earth trembles, the sky collapses, and a colossal force tears apart the very fabric of reality. In an instant, the entire world around them collapses, plunging everyone into panic and chaos. The hall, once full of life, now lay in ruins, a testament to the merciless force that had befallen the city. Amidst the rubble and dust, even those who seemed untouchable were defeated, their strength drained. But that was not the end. From beneath the rubble, a new, even more sinister force was emerging, pulsing with red light. And so, in all his terrifying glory, the monster Hiro rises, his demonic body surpassing any previous form. His eyes burn with hellish fire, and on his face there is a cruel grin, full of hidden rage and power. He explains that this monstrous transformation was necessary to accommodate incredible, deadly power beyond human limits. Suddenly, his demonic eyes freeze, capturing something incredible in the destroyed space. Could there really be anything in this chaos that could withstand his newfound power? And indeed, a shining hand emerges through the dust and debris, radiating an unbending will. Finally, from the epicenter of destruction, Paksuho rises, clad in shimmering armor, looking around with slight annoyance. His appearance causes mistrust and rage in the monstrous Hiro, who seemingly destroyed everything in his path. Park Suho, having fully recovered, looks at the monster with defiance, surprised by its new, disgusting form. Hiro can't believe his eyes. How could anyone survive his devastating attack? The demonic hero, enraged by his defiance, realizes that before him is not just a survivor, but something much more. He asks what mysterious means or artifacts gives Paksu such inhuman stamina and strength. But Park Suo just shrugs, showing complete ignorance of what his opponent is talking about. A shocked hero can't believe that ordinary skills could compare to the power of elixirs. With a smile on his face, Paksuho reveals the secret to him. His skill is not just a skill, but a full-fledged elixir that instantly restores all vitality and mana. Rage distorts Hiro's face, his eyes burn with hellish fire. He cannot believe what he sees. But Park Suo only stares back coldly, as if challenging the abyss itself. The monster lets out a bestial roar that shakes the air around. His calmness only adds fuel to the fire, and Hiro furiously asks if he finds all this funny. Suddenly, a system message appears in front of Hiro, revealing his true identity, Monster Hero, a U-rank hybrid. Like lightning, Hiro strikes Paksuho, sending him flying with incredible force. Every blow Hiro strikes carries with it the promise of total destruction, blaming Paksuho for the impending destruction of the entire world. The monster does not stop, continuing its merciless attacks, and with a growl asks if Paksuho will be able to maintain his despicable calm. The death sentence falls from his lips, foreshadowing the inevitable end. However, Paksuho, although wounded, only smirks, dismissively speaking about the rank of the monster. Another crushing blow falls upon him, but he withstands it, only letting out a short cry of pain. He looks up at the monster, realizing that he has caused the collapse of his 500-year plan and, as a result, the death of the planet. Every movement of Hiro shows his determination to destroy the one who dared to disrupt his great plans. But Park Suho, surrounded by shimmering light, once again demonstrates his unshakable self-confidence. The enraged monster explodes with rage again, its strength increasing many times over. "Since you understand everything, then die," Hiro roars, unleashing his terrifying power on the enemy. But suddenly, as if out of nowhere, an artifact appears, pulsating with purple light. The crystal awakens, enveloped in a powerful azure aura, heralding something grand. The blast of energy throws Hiro back, and he cries out in despair that his centuries-old plan has been destroyed. His eyes glow with a maddened rage as he asks a rhetorical question about the price of his power. The disruption of his plans causes a roaring explosion that shakes the very reality inside the screen. The spectators rejoice, their joyful cries breaking the silence, announcing victory. For them, this is not just a victory, it is the absolute triumph of a mysterious savior. The child, clenching his fists, looks at the screen, believing in the salvation that has taken place. But the hero only slowly falls to his knee, his strength exhausted, and the world around him is burning out. The sudden turn of events causes spectators to gasp in horror and bewilderment. The hero's helmet is cracked, blood is seeping through his armor, as if his sacrifice was in vain. A dim glow emanates from his chest, foreshadowing his imminent end. Anxiety grips the crowd, their faces distorted by growing despair. He fades into oblivion, accepting his fate if only his friends would be safe. Children's tears stream down their cheeks, and cries of "No" echo throughout the cinema, drowning out hope. A deadly beam pierces him, and the hero falls, uttering a final, quiet groan. The audience closes their eyes in horror, unable to bear this ending. Amidst the general grief, only one child smiles naively, not realizing that his hero has died. For him, the hero will remain alive, forever shining on the screen of memory. But at this time, far beyond this screen, Hiro's madness takes on a new, monstrous form. Park Suo rushes into battle, realizing that before him is only a mad monster whose rage knows no bounds. Thrown back by the powerful blow, the hero monster only bleeds, and his laughter is filled with agony. Blood oozes from his mouth, foreshadowing new, unbearable torment. And in the depths of his mad eye, the unquenchable flame of destruction and retribution still burns. Park Suho recognizes the full power of his opponent, recognizing his steadfastness even in the face of a monstrous transformation. The madness in the monster's eyes suggests that retreat or weakness are alien to it. But Paksuho does not lose his resolve, delivering a crushing blow that shakes even this embodiment of chaos. The monster snarls, its fists raising in response, and the fight continues with a furious rage. Each blow from the monster is met with the unwavering will of Paksuho. who only strengthens his resistance, refusing to fall. The monster only smirks, perceiving Paksuho's words as death rattles that fuel his bloodthirsty nature. However, Paksu hides his trump card, the mysterious copy stone, which slowly absorbs the enemy's strength. The monster, obsessed with the thirst for absolute superiority, is confident that victory is already within his grasp. In a mad roar, it promises to devour not only the body, but the very soul of its enemy. Suddenly, Paksuho is hit by an invisible force. His body is pierced by an electric discharge, but his scream is not broken. In this agonizing moment, he realizes the true nature of this attack, this terrible reality. It is a blow imbued with primal fury, falling from the heavens, bringing destruction. But suddenly, the monster itself flies back, crushed by a powerful counterattack coming from the Paksuho. Blood drenches his face as the realization of defeat pierces his maddened mind. The impact was so powerful that the ground shook, leaving behind a giant crater and clouds of dust. Rocks crumble, concrete splits, and the echo of a crushing battle echoes around. The discarded body, having lost its monstrous shape, slides along the ground, miraculously not hitting the frightened witnesses. The crowd panics, their screams echoing across the ruined arena, the name Hero sounding like a curse. The former monster, now just a man with long white hair, lies motionless among the rubble, defeated. And even in his defeat, in the eyes of a beaten but not broken man, a shadow of a smile slips through, foreshadowing a continuation. The winner seizes power, the fragments of the magic stone sparkling in his hand. But even through the veil of pain, the gaze of the defeated man did not lose its sharpness. Park Suho hovers above him, now with his black wings outstretched like a dark angel, blocking out the moon. And the former monster, exhausted, experiences unimaginable agony. Park Suho slowly descends towards him, surrounded by a halo of mystical yet cold light. With a satisfied grin, he seems to ask a question imbued with superiority over the defeated one. But the vanquished one only hoarsely responds to this mockery, without losing his proud dignity. Park Suho only widens his grin, enjoying the moment of undeniable triumph. Rage and impotence war in his bloodshot eyes, reflecting an alien, flickering light. The winner delivers a threat full of cold calculation and absolute confidence in his words. And even on the threshold of oblivion, the defeated one bursts into laughter, predicting a quick end for his opponent. Park Suho resolutely rejects this curse, not wanting to be held hostage by someone else's bitter fate. What he heard shook him to the depths of his soul, causing him to open his eyes in surprise. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Choi Soo-yeon watches as Park Suho, having transformed into a certain eagle, carries the defeated man away. With a katana at her side and determination in her eyes, Choi Soo-yeon exudes an unwavering strength, ready for action. Later, at the hospital, Choi Soo-yeon asks Park Suho a question full of despair and doubt. Park Suho silently looks at the night sky where the full moon hangs, avoiding a direct answer. There is a deep thoughtfulness in his gaze and, perhaps, an unspoken regret about something. Choi Soo-yeon, however, seems to sense a cold wall of misunderstanding between them. And in this radiance, she only presses her lips tighter, trying to comprehend what is happening, what remains hidden. Against the backdrop of a shimmering cosmos, where every ray of light holds a secret, the two stand frozen in a moment of deceptive calm. But sometimes even the brightest images collapse when cold awareness whispers nonsense, dragging you into the abyss of the unknown. What falls from the sky is not just a man, but someone's hope, and along with it, dark feathers, harbingers of a bitter end. The city stands still as it watches the scars left by the battle, clouds of steam enveloping shattered dreams. And in the midst of these ashes, in a strict mourning suit, Park Suho carries his silent burden, sharing the common grief. It is a farewell where every flower is a symbol of a life gone by, and every face is a reflection of an endless loss. But the shadows of the past do not let go, and Park Suho once again appears in his terrifying guise, menacingly declaring his right to the territory. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone is struggling with awakening, with a pain that makes them wince. Waking up, wounded, with gray hair, he exclaims, "Bastard," as if the echo of a recent tragedy breaks the silence of the ward. But this anger quickly gives way to heavy reflection, as reality gradually penetrates the fog of consciousness. The unfamiliar hospital environment surrounds him, and only one question torments his mind: how much time has passed since then? His gaze falls on the phone, which lies nearby, like a portal into a world that has changed without him. The news hits him relentlessly. Park Suho sacrifices everything to silence the noise, but the accusations against Hero only mount. A bitter smile touches his lips. That is the price of defeat when the world turns its back on its champion. Bastards, he hisses quietly, every sound laced with disappointment and nascent anger at the injustice. The door swings open, and a young woman bursts into the room, her unexpected appearance breaking the fragile silence. Her wide eyes express surprise mixed with concern, as if she doesn't believe what she sees. But Hiro's gaze remains impenetrable, as if he were looking through her, continuing to ponder what he had read. "Don't read," she exclaims, trying to prevent the inevitable, and Hiro only looks at her questioningly. She explains that people are just shocked, their pride hurt, trying to protect him from the brutal truth. But Hiro had already seen this truth, and a deep wound was reflected on his face. The woman, worried, asks about his condition, but he just brushes her off, wanting to be left alone with his pain. Her gaze is full of regret and understanding. She feels his despair. With a heavy heart, she takes the phone, insisting that he needs complete rest after everything he's been through. The door closes quietly, leaving Hiro alone in the cold silence of the room. The room seems empty and huge, his figure on the hospital bed just a pale spot in this space. But peace finds no response in his wounded soul, and he slowly, staggering, rises from his bed. His gaze clears, filling with new determination as he disconnects himself from the machines. Outside the window, like an echo of his inner demons, an angry crowd rages, demanding expulsion and responsibility. He looks at them, at these faces full of hatred, and understands that the woman's words were only an attempt to soften the blow. Everything was chasing him, no matter how far he tried to run. Suddenly, a familiar blue screen flashes in front of him, projecting an image of the replica stone. Replica stone, level 3, copying interrupted. Shame, if only it had lasted a little longer. His hand, recently powerless, begins to glow with an otherworldly blue light. With a cry full of pain and despair, he calls upon the power of regression, which materializes in a flaming crystal. The worlds around him shimmer, preparing to be cancelled, to return back. Now in front of him is the return stone, level 2, showing the exact date of the rollback. The whole planet, the whole universe awaits his decision, his return to the past. But what if he can not only return but improve something, change the course of events? These thoughts are interrupted by the unexpected appearance of Myung-jin, Han Dong-soo, and Park Suho, frozen on the threshold. Before these thoughts had time to fully take shape, a sharp call pulled him out of his thoughts. Han Dong-soo, with his usual directness, inquires about the condition of the one who has just regained consciousness. The newcomer, puzzled by this sudden visit, does not understand what is happening. A call from the bureau? But then, why were there no notifications? Han Dong-soo just shrugs, relaying the order they were given without going into detail. The confusion grows, and the white-haired man directly asks about the purpose of their appearance. Park Suho dryly explains that their meeting was just a coincidence along the way. Suspicion is evident in his gaze. Every detail of this situation seems wrong to him. The three men stand unwavering, their faces showing no unnecessary emotion, hiding their true intentions. So the bureau is calling them all at once? That's not at all like normal procedure. He makes a decision, asking them to wait outside to prepare for what is to come. Han Dong-soo nods, confirming his agreement and willingness to follow the instructions. Myung-jin adds with cold determination that they will wait calmly. But Han Dong-soo's sudden, alarmed cry interrupts this calm agreement. Park Suho barely has time to start his sentence, sensing something is wrong. The white-haired one has already transformed. A sinister grin, full of challenge, plays on his face. The trio are shocked. Myung-jin has difficulty pronouncing the title, realizing that they have been deceived. His gaze is piercing, and the question, "Me?" sounds like a harbinger of an imminent fight. The tension mounts, and Han Dong-soo struggles to comprehend what is happening. There is a hint of conspiracy in his words, and it becomes clear that their visit is not accidental, but part of a much larger plan. Tensions rise, and Han Dong-soo struggles to comprehend what's happening. His words hint at a conspiracy, and it becomes clear that their visit is no accident, but part of a much larger plan. An enigmatic figure, exuding menace, finally reveals his cards, asking a question that makes hearts stop. Han Dong-soo, shocked, realizes the true extent of the betrayal, his anger erupting, accusing him of rigging the reports. Myung-jin tries to calm the growing madness, but Han Dong-soo's rage is unstoppable, his screams echoing, accusing him of treachery. But the villain only grins, his eyes glowing red, and an ominous energy swirling around him, a harbinger of imminent retribution. And his warning comes true. A powerful explosion of purple energy spreads throughout the room, sweeping away everything in its path. A deafening blow shakes the air, plunging the surrounding area into chaos and destruction. The antagonist's gaze is full of cold, triumphant cruelty, anticipating the consequences of his actions. Outside, Myung Jin and his companion quickly approach the doors, which are engulfed in a strange purple glow. With determination, one of them opens the doors, not knowing what abyss awaits them inside. But as soon as they took a step, a wave of destructive force threw them back, enveloping them in a deafening roar. Shocked and wounded, they find themselves on the ground, struggling to comprehend what has happened. Their faces were frozen in silent horror, their gazes full of disbelief at what had just happened. Meanwhile, in the very heart of the destruction, the antagonist appears in his true, terrifying form, drenched in the blood of his fallen enemies. His eyes glow with a sinister fire, and every feature of his face exudes menace, ready to crush anyone who dares to challenge him. Amidst the rubble, Han Dong-soo struggles to raise his head, trying to call out to his captain. But the monstrous antagonist shows no mercy, demanding the name of the one who gave the order, his voice thundering with power. And Han Dong-soo, choking with pain and fear, gives out a name, Commissioner, revealing the true culprit of this chaos. Takeo, the commissioner of the Supernatural Bureau, a man whose loyalty is determined only by blood, lurks behind the scenes. The monster becomes enraged upon hearing the name of the one who was initially against it, whose opposition only spurred its actions. While the monster was seething with anger, Han Dong-soo was asked to confirm his loyalty to Great Japan, and accusations rained down like hail. Commissioner Takeo, cold and calculating, looked at him with indifference, as if he were a pawn in his game. His angry voice cut through the silence, demanding answers that could decide someone's fate. Takeo's words, dressed up in a false concern for justice, concealed only a desire to remove any obstacles. The monster, understanding the commissar's true motives, dismissively dismissed these empty promises. Han Dong-soo's eyes reflected shock at the truth that had been revealed to him, a truth even more terrifying than the monster itself. The monster's sinister grin and the question that sounded like a death sentence foreshadowed an imminent catastrophe. Han Dong-soo tried to say something, but the words stuck in his throat, paralyzed by fear and the sense of hopelessness. Meanwhile, Takeo continued his game, using false praise to lull people into a false sense of security and manipulate them. But the monster, hearing every word, only growled dully, its rage growing with every moment. He acknowledged his grandiose failed plan, but there was no trace of regret in his voice, only anticipation of a new massacre. Wounded but not broken, he asked the only question that could break his opponent, mentioning the mysterious name. Akiko's name pierced Han Dong-soo, causing him to shudder with inner pain and an unbearable choice. The monster demanded an immediate answer, its voice full of primal rage, making the very earth tremble. With a single, labored word, Han Dong-soo pronounced the death sentence on those dear to him. And then the monster's rage reached its peak, transforming into pure, destructive energy, ready to devour everything in its path. Horror gripped everyone who witnessed this primordial force tearing apart reality. With mocking gratitude, the monster bid farewell to his opponent, anticipating the climax. Han Dong-soo's scream dissolved in a blinding flash, foreshadowing his imminent and painful death, and the world around exploded, burying the last remnants of hope and humanity under the rubble. Under the peaceful sky rose the bastions of communication and information, impregnable and cold. Inside, behind the shining glass, lurked an angry shadow, uttering only one word, bastard. His voice, harsh and venomous, echoed throughout the room, denouncing those who dared to extend the helping hand. Words about the betrayal of a stranger who had been accepted and favored became only a pretext for a new game. He weighed his words with cold calculation, confident that they would be enough to win over the Prime Minister. There was a steely glint in his eyes, foreshadowing the inexorable course of events he had already set in motion. A sharp cry of "Kitano" pierced the silence, calling for the faithful executor. The door swung open, revealing a figure in an impeccable suit, ready to accept the order without question. The angry order rang out like a shot. Contact all broadcast stations. Elsewhere, under a gray sky, Park Suho walked thoughtfully, as if sensing an approaching storm. He knew there would be no peace. The sword was already glowing in his hand, surrounded by the ominous shadows of his opponents. From a bird's-eye view, it looked like just a complex of buildings, but it was the theater of future battles. Somewhere in the distance, in the empty corridors, a lonely farewell, bye, echoed. And, on the screen, which lit up Park Joon-ho's face with horror, a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions was unfolding. With a trembling voice, he muttered, as if making excuses, "This is what world classes means." But a sudden realization filled his eyes with horror. And then the heavens opened up, unleashing a firestorm on the city, sweeping away everything in its path. In the center of this chaos, Park Suho rushed into battle, his energy flaring against the fearsome demon. Meanwhile, on Japanese television screens, the presenter began an urgent announcement about a press conference. A Japanese official, his face full of righteous anger, had already made accusations against Korea, calling Hiro a spy. Against this backdrop, the Blue House spokesman in Korea issued a response briefing, strongly denying all accusations. Elsewhere, Park Joon-ho seemed stunned as he listened to the news. That same crazy bastard appeared on the screen, and Park Joon-ho couldn't believe his eyes. Thoughts raced through his head. It's impossible for the guy who was beaten half to death by Suho to come back here. His face was distorted in disbelief, and the words, impossible?" echoed in his mind, foreshadowing trouble. The growing anxiety turned into anger, and Park Joon-ho could no longer stay still. He ran as fast as he could to find brother Suho, feeling that something terrible was approaching. Running outside, he desperately called out for Suho, his voice lost in the noise of footsteps. "Oh, really? He always disappears at the most serious moments. Is he covered in honey? He can't sit at home?" he grumbled, running past the mystical tree. But suddenly, Park Joon-ho's gaze stopped, his brows furrowed in confusion. This place, it seemed painfully familiar to him, evoking disturbing memories. Bright flashes of energy pierced the darkness of the forest, accompanied by screams of pain and horror. Turning around, he saw a crowd of frightened people running straight towards him, fleeing from an invisible threat. "Run," one of them shouted, his face contorted with panic, calling for rescue. It's impossible," Park Joon-ho whispered, his eyes widening in shock. He rushed off, cursing at the crazy bastard who had brought trouble upon them again. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared through the trees, heading straight towards him. It was Han Dong-soo, who anxiously asked Park Joon-ho where he was going in such a hurry. But as soon as Park Joon-ho mentioned Hiro, horror appeared on both of their faces. Han Dong-soo explained that they had received a report that a mysterious portal had opened nearby, and that it led straight here. Park Joon-ho shuddered, not believing his ears, but another soldier confirmed his terrible suspicion. Yes, it was a portal. A shimmering hole in space opened up before them, shaking the air with electrical discharges and foreshadowing something ominous. Park Joon-ho shuddered involuntarily, admitting that this portal looked far more frightening than any they had seen before. The holographic display ominously read AMO, and next to it the time was counting down, only 42 days. Too little time. That sentence echoed in their minds, as even the 7th-level dungeon in Sapporo gave them 120 days to prepare. A general sense of hopelessness weighed on everyone, and the realization of the scale of the threat was too overwhelming to simply accept. Park Suho gritted his teeth, knowing that if a breakthrough occurred, the consequences would be catastrophic and would affect everyone. Myungjin, calmly snacking, declared that there was no other choice. The portal had to be cleared before a breakthrough occurred. The other's eyes showed disbelief. How could he be so calm when the situation seemed hopeless? Will Suho allow it? The question hung in the air, and someone added that first they needed to at least survive in this damned place. Park Suho shuddered as he remembered his brother, who would never accept his weakness and pitiful rank. For a moment, doubt flashed in Park Joon-ho and Han Dong-soo's eyes, but then they pulled themselves together, repeating to themselves, "For now." "What if he's needed right now?" Park Suho asked, and without waiting for an answer, he decisively declared that he would go look for him. Han Dong-soo agreed, volunteering to investigate an old animal farm where clues might be hidden, and Myungjin, without hesitation, chose the eastern direction to check it out personally. The teams split up, their silhouettes quickly disappearing into the misty haze, taking with them both hope and anxiety. As Park Suho and Myungjin ventured deeper into unfamiliar lands, a small but mysterious ferret suddenly crossed their path. The little animal stood like a column. Its intelligent eyes seemed to study them with curiosity, full of unknown meaning. Park Suho and Jang Jae-shik's faces were frozen in tension, each lost in their own thoughts about the impending threat. Park Joon-ho and Myungjin also shared this serious mood, while the ferret, like some kind of messenger, froze in anticipation. Han Dong-soo wondered if they were blinded by their new position in the 13th district. Park Joon-ho thought anxiously about his role as a branch manager, while Myungjin prayed, acknowledging that he too was affected by the same thing. But then the ferret suddenly spoke up, sharply denying their fears. His voice caught everyone's attention, and Jana Jashika let out a surprised grunt. The ferret seemed to be enjoying his moment, preparing to reveal something significant. Suddenly, the sky above them darkened, and the shrill cries of crows broke the silence. "Feel the wildness of this nature," the ferret's voice rang out as the world around them began to distort. Myungjin and Park Suho looked up, their faces expressing a mixture of surprise and apprehension. An invisible energy pulsed beneath my feet, distorting the space around me as if a gate to another dimension was opening. The Ferret spoke again, this time with a serious note, asking if they were ready to hunt with gratitude. Park Jun-ho tried to object, his face expressing confusion and slight panic. Ferret watched silently as the heroes took in the scale of what was happening. Then, to their surprise, the Ferret himself looked shocked, as if something had gone out of control. Myung-jin's face twisted in shock as he realized what was happening. A terrifying face appeared before them, its glowing eyes and grin asking one question: "Do you want to go back to the past?" The group shuddered with indignation, categorically rejecting the idea of going back. But then determination flashed in their eyes. Park Jun-ho urged the brothers to go forward, and Young-jin volunteered to be a scout. At that moment, the Ferret glowed with a blinding blue energy, which began to rapidly expand. A bright impulse engulfed the space, consuming everything around, promising something grandiose or destructive. And through that blinding light, Park Suho's eyes sparkled with determination, ready to face the unknown. Park Suho, radiating a glow, confidently states that this is their first level 7 dungeon, and they must be prepared to spend time on it. His team watches him, dissolving into a flickering pink light. Suho explains that the newcomers will need training, and someone will have to take charge of the construction. Han Dong-soo and Myung-jin, burning with determination, instantly agree, ready to begin their tasks. Park Jun-ho exclaims joyfully, realizing the significance of the moment. His name could go down in history as the first level 7 raid in Korea. But then Park Suho glances at Park Jun-ho, saying that he will also go with them, which leaves the latter shocked. Without wasting a second, Suho shouts, "Now, let's go in!" And Park Jun-ho tries to stop him in horror, but it's too late. Through the fear and confusion, a desperate cry of "wait" is heard, drowned out by the crackling sound of sparkling energy. A deafening whirlwind of energy envelops Park Suho when someone tries to touch him, but Suho only smiles, his eyes glowing, and streams of pure power burst from his palms. "To battle!" his cry rings out, and the team rushes through the portal, accompanied by encouraging shouts from the crowd. Han Dong-soo and Myung-jin watch them with serious faces, only uttering a mysterious abracadabra. The figures of the heroes dissolve in a blinding flash, plunging into the unknown of the dungeon. Park Jun-ho, late for the start, desperately shouts, "Wait for me!" rushing after him. Surrounded by pulsating light, Park Suho demonstrates his power as Han Dong-soo and Park Jun-ho follow him into a new, mysterious world. But they are met by something terrible, a distorted, deathly pale mask covering a bottomless emptiness. Park Jun-ho screams in horror, his eyes wide open as he faces this nightmare. At the same time, Jae-sik, Myung-jin, and the soldiers stand in front of a mysterious object with the inscription AMO. News is spreading around the world. After the events in Japan, Korea has finally launched a level 7 dungeon, the 8th in the world and the 2nd in Asia. Major foreign media outlets are already commenting on this event, claiming that its appearance was predictable. While discussions are raging around the world, chaos reigns locally, foreshadowing future unrest. Unrest is reportedly already beginning as the Bureau of the Awakened frantically debates its next move within its building. It is only known that the vanguard led by PAK-SUHO has already entered the newly formed dungeon, but this information seems suspiciously fast. Meanwhile, a tense atmosphere reigns in the large conference room of the Bureau of the Awakened. The profiles of Park Suho, Han Dong-soo, and Jang Jae-ishik, the first to face the unknown danger, appear on the big screen. One of those present notes with doubt that, in addition to PAK-SUHO, the other two are of lower rank, calling into question the commander-in-chief's decision. The expression on his face betrays deep concern, for not only the lives of these three are at stake, but also the safety of an entire nation. Some people urge us to remember the Vanguard's duty to at least leave video recordings for future teams, since the experience of other countries is not always applicable. The Bureau's chief, a stately man with a tired look, listens to his subordinates with a stony face, considering every argument. 13 Bureau teams are ready, but they are only A rank at best. Most are B rank, one of the officers reports anxiously. Another, with a stern look, claims that sending them away is tantamount to a death sentence, and it would be a miracle if they did not escape. Time is running out. The dungeon must be cleared 88 times in 44 days to prevent a catastrophic breakout. Lee San-woo's team, which had a record of 8 days, would have spent 20 days in this dungeon, which is twice the usual time. The result of this bitter math is the requirement to clear the dungeon twice a day, an unimaginable burden. One of the officers seems to have already broken down, suggesting the most radical solution, simply leaving the country, admitting defeat. The possibility of cooperation with other guilds is being discussed, but most of them are already overloaded with level 6 dungeons that are multiplying throughout the country. The leader sighs, admitting the bitter truth. They have fallen from the frying pan into the fire, and there is no turning back. The question arises of evacuating Uijeongbu and creating a defensive perimeter at the Seoul Wall, a desperate measure in case of a breakthrough. The thought of a second level 7 dungeon in Seoul is terrifying, but despite the hopelessness, one of them urges them to try everything possible. And then from the crowd, with a slight smile and hope, a question comes about the PKSUHO barrier trees, a new, untested protection that could become a salvation. The looming prophecy of new level 7 dungeons only adds to the sense of hopelessness, threatening to leave the country defenseless in the face of the unknown. Myugin, his brows furrowed, absorbs every word, knowing that if this solution doesn't work, their fate will be sealed. An urgent decision is made to contact the head of the department, Kim Mi-so, who is on site, to find out the real state of affairs in the lands of PAKSUHO. And so, the drone is already soaring into the sky, cutting through the green thicket and rushing towards mysterious structures that could turn out to be either salvation or a trap. The strange silence on the broadcast is surprising. Everyone expected feverish activity, but the construction site seemed abandoned. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes clear this is no ordinary construction site, but a chaotic movement, where commands sound more like battle cries than instructions from foremen. The camera captures a peaceful meal where people share food with the huge, wolf-like creatures, as if this were a familiar scene in this strange corner of the world. Suddenly, the idol collapses. An elephant with a rider on its back rushes at a gallop, followed by a swift wolf, causing a real commotion. Confusion grows in the hall, and one of the observers, pale with amazement, asks again if he really just saw a monkey throwing stones from the back of an elephant. And as surreal landscapes flash across the screen, a single, piercing question hangs in the air. Is this really Korea? The growing confusion leaves its mark. The agents at the control point are having a hard time digesting what they see, their faces distorted with disbelief. But among all these questions, the most important one comes from a senior officer, whose concern is visible in every furrowed brow. Where the hell is department head Kim Mi-so? And as the alarm mounts, an invisible guardian, a reconnaissance drone, soars into the sky, its blades cutting through the air above familiar cityscapes, as if searching for a clue in the sky. His lens captures something unusual as it hovers over a building that is quickly assumed to be a soldier's dormitory, but even the observer himself feels a sense of profound bewilderment at this moment. After all, on the rooftop, where they expected harsh army discipline, a woman in a bikini is sunbathing serenely in the rays of the sun at the very edge of a sparkling pool, as if this world has gone mad. It seems that the definition of military dormitory takes on a completely new meaning here. And this new, paradoxical reality, like a heavy blow, falls upon those accustomed to clarity and order, leaving only stunned bewilderment on their faces. Amidst this surreal chaos, the words that her appearance eloquently illustrates the situation hang in the air like a bitter statement of fact. And here she is, Choi Young, who seems to have found her peace here, casually situated in the sun, while the barely audible hum of technology fills the space. But this apparent calm is only a disguise for a seething power. A pink glow begins to sparkle around her hands, as if she is commanding the technology itself, controlling the drone with invisible threads of will. The live broadcast captures the tension permeating every corner of this austere boardroom, where a woman's worried face is frozen on the main screen. The man, whose face is distorted by a mixture of annoyance and disappointment, seems to whisper into the void, "Did you really pick up these habits from Choi Soo-young herself?" And she, standing at some distance, guiltily adjusts her clothes, embarrassedly apologizing in response to the unspoken reproach. His gaze becomes sharp, his voice authoritative, demanding an immediate report on the current situation, calling for a short but comprehensive briefing. The woman on the screen, now with a slight hint of irritation, continues her actions, as if internally preparing for a new fight. Meanwhile, the drone, seemingly out of control, awkwardly maneuvers above the surface until a desperate voice orders it to turn. There is a temporary lull in the meeting room, and the report states that after the dispatch of the PAKSUKA group to protect the facility, relative calm is set in. And 3 hours after the opening of the new dungeon, the construction of the infrastructure resumed, with Park JOUNHO vigilantly monitoring the entire process and MYUNAGN training new recruits. While all of Korea is in a state of panic, This place seems like an oasis of peace, which is an undeniable testament to the faith in PAKSUHO's abilities. Now the report has added alarming new details. The Ministry of Defense has sent elite special forces to Uijeongbu, foreshadowing further upheaval. The man, previously immersed in his emotions, now raises his head, a barely noticeable but very confident smirk playing on his lips. He commandingly orders General Manager Chi Chon to bring his combat gear, earning a puzzled look from his subordinate. There is a steely determination in his downcast gaze that foreshadows something sinister lurking behind this sudden activation. The atmosphere in the meeting room thickens. People sit in tense silence, anticipating the upcoming events. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a woman lies helplessly tied to a chair in a gloomy room, her body emaciated, a syringe gleaming ominously nearby. A sudden, sharp sound echoes through the empty corridor, breaking the oppressive silence. Her face appears through the semi-darkness, exhausted and haggard, her eyes tightly closed, as if she were seeking refuge in oblivion. And then he appears, a man in a formal suit, his figure emerging from the shadows, radiating an undisguised threat. The woman, despite her position, looks up, and her words sound like a cold warning. "You are making a mistake." The man, his expression hard and the hint of a smirk on his face, leans toward her, his question a veiled threat that promises further suffering. Her gaze betrays a mixture of fear and determination, and the bead of sweat on her temple speaks of the growing tension. Then, a ring is placed on the table, simple but containing something important, like a key to an ancient secret. The woman is shocked to see him, and her voice trembles with indignation as she demands to know where he got this thing from. This entire interrogation takes place in the eerie silence of the room, where every object on the table seems like evidence, not just a thing. Her eyes widen, a sudden realization bordering on horror at the new, frightening truth. The man, unperturbed by his cruelty, calmly reports that they have already managed to study every detail of her past. She defiantly questions his true intentions as he reveals the shocking truth about the contents of the artifact he found. He continues, hinting that even the all-powerful hero may not be aware of the existence of such a deep secret. Her face is distorted by a grimace of rage. Her eyebrows are drawn together from anger and helplessness in the face of his knowledge. His words are coldly accusatory, calling her treacherous, knowing full well her role in the world of intelligence gathering. Chi, not wanting to listen to his preludes, abruptly interrupts him, demanding that he get to the essence of their deadly game. Then he reveals the true nature of the contents. It was a diary containing predictions of the future. It describes records that predict the fates of heroes and villains, the place and time of key events, right up to the end of the world. Her profile is tense. Her lips are pressed tightly together. Every word he says pierces her consciousness, deepening the horror of what is to come. To illustrate his point, he shows Hero gathering and training people with great potential to ensure his own superiority in advance. The citizens, unsuspecting, elevate him to hero status, unaware that all of this was made possible by the regression stone. The woman, with a wry smile full of bitterness, finally asks him a question, as if reading his thoughts. "So this is what you so longed to know?" In response, the man, his face distorted by a thirst for power, promises her whatever she wants, if only she will cooperate. Her smile becomes more bitter, and her words are laced with irony, because the price of this information is too great for her. He reaffirms his willingness to grant her whatever she desires, making her choice seem inevitable and ruthless. The mustachioed man's distrustful gaze pierces her as he demands an answer, leaving no doubt in his resolve. But in response, he hears only a firm, "I have no idea," which causes new irritation in his words. The operator, tired from all-night vigils, listens attentively to every word spoken, trying to grasp hidden meanings. A growing tension fills the room as the man looks expectantly at the woman sitting in front of him. Hidden anger flashes in her eyes, wrinkles of anger cut across her forehead, betraying an internal struggle. His voice was full of disappointment, as if he had expected much more from her than simple ignorance. And yet, beneath the rage, a subtle, sly grin reveals itself, revealing her defiance. Words full of venom and contempt fly from his lips, aimed straight at her face. His gaze turns ominous, and his prediction of a sad end sounds like a death sentence, which she seems ready to accept. She responds defiantly, reminding him of the inevitable meeting with a certain hero that awaits them both. An insult full of rage bursts from his chest, confirming the growing conflict and powerlessness. At the same time, far away from them, an ominous funnel opens underground, emitting muffled, eerie sounds. Another operator, leaning over the monitors, watches every moment of this strange anomaly intently. The men discuss recordings of something inexplicable literally dissolving into the ground, leaving behind only emptiness. Their faces express bewilderment and helplessness in the face of this inexplicable and frightening phenomenon. The leader gives an order demanding that the culprit be found and made to pay for the mysterious atrocities committed. The subordinate salutes, while the determination in the commander's eyes only grows stronger, foreshadowing a brutal hunt. But in reality, an invisible force hovers over all of this, and a mysterious figure holds in his hands the powerful regression stone. And the world they consider real seems so ordinary and carefree, full of laughter and joy. Children play football, unaware of the dark forces that are already beginning to change their reality. And one man, immersed in his thoughts, sits on the steps, observing this deceptive piece. His gaze is glued to the phone screen, where news is intertwined with personal worries, and a half-eaten sandwich is frozen in his hand. Suddenly, the announcer announces something new, causing him to frown, awakening a hidden anxiety. Words about a raid on a 7th-level dungeon, about a group that dared to challenge it, come through the static. 3 people? His eyes widen in disbelief. Such a daring undertaking seems madness. The faces that appear on the screen are Han Don-soo, Jang Jae Shek, and, of course, Park Su-hye, whose power is already legendary. Anger distorts his features as he considers Paksuho's insolence, his seemingly unbearable arrogance. "Let's see, Paksuhoe," he says silently, "if you have enough power to change this world." As if in response to his dark thoughts, a faint, mysterious shimmer flares up at the tip of his finger, and in his palm a black rectangle materializes, storing information, the key to future events. He writes down hastily, knowing he needs every detail about Paksuho to prepare for the inevitable regression. New news hits him. The elite unit 707A is heading to Uijeongbu, a harbinger of trouble. He recalls the dark prophecies. The death of this group will be the beginning of the full-scale destruction of all of Korea. A sudden blow breaks him from his dark premonitions. A football lands unceremoniously at his feet. Children's voices echo from another world, asking for a simple favor in the midst of his internal storms. His hand touches the ball, frozen for a moment in the contrast between innocence and hard fate. The cityscape around us shimmers, as if shrouded in a haze of inevitable, but as yet invisible, change. With a slight smile, he nods to the children, returning their ball to them, returning to them their world, which does not yet know the whole truth. The children's gratitude and their carefree laughter are a fragile barrier between everyday reality and the approaching darkness. They run, captivated by the game, while the future of humanity hangs in the balance, not yet realized. A white-haired man standing against the backdrop of the cityscape confirms that Busan is still holding out, remaining one of the last strongholds. On the sun-drenched beaches of this city, life still goes on as usual, and the waves caress the shore as if nothing had happened. Families stroll, children laugh, enjoying every moment of this fragile, almost unreal serenity. Those relaxing on sun loungers under the shade of brightly colored umbrellas are tacitly warned, enjoy this peace before it evaporates. For this world is only a lull, a deceptive pause before the inevitable storm that is about to fall with a new, terrifying force. At the same time, a whole column of heavy military equipment is moving along silent forest roads, cutting through the green thicket. The rumble of wheels, the whirlwinds of dust from the tracks, these sounds become ominous harbingers of the coming confrontation. A young man, Kim Jun-ho, recognizes the passing vehicles as those of Special Forces Unit 707 with amazement and alarm. A column of menacing vehicles, a symbol of state power, rushes past, leaving behind only growing tension and hundreds of questions. But then one of the cars stops, and the director gets out of it, greeting them with a striking, almost unperturbed smile. Kim Jun-ho and his companion can't believe their eyes. Why is their leader, usually far from the battlefield, here? With cold determination, the director explains that at a time when the country is on the brink of disaster, inaction is a luxury no one can afford. His words make Kim Jun-ho's companion pause, her serious face reflecting an awareness of the scale of the impending threat. Addressing Kim Jun-ho, the director reveals the true reason for his appearance. The government has decided to give Park Suho's guild its full support. He explains that this is being done to reduce public anxiety and show a united front against the impending danger. Kim Jun-ho, however, expresses apprehension, recalling Park Suho's dislike of outsiders on his territory. The director acknowledges these difficulties, but firmly states that the appearance of a level 7 dungeon is not a problem for one guild, but for the entire nation. This is a national crisis, and its protection is the shared responsibility of all who are able to resist the approaching darkness. A confused Kim Jun-ho rubs the back of his head, trying to comprehend the consequences of this unprecedented invasion of the guild's territory. And then Kim Jun-ho's companion adds that Park Suho's guild will be offered appropriate compensation for using the dungeon. A bewildered Park Jun-ho, his eyes closed in a sorrowful smile, grimly wonders if it's time to start digging his own grave. However, these are just words, because right now, on the orders of Park Suho, the construction of new barracks is beginning, proclaiming his right to these lands. The two figures, watching the scene unfold, acknowledge that the guild's territory is now beginning to resemble a full-fledged military unit, rather than just a shelter. The woman finally decides to ask what the real reason for their presence is, but her question is met only with puzzled, indirect curiosity. She continues, suggesting that they evacuated here, seeking the safest place during a national crisis while the bureau director remains inactive. The man seems outraged by this suggestion, his face expressing deep displeasure as if he had been insulted to the depths of his soul. The bureau employee abruptly interrupts him, demanding that he give her a seat in the command post, to which he replies with a sarcastic smile that the chaise lounge looked very comfortable. At this point, the man announces that they are going to call Choisu Young from the detection team, adding new strength to this unusual gathering. The man resolutely moves away, leaving behind only the vague silhouette of a woman and a sense of impending change. His profile expresses tension and deep thoughtfulness, as if there is something much larger on his shoulders than meets the eye. Meanwhile, Choisu Young, displaying her usual aloofness, expresses doubt, but an unseen voice encourages her to try, saying that it is curious for everyone. Somewhere in the distance, the members of Park Suho's guild, those heroes whose loyalty and strength are beyond doubt, look full of enthusiasm. They hear people calling them monsters, but it doesn't matter to them because in their eyes they are real heroes and they are ready to prove it to everyone. Suddenly, one of them, breaking the tension, suggests finishing the evening workout and going to dinner, reminding them of simple human needs. Meanwhile, Ma Young-jin, a bald monk with sharp features, rests serenely on a huge rock, proclaiming it his personal temple. He thoughtfully speaks ancient wisdom about karma, attachments, and the dangers of trying to get what you want through cunning. But his listeners, practical and down-to-earth, gently remind him that before thinking about nirvana, he simply needs to survive and not die of hunger. Ma Young-jin coughs, thoughtfully repeating the words about the chance to achieve nirvana, and in his silence one can hear irony and, perhaps, understanding. Then the soldiers, laughing, point out that his stomach seems not to have reached nirvana yet, and promise to bring beer if only he will let them go to dinner. Ma Young-jin, continuing to chew his stalk, becomes introspective again, wondering if any of them had ever considered the path of a monk. The soldiers, laughing at his steadfastness, reminded him of their worldly passions, even promising to bring dried meat, if only to obtain permission. Ma Young-jin, watching them go, merely shook his head, lamenting their lack of spiritual drive, but not preventing them from leaving. And the soldiers, having barely left, were already discussing their dream of meeting the famous Seo Jin-woo and his strange attitude towards world rankings. Meanwhile, Ma Young-jin, lost in thought, activated his holographic display, his gaze thoughtful. While thinking about the Nirvana King and his current stats, Ma Young-jin mentally calculated how many first-tier dungeon bosses he still had to defeat. The creaking and cracking sounds betrayed the tension with which he chewed his stem, as if grinding his grandiose plans along with it. And before his inner gaze arose terrifying images, the silent cries of rotting dead people thirsting for flesh. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Park Junho looked around the empty rooms in bewilderment, not understanding the reason for such devastation. Han Don-soo, with a serious expression, asked permission to station his garrison within these deserted walls. His scarred face expressed unwavering determination, and every gesture radiated the strength of an iron fist. Park Suho, whose power was undeniable, once rejected joining the famous Silla Guild, preferring his own path. With a slight smile, as if accepting their request as his due, Park Suho agreed, his words sounding like permission to do his own will. HARN, Don GSU, and Park Jun-ho exchanged surprised glances. They clearly did not expect such an easy agreement. However, Han Don-soo immediately added that it was important to avoid the crossing of paths between civilians and military personnel, since the upcoming raid made the soldiers especially sensitive. Park Jin-cho, slightly taken aback but submissive, could only manage to squeeze out a muffled agreement. In the dining room, the soldiers, forgetting their instructions, devoured their food with loud slurping and laughter, anticipating a hearty dinner. Two of them, with empty trays, stared in surprise at the elderly woman working fussily in the kitchen. This granny, despite her age, chopped vegetables with frantic energy, drops of water and greenery flying all around. The soldiers realized that even the supplies for 20 people were not enough, and now the old woman was hastily preparing more. And nearby, in the sink, a mountain of dirty dishes and broken plates eloquently testified to the enormous appetite and bustle that reigned in the kitchen. Jan Jeshik, with a carefree smile, apologized for underestimating the scale of the famine, but his tone seemed more amused than genuinely remorseful. But for Myungjin, whose face was distorted with rage, there was no humor in this situation, his eyes blazing with an uncontrollable fire. The remaining soldiers froze, looking at each other in bewilderment, not understanding what could have caused such anger in their commander. Myungjin towered over one of his subordinates, his dark shadow swallowing up the timid attempts to justify himself. And now the unfortunate soldier is flying, knocked over by a powerful blow, and food is flying around him like splashes of rage. Myungjin grabbed him by the collar, threatening to kill him, his words filled with icy fury, while the others only watched the scene helplessly. At this time in the kitchen, accompanied by the clatter of dishes, an old woman was chopping vegetables at a furious speed, preparing a new batch. But even her movements were permeated with her own anger. Her thoughts were far from welcoming. Rotten scum sounded in her head. A sudden blow. Like a whirlwind, someone's foot slammed into Myungjin's face, knocking him off balance along with the stunned soldier. Myungjin recoiled in shock, blood appearing on his face and his gaze full of disbelief at what had happened. It was Park Suho appearing out of the blue, his silhouette hovering in the air above the battlefield. His eyes were shining with determination, and the slight smirk on his lips only foreshadowed the storm to come. And now Myungjin falls, knocked over by the force of the attack, and shrapnel explodes around him and cutlery scatters. The old woman, with a cleaver in her hand, was no less furious. Her bread, which was in short supply, had been desecrated, and she demanded that she be stopped. And Jan Jashik, like a kitten, was thrown through the window glass, but he somehow miraculously managed not to let go of the priceless baguettes. In the air, among the fragments and bread, his deft hand managed to catch one of the flying loaves. And the next moment, his fingers were already tenaciously clinging to something that could become salvation. With a mischievous smile, Jan Jashik soared into the air, swinging on an improvised liana, just like the monkey that amused his fellow monkeys. Myungjin, with a broken face, could only croak out that this trickster is Park Suho's nephew, and Han Dong-soo added that his movements were like those of an awakened monkey. The old woman in the kitchen, still holding the cleaver, muttered about the rotten bastard and complained about her aching back because even anger doesn't cancel out the pains of age. Myungjin, with a broken face, could not contain his indignation because he could not seriously believe in the madness of an old woman throwing knives. He continued to scream that the blades had miraculously missed him, his voice shaking with shock and anger. Park Jun-ho, trying to cool his ardor, warned Park Suho against anger, reminding him of the fate of those who dared to touch his family. Myungjin, stunned, clarified, "Is this really that a grandmother from the Suho clan?" Park Jun-ho confirmed his worst fears by adding that the other insolent people were also trainees from Suho's guild, leaving Myungjin completely baffled. Suddenly, Myungjin realized that all those brats had disappeared, and only a moment later did he see their rapid retreat. The backs of students flashed in the distance, accompanied by calls to run even faster and questions about the beer they had taken. Myungjin's rage flared up again, and he demanded an apology from the fugitives, ignoring Park Jun-ho's attempts to calm him down. Park Jun-ho could only watch helplessly as his comrade's anger grew uncontrollable. With his face red with rage, Myungjin chanted demands for an immediate stop. The pursuit began, and the students, realizing the threat, scattered in all directions, accompanied by Park Jun-ho's grumbling about Myungjin's madness. Night fell upon the city, and the lights of the houses came on, promising a new beginning, or perhaps a continuation of an old intrigue. In a sternly lit office, an elderly man greeted Jan Jashik with a question about the purpose of his visit. "At such a late hour?" he repeated, his tone expressing slight bewilderment. He suggested to Jan Jeshik that they give the soldiers a rest, but he was adamant, assuring them of their full readiness. Explaining the difficulties of preparation and waiting for a response from the guilds, he asked Jan Jeshik to be patient. Jan Jeshik, on the contrary, was convinced that they did not need more people. His gaze was firm. Images of past battles surfaced in the interlocutor's memory, where even the strongest, like Lee Seon-woo's team, did not avoid losses. Unlike other nations, their country could not afford even one sacrifice. The value of each life was too high. He was concerned about how reckless losses would affect the planning of future raids, as the cost of a mistake could be exorbitant. His gaze expressed deep concentration and understanding of the gravity of the responsibility placed upon him. The meeting continued, and he was informed of the arrival of new forces, 4S rank and 12A rank mercenaries from Busan, who were to be immediately integrated into the combat structure. The one giving the orders reminded them of the absolute value of their special unit 707, which was considered the nation's best asset. The man acknowledged receipt of the order, his face expressing a willingness to wait as long as it took to ensure maximum efficiency. The temporary dwellings, set up far from the peaceful life, glowed with dim lights under the cover of the starry night. Inside one of the tents, Choi Soo-yeon dozed, her hair spread across the pillow, her restless sleep reflecting the anxieties of recent events. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She woke up from her slumber, her gaze full of amazement mixed with annoyance. Her irritation instantly turned into anger, and she, not yet fully awake, asked who was to blame for what had happened. An elegant employee in a formal suit appeared in the doorway, her expression slightly sardonic. Choi Soo-yeon, standing up, did not hide her displeasure, rudely declaring that she was glad not to see any of them. The employee in the suit frowned slightly, surprised by such open hostility. The woman in the suit, trying to understand the reason for such a reaction, hinted that Park Soo-ho's absence might be affecting her mood, and wondered if she was acting like this because she had not been seen for a long time. "What does this guy have to do with me?" Choi Soo-yeon asked sharply, irritably demanding to be left alone so she could rest. With a smile full of understanding, the employee subtly noted that this was precisely the reason why Choi Soo-yeon called Park Soo-ho so often during assignments. Choi Soo-yeon jumped up, her voice rising to a scream as she tried to protest the employee's rummaging through other people's things. However, the employee cut her off abruptly, seriously pointing out that Choi Soo-yeon's disappearance had turned the bureau upside down, and she didn't seem to even think about it. A feeling of tension hung in the air as Choi Soo-yeon sank onto the bed, broken, when another figure peered into the room. Sahi suddenly appeared with a tactical backpack on her back and asked about the guests in a puzzled tone, causing confusion among the others, while Choi Soo-yeon called out to the department head in surprise. Choi Soo-yeon, forgetting about the recent squabble, curiously asked if Sahi had brought chicken. A happy smile lit up Sahi's face as she confirmed that the treasured chicken, and possibly other treats, was with her. Sahi solemnly opened the box, revealing a treasure to the world, a mountain of mouth-watering treats that made her eyes water. Chips, dumplings, golden chicken, fish cakes, kimbap, sausage, and even beer. Zia. He exceeded all expectations, earning the title of foraging master. Hungry glances turned to greedy ones, and the girls, unable to resist temptation, rushed towards the food, urging each other to hurry before the captain caught them. "Rest in peace, little chicken," the red-haired girl whispered as the others devoured their food, knowing that in the depths of the dungeon, such moments of bliss could be the last before a long period of uncertainty. Unaware that Xie was only pretending to eat, her friends asked in surprise why she had joined their secret meal, as she didn't belong in the dungeon. Xie, without batting an eye, replied that she simply didn't want to stand out from the group. Suddenly, the red-haired girl had an idea, and with a joyful smile, she exclaimed, remembering the name that was on the tip of her tongue, Park Soo-ho. Choi Soo-yeon didn't seem to be very pleased with the sudden change of topic, while Se-hee, still holding the sausage in her hand, just stared questioningly at her interlocutor. The red-haired girl, choking with laughter, started talking about a certain video where a girl named Song got rejected in 5 minutes, not without sarcasm, noting how life would be different without YouTube. "I know that," Choi Soo-yeon said irritably, clearly not sharing her interlocutor's delight, while Sehai, watching them, continued to clutch her modest dinner in her hand. She continued to say that Song's story was revealed on a popular show, where it was revealed that the girl had been rejected and was now training hard to pass the mercenary exam. Noticing that all attention was focused on her, the girl mysteriously asked if anyone knew the real reason for her refusal. Choi Soo-yeon raised an eyebrow questioningly, still chewing, while Se-hai, forgetting about her food, waited with bated breath for an answer. The red-haired girl paused with a satisfied expression, then replied with a slight smile. "Because she was weak." The pills that suddenly appeared in the background hinted at something more than simple weakness, and Xie, startled, whispered, "Drugs?" Choi Soo-yeon choked, trying to hide her confusion, while Se-hee looked at her with concern, and the red-haired girl only watched her friend's reactions. Se-hai, as if thinking about something, said with a slight smile, So Park Soo-ho's type is strong." She then turned to the red-haired girl, continuing her thought, "I heard that you are supervising Suho." The red-haired girl first flinched slightly in surprise, then, a little embarrassed, admitted, "Huh? Well, it's true." Then a proud smile lit up her face. I am the #1 woman in Korea, the strongest woman in the country. Choi Soo-yeon, still eating chicken, looked at her friend and simply but firmly confirmed, that's right. Her friend, seeing this determination, finally decided to voice her long-standing request. The look of surprise on Choi Soo-yeon's face almost made her choke on her chicken, and the third friend, thoughtfully chewing, was considering what she had heard. Meanwhile, the world beyond the walls of the cozy cafe was plunging into a different reality, a reality of eternal rain and danger. The dungeons opened again, and the pouring rain only added to the gloomy foreboding, portending bad luck. But even in the midst of this chaos, a figure full of confidence appeared. It was Choi Soo-yeon, already ready for battle. And behind her, with unwavering vigilance, stood Han Dong-soo. His first question was about Myung-jin. What happened to him? Where did he go? The soldiers explained that the monk had entered the dungeon with them, but then, having defeated the boss, he suddenly withdrew, disappearing from sight. Myung-jin himself, with a cold expression on his face, simply said, "You go ahead, I'm in a hurry." And his car, with a squeal of tires, disappeared into the distance, leaving behind only clouds of dust and bewilderment. Han Dong-soo, with anxiety in his voice, wondered where the monk had gone and whether he had forgotten to take his medicine. But there was no time to think. Park Soo-ho, whose anger sometimes became a deadly weapon, sharply ordered, "Attention!" The moment, and his decisive step forward marked the beginning. Loudly and clearly, he conveyed to his subordinates the essence of the upcoming mission, a 7th-level dungeon, the land of the undead, and they were the vanguard. He ordered that a campsite be found, a map be drawn up, and a plan be developed, reminding them that they were the best fighting force in the country. In response, a single, powerful cry rang out, "Yes, Commander," confirming their readiness. And under his blazing gaze, illuminated by inner strength, the first group rushed forward. Dozens of warriors, like a single organism, rushed into the opening portal. The screen was already flashing with countdown numbers. 27 people successfully entered. Group 6, hurry, 2 seconds left. The last warriors desperately rushed forward, and the call of "Run!" echoed through the tunnel as the portal collapsed. There was a rumble behind them, and reality around them was distorted, threatening to swallow them up. The seconds ticked away, the portal slammed shut, and the operator let out only a strangled, desperate breath. Despair reigned in the headquarters. "No!" one exclaimed. Another only sighed helplessly, realizing the irreparable. But the nightmare was just beginning. A new countdown on the screen announced the imminent explosion, leaving everyone in shock. Bewilderment and horror were mixed on the faces of those gathered. What could this mean? Then the world shook, and a crimson flash approached, heralding the beginning of the end. However, from the depths of the raging energy, those who defied fate emerged, led by the powerful PAKSUHO. Faces at headquarters lit up with incredible hope. "PAKSUHO has returned. This is simply unbelievable," they shouted in ecstasy. He stood among the fallen enemies, like the embodiment of calm in the storm that washed away the traces of battle. There was weariness in his eyes, but his determination was unwavering. He had stood firm. He had won. The news of his return spread through the crowds, and panic gave way to delight. Really? That means all is now lost. This handshake became a bridge between despair and renewed hope, a symbol of salvation. The senior leader expressed his sincere gratitude for the unexpected rescue, bowing deeply to the hero. While some of the soldiers who had not slept for 3 days could barely stand on their feet, others were already resting. Even the most respected bowed their heads before his power, humbly accepting his answer. "You are exhausted," the leader began, but his gaze begged for more, for a new task. "A cleansing strategy?" PAKSUHO asked, his eyebrows raising slightly in anticipation. Through the fatigue, determination shone through. They were ready for the next step, for final victory. And while PAKSUHO was processing what he had heard, a new dawn was approaching, heralding another chapter in this saga. PAKSUHO, always on guard, directly addresses those who, in his opinion, are again encroaching on his domain. Officials try to explain the emergency, insisting on the need for additional assistance, but their words are drowned out by the growing tension. However, PAKSUHO simply brushes off their proposals, convinced of its own strength and sufficiency. Her face is distorted with anxiety because the hero's arrogance could cost everyone dearly. In his eyes, the dungeon is not a threat, but just another untouched treasure island waiting to be conquered. Thoughts of potential disaster cloud her face, making her doubt his reckless confidence. Under the flashes of cameras and the gaze of the crowd, he stands, unperturbed, as if all this is just another performance. Even among those around him, a premonition of something bad seemed to be brewing, reflected in every tense face. Frustration hangs in the air. We're completely screwed, one whispers. Be quiet, another snaps sternly, trying to maintain a semblance of order. She relents, promising not to send any more forces, but there is a hidden alarm in her voice. The Ministry of Defense Special Forces are already inside. Instantly, his face distorts with anger. On my land? Who dared to invade without my knowledge? The guilty, taken by surprise, are speechless, their faces pale with fear. And so, one of them, Han Don-so, with downcast eyes, confesses his own guilt. Park Su Hao grabbed his ear tightly. Of course you do. Who else would dare? The others just watch this scene in silence, their faces expressing a mixture of shock and doom. Han Don-gubsu whines for mercy as Park Su-ho furiously scolds him for senselessly betraying his hunting grounds. Words stick in his throat. Every excuse seems pointless in the face of such anger. Those around him are in a panic, not understanding what caused such a sudden and furious outburst of emotions in Paksuho. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Mai Yunji peers into the distance, as if sensing a gathering storm. And a sinister grin appears on his scarred face, foreshadowing something much darker. But not everyone shares his composure, because Park Suho is furious and demands that Mai Yunji be brought immediately. Meanwhile, Han Don-so, looking into the distance with concern, wonders what is happening to his fighters now. His men, disciplined and ready for battle, advance through the dense greenery, unaware of the danger that awaits them. However, the world around them is already blazing red when one of the fighters finds himself in a deadly dance of falling. The debate continues. Will the Paksuho guild, without a break, be able to become the first guild to reach the 7th level? Han Don-gsu, on the other hand, seems to be more pragmatic, assessing the chances of defending the dungeon twice a day. But something unimaginable erupts on the battlefield. A powerful energy explosion shakes the air, throwing everything around. And even through the chaos, with cameras clicking, reporters catch the moment, noticing the unusual monk and his strange aura. Choi Soo-young, with a gloomy expression, seems to share Han Don-gisu's anxiety, sensing an impending disaster. Han Don-soo himself, exhausted, retires on a well-deserved rest, but orders to keep him informed of all events. Choi-Soo-young, with concern, wishes him a good rest, knowing that new challenges await him ahead. After all, ambulances are already lined up outside the complex walls, under the scorching sun, prepared for the worst. And inside, in the light of flickering monitors, 2 people rest on beds, surrounded by mysterious devices. Scientists are baffled. Their instruments are recording abnormal readings, raising doubts about their functionality. They were just carrying cargo. They wonder when the system gives a shocking verdict. Both are already B rank. Their previous E and D ranks did not correspond to such a sharp evolution, and the mind refused to believe what was happening. But then one of the patients, Jan Jeshik, suddenly comes to his senses, groaning in pain and bewilderment. The stunned doctors just watch in silence, unable to comprehend this sudden transformation. And now Jan Jeshik and Park Jun-ho are standing on their feet, enveloped in flashes of power, their aura changing. Bro, I think we made it out, Jang Jessic says, and Park Jung-ho only whispers in disbelief, is that really true? Before Jang Jeshik and Park Jung-ho could even comprehend what had happened, Jang Dong-soo called out to them, anxiously inquiring about Park Su-ho's whereabouts. Park Jung-ho, still confused, reported that Park Suho entered the dungeon only 20 minutes ago, accompanied by 2 guildmates. Han Don-guing-su's face showed deep anxiety. How could they do anything in this short period of time? One of Jan Jeshik and Park Jun-ho's companions gloomily remarked that all they could do was spend all their money on equipment, otherwise they would die without a trace. At that moment, Park Jung-ho, amazed, felt an incredible surge of power, realizing that his level had rapidly increased, and Jang Jeshik watched this transformation nearby. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of this world, many shadows fell, like souls freed from earthly shackles, enveloped in a strange radiance. On the city streets, huge screens flashed with bright news, causing the crowds to freeze. He's coming back. Empty squares, strewn with scraps of paper, became silent witnesses to the sudden changes that engulfed the metropolis. The mother, clutching her child, felt a wave of relief when she learned that she would soon be able to move to the safe lands of Paksuho. In a cozy cafe, Choi Soo-young listened on the phone as specialists discussed the chances of survival, which depended on the speed of the cleansing of Paksuho. But her calm was replaced by shock and anger. What? That bastard, he cleaned it up in just a day? At that very moment, the sky burst into crimson flashes, signaling the approach of incredible power. One of the guards, raising his head, froze in stupor upon seeing this spectacle. And then, through the lightning bolts, he appeared, Park Susu in shining armor, accompanied by Myunjin and Handon GSU. "It's Park Susu," echoed through the crowd. Thousands of voices united in a single cry of delight, greeting the one who had become their hope. But not everyone could rejoice. Several figures lay on the ground, their bodies testifying to a brutal battle. In the blink of an eye, like angels of salvation, medics dressed in uniforms with red crosses rushed to them. No serious injuries. Stamina dropped to 30%, they reported, assuring that a full recovery would only take an hour and 20 minutes. Pak Suho, watching the commotion, was perplexed. What exactly are they doing? Then an elegant woman from the bureau approached him, explaining that it was a healing service designed to care for those who serve their world. The woman added that thanks to their help, the soldiers recover instantly as soon as they set foot on the ground. Her voice sounded decisive. "Isn't it better to do it this way, if it's 3 times faster and much safer?" And those around, seeing the return of the heroes, exclaimed enthusiastically, "Suho, you did a great job, glorious work." But Paksuho, dressed in his blue suit, interrupted them, ordering them to take the wounded and follow him, causing confusion. Handon-gu and his companion exchanged surprised glances, and then Handon-gu nodded, agreeing with the order. The elegant lady from the office smiled reassuringly, promising to take care of all the ongoing construction work. Park Suho seemed grateful, but his eyes held a silent question. Why such complications? She explained that it was their duty to support the team during the dungeon raid, and told them to proceed without fear. Accepting her words, Park Suho left everything in her care, adding that any question should be directed to Auntie Sukja. And so, with a decisive cry of, "Let's go," he stepped into the unknown again. His body was enveloped in an ominous red light as the other 2 soldiers, despite their fatigue, carried their wounded comrades. Flashes of red lightning pierced the air, outlining the silhouettes of 3 warriors ready for a new battle. Below, a crowd of onlookers stood frozen, looking up, their faces contorted in a grimace of amazement and delight. But suddenly, as if by the wave of an invisible hand, they fell through reality, rushing down into a green abyss. Park Suho flew, surrounded by ghostly runes, his blue suit shimmering in the strange light. With an agility bordering on the impossible, he landed on his knees, barely touching the surface. His touch caused shining patterns to spread across the ground, like pulsating energy. Handon-gu, waking up, called out to him in alarm, "Suho!" Paksuho's eyes flashed an unearthly blue light, and a barely noticeable eerie smile played on his lips. Somewhere nearby, at the same time, Jan Jeshik was trying to wake up Myunjin and Park Jung-ho, exclaiming, not without a grin, "Hey brother, wake up! Monk, where is the meat?" Myunjin blinks slowly, trying to comprehend what is happening, while Park Jung-ho and Han Dong-soo around him just look at each other in confusion. Exhausted, Handon GSU takes a deep breath, still not fully recovered. There is desperation in his voice. They are back, but they feel as if they were just thrown out. Was their victory over the boss a mirage? Handon-gu sinks to the ground, feeling every cell in his body screaming with exhaustion. Friends call out to Paksuho for a break, realizing that they are nowhere near his level. But Paksuho, clad in his armor, stands imperturbably, as if energy is an inexhaustible source for him. With a slight, almost condescending smile, he informs them of the past moments of peace. Handon-gu is injured. Half an hour? Is that really enough time to recover? Paksuho explains that with their current levels, this is more than enough time to rest in a dungeon. His friends look at him in bewilderment, unable to believe his words, their ranks, symbols of their current strength, hanging above them. He reveals to them the bitter truth. Bodies get used to force faster than minds, get used to a new perception of reality. Even Jan Jeshik, who had been watching from the sidelines, was shocked by the revelation, even though he saw his CC rank. Park Suho states that they will have to undergo special training to bring their mind and body into harmony. "The eyes of a dead fish," jokes Jan Jeshik, but even his joke can't hide the general despondency. "Can I trust you with a house like this?" Park Suho asks defiantly, his eyes filled with steely determination. Suddenly, his cry echoes throughout the surrounding area, enemies behind. And indeed, from the darkness emerge nightmarish creatures, skeletal warriors, rushing into the attack with the clang of metal. Han Don Gsu, instantly coming to his senses, parries a blow from one of them, his sword colliding with a bone blade. Time and again he repels the onslaught, his movements polished despite his fatigue, and in his eyes there is only determination. Paksuho unleashes a flurry of blows on the enemy, his battle cry shaking the air. A powerful abyssal beam pierces the dead, turning them to dust. Myungji soars into the air, his polearm cutting through legions of undead, his power purifying the battlefield. Han Dongsu doesn't slow down, his blade piercing another skeleton, sending it flying. The bones of the enemies crumble under the furious onslaught of the heroes. Myungji stands firm, his gaze stern as the enemies continue to advance. The orcs, vile and countless, rush forward, their hungry roar echoing across the battlefield. Jang Jeshik notes with a grin that the insolence of this horde is clearly caused by the presence of Myungjin. Myungjin's words echo across the battlefield as he calls upon his power, surrounded by purple lightning. His gaze blazes, and the power in his spear reaches its peak, promising oblivion to his enemies. Park Jun-teo deploys his ultimate ghost trap, shrouding his opponents in mystical runes. Alarmed, Park Jung-oh shouts a warning, activating his signature move, 108 Rays of the Abyss. But something goes wrong. Park Jung-ho himself is thrown high into the air by a powerful burst of energy. However, his void rays hit their target, exploding among the orcs and blowing them to pieces. An enraged Han Dong-su screams and strikes another monster, clearly dissatisfied with the general chaos. Pak Suho watches the situation closely, and his face shows a determination to join the battle. His eyes reflect unwavering pride and readiness for the decisive throw. And so Pak Suho makes his leap, sword at the ready, rushing straight into the thick of the enemy. His blade whistles through the air, cutting through flesh and bone, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A powerful wave of purple energy erupts from Paksuho, sweeping away all who dared to stand in its path. In the thick of this bloody bacchanalia, Han Dong-su, gritting his teeth, strains with all his strength, his gaze the tip of a blade. But even the titans cannot withstand the onslaught. A powerful blow throws the monster back, shaking the very earth. Suddenly, his strength leaves him. Paksuho's blade loses its sharpness, as if a curse has fallen upon it. Panic grips Park Jung-ho as he races through a distorted world at top speed. Shadows haunt him, and every step echoes in the tormented reality. Horror grips the wounded. These are not just enemies, but the living embodiment of an ancient curse. An ominous question hangs in the air. Debuff? Foreshadowing imminent death. An entire army of monsters rises from the gloom, their hungry roar tearing apart the silence and shaking the heavens. And among them is the chilling Banshee, whose claws are ready to tear any resistance to shreds. Park Jung-ho, hiding with his sniper rifle, desperately calls out to his brother, as if begging for salvation. But in the midst of all this chaos, Paksuho is suddenly illuminated by a divine light that transforms him. His powers are developing at an unprecedented speed, surpassing all previous limits, preparing for a new battle. But war is not all there is to life. Away from the battlefield, they find brief moments of peace, sharing food and dreams. However, even in peaceful days, life requires effort, and a stern voice calls for the fulfillment of duties. A young employee, like a shadow, enters the room, waiting for instructions from her senior. An older woman, Miso, greets her with a warm smile, starting a conversation about everyday affairs. A slightly embarrassed young employee tries to explain the details of the plan for the new sauna. But the elderly woman, with the wisdom of past years, slowly reveals the secrets of a real, traditional bathhouse. The young woman sighs, faced with the reality of an order already placed but possibly erroneous. While Kim Miso is busy on the phone, the elderly woman laments with a touch of sadness the inevitable hardships of age. A sudden call breaks the silence. The video analysis team demands immediate attention, foreshadowing something important and alarming. The footage shows a brutal battle. A warrior, whose body is bleeding, lets out a death cry, shrouded in flashes of magical energy. The battlefield is strewn with the fallen. And now the next figure, shaking from the impact, falls to the ground, leaving a trail of blood. The report is complete, but his final words bring no relief, only deepening the ominous premonition. The tension builds as Banshee's name, spoken with a heavy sigh, finally rings out in the room, causing a shudder. A nightmare comes to life on screen. The S-rank Banshee boss, whose curses slow and weaken victims, depriving them of any chance of escape. The leader looks at the image, his face distorted with deep anxiety and awareness of the impending threat. The operative reports that an attempt to extract Han Dong-soo from the medical room while he was sleeping was thwarted by his sudden awakening. Now we will have to wait for his full recovery to formally make a request, avoiding any coercion. The leader's gaze wanders into the distance. He calculates the consequences of each step, trying to find a way out of a hopeless situation. Except for those two, not a single group returned, she gestured, indicating the enormous losses that had befallen the expedition. Japan, for unknown reasons, refuses to cooperate, ignoring numerous requests for assistance and information. The safety of the 707A Special Forces is our priority, the leader states firmly, demanding an immediate status report. The screen shows how Jang Jae-sik, injured at the entrance to the dungeon, almost died before being healed by Park Suho's fairies. In light of his transformation, it becomes clear that defeating Banshee without losses is a task that seems impossible for any Earth team. A deep sigh escapes the leader's chest as he asks, how many days have passed since the Special Forces entered? 9 long Earth days flew by while the world froze in anticipation, and alarming dots burned on the map of the Earth. We have to save them, one declares decisively, but the question, what can we do from here, echoes with hopelessness. His face is distorted with angry determination. No matter what, they will find a way, ignoring any obstacles. The final report can be heard within the walls of the operations headquarters. Park Suho's group has just left the scene, their fate shrouded in uncertainty. Shock and disbelief rock the task force when devastating news reaches them. Deep within the dimension, amidst flashes of purple energy, stands Park Suho, his gaze steely and determined. It's impossible, the woman blurts out, her voice echoing a growing nightmare. The chief of staff's face is covered in sweat, every wrinkle revealing his growing despair. His eyes, wide with horror, flash with a painful awareness of the impending catastrophe. But through the panic, a mad determination breaks through. I know how to save the Special Forces. Stop Park Suho. I'm on my way. His cry fills the airwaves, urging everyone to hold on to the hero at any cost. However, a cold voice on the radio cuts off his hopes. But he just came back. What? His world collapses in an instant. Is he already inside? Meanwhile, on the ground, among the dust and light, lie fallen, wounded, and lifeless bodies. Al alone? The silent question hangs in the air, full of horror before the unthinkable feat. The woman, holding the phone, says in a trembling voice, he cleared the dungeon twice as fast as if he had gone with a group. Statistically, a level 7 raid takes 6 hours, and he did it in, her words hang in the air. The boss, collapsing onto the table, lets out only a drawn-out groan, full of the deepest despair. But, Chief, the woman asks cautiously, what did you mean by the way of salvation? His face contorts into a grimace of pain and desperate hope as he begins to explain his insane plan. Her eyes, wide open, slowly begin to understand the full enormity of his plan. The world was shaken by breaking news. Park Suho had reduced the time it took to clear a level 7 dungeon to an incredible 5 hours. Questions about the fate of Korea's strongest, the elite 707A unit, hang in the air, troubling the minds of millions. The images show energy tearing through space and fighters falling from the force generated within the dungeon. The people's hopes flicker like candlelight, and a silent prayer echoes across Gwanghwamun Square, begging for the safe return of the elite special forces. Meanwhile, in the highest echelons of power, the head of the Bureau of the Awakened is accused of a grave error of command, his face darkened by the weight of public condemnation. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, a new legend is born. Park Suho, the undefeated, who has just set a world record by conquering a level 7 dungeon in a matter of hours, blazing with pure power. Camera flashes explode, creating a frantic symphony of clicks and glares, each capturing the image of a hero, a winner, someone who rises above all others. But Park Suho, despite the universal adoration, seems a little lost, as if this fame does not belong to him. Then, among the cheering crowd, he sees the head of the Bureau of Awakened Ones on his knees, begging for help, and Park Suho's eyes light up with confusion. The bureau chief's desperation was palpable. His grip on Park Suho's hand spoke louder than any words, betraying a silent plea. Suddenly, a stern but calm woman appears, interrupting the scene and declaring that she needs to talk to him, her gaze piercing through him. With a barely perceptible smile, she points to the side, urging him to follow her, her confidence promising answers. Soon they find themselves at a serene stream, the quiet waters of which contrast with the impending weight of their conversation. Me? Park Suho asks, his voice laced with skepticism. How can I help these special forces who seem doomed? Face to face, their eyes meet, tension in the air as the bureau chief prepares to reveal the full truth. And then, with unexpected abruptness, Park Suho says, "Why should I help these thieves?" His words full of long-held resentment. The woman calmly explains that in the 3 days in the real world, 9 have already flown by in the dungeon. Time flows differently there, inexorably. The bureau chief continues, his voice shaking with anxiety, talking about the critical 15 days after which the chances of survival drop below half, and the impossibility of losing the country's elite. "So who gave such a reckless order?" Park Suho demands, his eyes burning into his interlocutor, searching for the culprit. With a heavy sigh, the bureau chief buries his face in his hands, admitting his guilt that impatience and miscalculation led to this disaster. But Park Suho remains adamant, his gaze fixed on the distance, and his words ring out like a sentence: "They must save themselves." But the woman, with unwavering determination, interrupts him, declaring that there is only one way he can do this, her words instilling new hope. Park Suho, overcome with a mixture of disbelief and curiosity, looks at her, his face expressing the question, "Is there really such a way?" Many years ago, when the gates first began to open, thousands of adventurers rushed for the chance to change their fates, and each discovered anomaly promised untold riches. But the very last, most dangerous gate, which was thought to be cleared, presented a terrifying surprise. A squad of soldiers, filled with bravado and a thirst for easy prey, believed that they were going on a routine cleanup. Their commander gave them instructions, promising them an easy walk along an already explored route. For many, it was a chance to start a new life, wash away past mistakes, pay off all debts, and they were ready to risk everything. Filled with this hope, one of the soldiers rushes to the top of the hill, his fist clenched in a victorious gesture. But others, more cautious, felt that there was something frighteningly inappropriate in his jubilation. Their faces were contorted with anticipation as they continued on their way. Step by step, uncertainty and anxiety grew with every creak of a boot on foreign soil. What appeared before their eyes was a scene of unimaginable horror: dead monsters, dismembered bodies, and the torn space of the gate, as if someone had already walked through here, leaving only death in their wake. Shock and confusion paralyzed the squad, and the blood ran cold at the sight of the carnage. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of energy erupted from the depths of the forest, heralding a new, inexplicable invasion. They couldn't believe their eyes. It was impossible, unthinkable, beyond any understanding. Panic gripped them as they finally realized the true nature of the danger, and the cry of "Run!" echoed through the forest. Choi Soo-yeon, shocked by what she heard, wonders how this could have happened if the groups had not yet entered the battle but had already found death and an open gate. At that moment, one of the fighters was thrown back by a powerful pulse of energy, his body bent into an unnatural position from unbearable pain. He collapsed to the ground, his scream of agony merging with his death rattle, while the others were frozen with horror. Lying on the ground, the wounded fighter could only utter a curse, realizing the hopelessness of the situation. Later, the investigation committee presented its dry, bureaucratic report, attributing the tragedy to a banal calculation error when the two groups entered one after the other. Park Suho, listening to this absurd version, could not contain his disbelief. His question, "Is this possible?" sounded like a challenge to the lie itself. In response, the official continued to methodically explain that the incident had merely revealed a previously unknown loophole in the dungeon's protocols, but the capacity limit remained unchanged. Choi Soo-yeon nodded reservedly and summed up what she had heard. "So, as long as there are survivors there and the limit is met, we can send reinforcements to the same dungeon?" Park Suho, imagining a terrifying picture of a bloody dungeon in his mind, where every step was a struggle, realized the true meaning of their words. "So, you're asking me to immediately clear out all the remaining dungeons and then infiltrate the last one and rescue the Special Forces squad. Am I understanding you correctly?" His voice sounded like a challenge. The official fell to his knees, his plea echoing in the silence. "Please help us. You are our only hope, the only one who can save them." Park Suho winced as he recalled the details. "But didn't they fill the dungeon's capacity when they entered?" The official calmly corrected him. "There were 2 empty seats." Despair distorted the official's face, and he croaked, ready for anything. "If you need another warrior?" Park Suho raised his hand, interrupting him, his gaze sliding into the distance. "No, that's not necessary. How many raids are left now? About 82. If I clear 4 or 5 dungeons, I'll make it before the breakthrough, right?" "No!" the official shouted, his voice breaking into a scream. "Every second counts. The longer they're there, the less chance they have of survival. In a month, the survival rate will drop to a measly 2%. The official's words hit Park Suho like an icy shower, causing him to shudder as he realized the full depth of the tragedy. The pleading gestures of the official, who was still kneeling, spoke more eloquently than words about his despair and the hopelessness of the situation. I promise the government will compensate you for all losses, all lost experience and profits during your absence, the official pleaded, his eyes filled with tears. Please. Park Suho, having made his final decision, turned to Choi Soo-yeon, tell the others to focus on their individual training and make sure no one slacks off. Choi Soo-yeon let out a soft breath, surprised by his willingness, while the official burst into a happy sob, his face twisted into a grimace of genuine relief. They looked at him with awe. Refusing a reward, bearing losses for the country, such heroism. Choi Soo-yeon muttered, bowing deeply. Leave everything to us while you are gone. A sudden burst of energy swirled the air around Park Suho, throwing the official and Choi Soo-yeon back as rock fragments flew in all directions. After recovering from his shock, the official asked Choi Soo-yeon in shock, Hey, Park Suho just went on a raid, right? She, still stunned, nodded. I think so. Meanwhile, the official, now with a frank grin on his face, was typing something on his phone. 5 million won will be enough. What do you think? He whispered, openly enjoying the moment. And far below, in the depths of the dungeon, Park Suho, shrouded in a purple glow, began his merciless march, each step echoing with thunder. And even on the surface, the live reporter, feeling the echoes of its power, froze with wide eyes, as if the very air around him was filled with an unknown force. The reporter is on the verge of fainting, only a strangled wheeze escaping from his parched throat. Meanwhile, Park Suho, emitting lightning, hovered above the battlefield, his gaze focused, as if he saw something inaccessible to others. A crowd of reporters shouts and cameras click non-stop, trying to capture every moment of his appearance. He doesn't pause for a second, rushing away, the purple traces of his energy melting into the air like a vanishing mirage. But then he turns around, his body still sparkling with energy, and the reporter, shocked, realizes Park Suho is returning to the fight. Exhausted but resilient, Park Suho sat down to rest after clearing the dungeon for the 15th time, overcoming himself each time. Despite its speed and power, rumors of a 50% drop in survival rates swept the city, drawing crowds of candle-wielding worshippers to the squares. Even the voices of the singers on stage echo this hope, wishing a safe return for each hero. In the flickering candlelight, people's faces express anxiety, the question hanging in the air, will they be able to return safe and sound? Somewhere in the pouring rain, through the thicket of the forest, a squad of hunters slowly moves forward, their silhouettes barely discernible. Fatigue has paralyzed their movements. Some are ready to give up, but the commander's voice urges them to hold out a little longer, promising rest in the camp. Among them is Choi Soo-yeon, her determined gaze piercing the veil of rain, her hand tightly gripping the hilt of her sword. Suddenly, they are overcome with panic. A whisper of fear runs through the ranks. What kind of horror is approaching? But Choi Soo-yeon doesn't tremble, her eyes flashing with a bright light, ready to meet any threat. Directly in front of them, a dark figure rushes through the sound of the rain, leaving behind a trail of ominous blue energy. It is a monster, a real ghost, its claws ready to tear flesh and its eyes blaze with a predatory fire. Ghost! Choi Soo-yeon screams, her voice drowning out the calls to escape, but there's nowhere left to hide. One of the soldiers is horrified to realize the captain is missing, and the feeling of helplessness grows with each passing second. The air grows heavier, gravity seems to triple, and every breath becomes an unbearable effort. And then, from the darkness, a predatory roar is heard, opening a mouth full of sharp fangs, foreshadowing inevitable death. But this roar is not just a threat, but a blinding blow, cutting through the darkness and revealing their hidden position. The jaws of an unknown monster slam shut with a deafening crash, shaking reality itself. Swearing for a moment that their end has come, the team sees the black silhouette of the monster crumble under an invisible force. It flares up as if torn apart from within by a furious flame, leaving behind only shimmering ashes. Clear, one of the soldiers reports, but there is no confidence in his voice, only the uneasy calm before the storm. Choi Soo-yeon, whose eyes glow with an ominous light, senses the approach of a real disaster, predicting, "It's too late." And, as if to confirm her words, the radio comes to life, warning the squad about the approaching hordes of monsters. Hundreds of enemy blips appear on the radar screen, signaling 200 goblins approaching from the southeast. Siehe, with red hair, shouts, choking with rage and hopelessness, "Prepare for battle." Ammunition is running low. Mana is dwindling, but even in the face of inevitable defeat, the soldiers vow to fight until their last breath. "If I become a zombie, kill me," one of them says, and Choi Soo-young, with cold determination, promises to cremate him and scatter his ashes. The ground trembles under the tramp of thousands of paws, and before their eyes unfolds a nightmarish spectacle, a countless horde of monsters ready to tear them to pieces. Fire is open, but each shot seems like a drop in the ocean, powerless against the advancing wave. The radar is beeping hysterically, showing how the encirclement ring is narrowing, leaving them with less and less chance. Park Jun-ho freezes in horror, his eyes widening as he realizes the scale of the disaster. Choi Soo-young, whose pupils glow with a mystical fire, pierces the invisible veil of reality, sensing something much more sinister. Even Seoul, who is usually fearless, feels a chilling horror, asking, "What is this?" And at that moment, something truly ancient and powerful descends through the gaping heavens, heralding a new round of their suffering. Zihe, as if driven by a primal instinct, ignores calls for analysis, preparing to rush into battle with that which defies logic. "Seoul, wait!" Seoul Young cries out desperately, trying to stop her reckless impulse, but the momentum of the fight has already engulfed them all. The air around Seoul became electric as the blade in her hand flared with anticipation of battle. The huge monster rushed forward with a roar, ready to crush the fragile-looking huntress. But Seoul was faster, dodging the blow that could have split the stone. Her body slid gracefully, leaving behind only the echo of the failed blow. Meanwhile, all hell broke loose on the ground. The hunters fought merciless creatures that seemed to feel no pain, and chaos threatened to destroy their ranks. Fatigue was taking its toll, mana was depleted, and hope was fading with each blow, because these creatures refused to die. There was despair in their eyes. They understood that in front of them were not just monsters, but something much worse, something cursed. At that moment, an abyss opened up in the sky, and from it emerged the one who was the source of their troubles. A deathly pale face, eyes glowing with red fire and long golden hair. This was the queen of the undead, emerging from the shadows. Noticing her appearance, the remaining fighters realized the hopelessness of the situation. The only way out was retreat. They were supposed to warn the reconnaissance group, to convey an alarming message about the impending disaster, but the giant monster was already approaching. The undead, rising above the battlefield, began to cast ancient spells, enveloping the world in their shadow. Her gaze, full of icy malice, slid over the lonely figure that remained standing before her, unwavering. But suddenly, surprise flashed in the eyes of the undead queen, as if she saw something incredible. A mysterious warrior emerged from the shadows, his smile and question, "How are you?" seeming incredibly out of place amidst the general horror. But on the huge screen that was broadcasting the events, everyone recognized him. It was the legendary Paksuho. Purple energy vibrated around him, announcing the return of the hero who had cleared 87 dungeons in an incredible 6 days. News of his appearance instantly reached other groups, causing a wave of shock and hope. Among them, Han Don-soo, with his characteristic caution, offered to assess the situation on the spot. However, one of the fighters, still recovering from the experience, doubted the wisdom of such a decision, recalling the recent nightmare. Park Jun-ho, whose face still bore the marks of his recent nightmare, categorically rejected the offer, his voice trembling with terror. Jan Jeshik, on the contrary, remained unperturbed, even a little mocking, as if suggesting to forget and return to sleep. A heavy silence fell over the temporary shelter, where each of the fighters, lost in their own thoughts, tried to recover from what they had experienced. Park Jung-ho's thoughts wandered to the distant heroic deeds of someone who could save them from something like this. And indeed, somewhere there, in the radiance of supernatural power, stood Park Suho, the embodiment of unshakable strength. His figure, like a beacon of hope, inspired those who watched him from a safe distance. With its usual determination, the Park Suho demanded permission to immediately engage in combat. At this point, even the most steadfast of those around him seemed to be begging him to be careful, to return with them. But Paksuho was adamant, if any of his people were still alive, he would return for them, no matter what. Tears streamed down the face of the old man, whose last hope was pinned on the hero, begging for only one thing, to survive. His legends grew with each passing day, dungeons fell before him in minutes, countries begged for his help, and the entire world prepared to make films about his exploits. But no legend could convey the true horror that reigned in the heart of the dungeon, where every step was a step towards death. In this abyss, amidst blood and chaos, a brave warrior, whose name had not yet entered legend, fought for every second of her life. Her silhouette darted about in the whirlwind of battle, merging with fountains of blood and flashes of energy. Screams of pain and agony echoed throughout the dungeon as the monstrous creatures overtook their victims. And somewhere there, among the ancient ruins, a pouring rain mourned the forgotten greatness and foreshadowed a new tragedy. It was there, in the very epicenter of the upcoming battle, that a squad of elite soldiers arrived, having discovered the boss's lair ahead of schedule. Their commander, with cold determination but also a hint of anxiety, asked what they should do with the unexpected find. The order was given: gather the entire unit, erect an impenetrable barrier around the boss's lair, and destroy the threat while it is isolated. But no sooner had these words left his lips than devastating news arrived from headquarters. Their own base had been attacked, and the main detachment was fighting a losing, desperate battle. Having received news of the attack on the base, the commander gave the order: "They are 20 minutes from here. We must save them." But at that moment, doubts pierced even the most steadfast. The air split with blue discharges, the earth shook, throwing out fragments of stone. Retreat! A desperate cry rent the air as a wave of electricity threw the fighters around like limp puppets. A blue, pulsating ring closed around them, and a shadow of horror crossed their faces. They were trapped. From above, they could see how a massive energy barrier had completely isolated them, and now no one had any doubt. It was a trap. A new threat crawled out from beneath the ground, a giant, clawed hand rising from the very depths of the mud. An army of Death Knights stood before them, their empty eye sockets glowing with anticipation of battle. "These are S-rank bosses on the 6th level, 12 of them." A panicked voice rang out, and a desperate cry of "Kim Dong-hwa, come back!" tore through the air. Han Dong-su's face, furrowed with the scars of past battles, tensed with the realization of the impending disaster. At the same time, in another place, a figure, engulfed in flames, was rapidly falling, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Choi Soo-yeon lay on the wet grass, breathing heavily. Every drop of rain felt like a new wound. Vile monsters were approaching her, and a blue holographic interface flashed before her eyes, signaling a critical condition. "Move, this is the end." The thought flashed as the stamina indicator blinked ominously, showing complete exhaustion. A desperate cry burst from her chest, and next to her, stuck in the ground, her katana pulsed with energy, calling her to the final battle. "Ha ha, ha ha!" burst from her lungs. Soo-yeon lay there, exhausted, feeling her strength leaving her. A horde of small, vicious creatures closed in around her, their growling growing louder. "Ha! Dirty bastards!" she croaked, and her eyes, full of despair, suddenly lit up with a fire of rage and determination. At that critical moment, memories flashed before her eyes, Park Suho's embrace and her own moments of triumph in battle. "Fuck! Why do I want to now?" Tears mixed with the rain on her cheeks, and a feeling unknown to her before awoke in her soul. And suddenly, as if salvation itself, a tiny glowing fairy appeared out of thin air, giving a last spark of hope. A wave of radiant energy, like salvation itself, engulfed everyone, even the formidable monsters, in its ethereal radiance. Some questioned their fate, others accepted this ominous light. But for her, lying in a pool of her own blood, this glow brought a frightening metamorphosis. A cascade of numbers flashed before her eyes, signifying an impossible, miraculous healing. Her eyes, previously clouded with despair, now glowed with an unearthly blue light, reflecting the mystical energy that permeated her. A blinding flash tore through the battlefield itself, tearing flesh and weapons to shreds, turning everything to dust. Through the chaos, the silhouette of Pak Suho appeared, bathed in the same glow, his name seemingly engraved in the light itself. And it wasn't just her. Even seasoned fighters felt a surge of unknown power, their bodies filled with strength they could only dream of. But for Seoul Soo-young, it was more than just healing. It was transformation, her scream tearing through the night as an ancient, predatory power awakened in her hands. The emaciated body rose into the air, engulfed in a golden glow, and around her, like shadows, creatures from the abyss clutched their claws. One touch of this new, unbridled energy, and the enemies crumbled to dust, their sinister forms disappearing in a blinding whirlwind. Then she landed, renewed, healed, every muscle energized, and the words, "How refreshing," sounded ominously calm. Her blow was precise and deadly. The monster collapsed, and Choi Soo-young, filled with frantic power, fell upon the remaining enemies. While the others were fighting back in a fierce battle, one of the fighters, who had repelled another attack, suddenly pointed to something that made everyone freeze. From there, from the shadows of the forest, a countless horde of monsters poured out, their red eyes burning with bloodlust, and their screams rent the air. Horror was evident in their eyes, and the question, "What the hell is this?" hung in the air, full of doom. But before fear could take hold, the forest erupted in a wave of fire, burning the undead to ashes and screams of agony. The remaining creatures, gripped by panic, rushed about helplessly, their squeals merging with the crackling of the flames. In the midst of this hellish flame stood Paksuho, unperturbed, like the Lord of Fire himself, calming the raging elements with just a slight movement of his hand. He turned around, a smug grin spread across his face, and the question, "Is that all there was here?" sounded like a mockery of the hell he had just endured. Suddenly, through the remnants of smoke and fire, Koisu Young rushed towards him, her blonde hair flowing as he caught her in his arms. A look of surprise, mixed with concern, flashed in his eyes as he uttered her nickname, Blondie, and asked the question that hung in the air, "Why are you here?" Koisu Young, her eyes filled with tears, could hardly believe her feelings as she whispered a question that reflected her deep concern. "How did you even end up here?" Somewhere nearby, two operatives in uniforms with futuristic helmets looked into the distance, wondering, did this guy really save us? The battlefield stretched around them, strewn with fallen enemies, and the air still trembled with the residual sounds of the powerful impact. The green grass was stained with blood. The mangled bodies of the monsters testified to the crushing force that had just fallen upon them. The red-haired woman in the armored suit, who appeared from the fog, looked around in amazement, her gaze full of bewilderment. She moved forward slowly, her gaze darting around as if trying to find someone in this empty but bloody landscape. A puzzled expression crossed her face as she realized there was no one around except the bodies of her fallen enemies. Meanwhile, they were joined by a group of operatives, whose muffled cries betrayed their astonishment and, perhaps, horror at what they saw. "What? Park SU?" The redhead blurted out when it finally dawned on her who could be behind this destruction. And in the midst of all this, Park Suho was still holding Koisu Young tightly in his arms, who seemed to have completely trusted in his embrace. The red-haired woman couldn't believe her eyes, her mouth wide open and her gaze expressing absolute shock. Thoughts swirled in my head. Why is Paksu here? This is the last dungeon. Did he really clear it out alone? Her companions were also in shock, realizing the scale of what had happened, and thoughts about the power of Paksuho, capable of such a thing, flashed through their minds. And then she saw how images of others, those she was looking for, seemed to flash through her mind, and she realized that they, too, could be here. However, upon closer inspection, outside observers noted that the hug between Park Suho and Koisu Young looked more like a push-away hug than a gentle touch. "I told you, you're too weak," Park Suho grumbled, trying to move away from the girl who, despite his words, clung tightly to him. But Paksuho's patience ran out. With a sharp movement, he threw Koisu Young away from himself, and she, with a squeal, flew to the side. Those around her, who had become unwitting witnesses to this scene, looked at each other awkwardly, and the red-haired woman only whispered in bewilderment, "Partner?" Koisu Young, who fell to the ground, covered her face in embarrassment, feeling the pain from the blow and the shame from the public rejection. "See? I told you with my strength you'll only get hurt," Koisu Young heard as Paksuho, seemingly without much regret, continued on his way. Park Suho, dressed in his combat suit, froze, his gaze directed to the side where a mysterious, ghostly light flickered in the sky, as if foreshadowing a new threat. At this time, the main detachment, consisting of 15 survivors, reported losses, lost contact with the camp, and the futility of searching for the bodies of the dead. The vile creatures, necrotic beings, continued to rise from the earth, threatening an endless tide unless their leader was destroyed. The squad leader insisted on returning to the camp, hoping to re-establish communication and determine the location of the missing reconnaissance group. Park Suho, however, interrupted her, stating that trying to find them in the camp would be useless because he already knew that the 5 survivors were fighting for their lives, too close to the boss himself. Realizing that they were talking about a reconnaissance group, the squad members immediately demanded to know their exact location. Without further explanation, Park Suho ordered them to follow him, warning that delay would result in the inevitable death of the scouts. Before they had time to come to their senses, Paksuho rushed forward, leaving behind a shockwave that sent even the strongest fighters of the squad flying to the sides. Roaring with indignation, the fighters did not understand how they were supposed to follow someone who moved with superhuman speed. And then Koisu Young, whose wounds had not yet healed, rushed after him, calling on the others to run if they did not want to be left behind. The other members of the squad, stunned by her sudden impulse, tried to follow suit, but were already having trouble keeping up with her acceleration. Their path was blocked by a huge horde of ugly ghouls, whose glowing eyes and sharp claws foreshadowed a bloody massacre. But Paksuho, without slowing down, rushed past them, his silhouette dissolving in the rapid movement, heading towards the target. The squad leaders, realizing the inevitability of a clash, ordered everyone to prepare for battle, charging their forces and preparing for the fight. The ghouls approached, their terrible mouths opening in a silent scream, anticipating easy prey. And at this time, Paksuho, turning sharply, cried out, calling upon something unknown from the depths of his power. Bright flashes of blue energy erupted from his hands, cutting through the air and heading straight for the ranks of monsters. Paksuho himself seemed to merge with this energy, his body illuminated by an unearthly light as he glided along the ground, avoiding his opponents. Lightning bolts, unleashed by his power, rained down mercilessly upon his enemies, leaving only dust in their wake. And then, from the clots of light, a ghostly wolf appeared, sinking its fangs into one of the ghouls, its eyes glowing with fury, and its fangs tearing through the flesh of its enemy. Agonizing screams echo as the ghost wolf continues its brutal attack, a whirlwind of destruction. Paksuho moves like a whirlwind, his ghostly ally tearing apart enemies in a bloody dance of death. Cries of alarm are heard among the fighters. This is the very summoning of the beasts that was rumored, and perhaps we don't even need to fight here. The red-haired warrior, accustomed to horrors, looks on in amazement at the unfolding spectacle. Choi Soo-young, with her piercing blue eyes, points upward, sensing a new threat. A mysterious flying object has appeared in the sky. What is this? Another witch-like creature flashes to her mind as her anxiety grows. But Choi Soo-young, whose eyes lit up with a mystical light, feels something different. This is something completely different, and its power is inexplicable. A terrifying figure hovers above the advancing horde of skeletons, emitting a blue aura of death, its dark power enveloping everything around it. Paksuho, his eyes never leaving the new threat, prepares for the next strike, his faithful wolf rushing alongside. The darkness deepens as the army of the dead advances under the leadership of their mysterious master. With cold calm, Paksuho addresses his hovering opponent, calling him by name, "Hello, Lich." A wave of horror and confusion runs through the soldiers. "Lich?" Disbelieving cries echo across the battlefield. Before them appears the Lich himself, the most powerful king of the undead, whose burning eyes gleam with deadly menace from beneath his ancient helmet. The relentless tide of the undead is approaching, and a desperate question hangs in the air. How do we deal with this? The bloodied ghoul lets out a blood-curdling roar, its eyes glowing blood-red. Desperate orders ring out in the chaos. Retreat, but someone tries to instill courage. Don't be afraid, they're only G-rank. Han Dan-soo, with a bandage over his eye and a stern face, tensely assesses the scale of the threat. Paksuho's mind begins to form a guess. It's not just magic that brings corpses back to life, but something much more sinister, capable of unprecedented deeds. And through the veil of dark magic, the silhouette of ancient ruins appears, as if the place itself is filled with monstrous power. The darkening energy pulses, drawing one warrior's gaze into its bottomless depths, and a silent cry erupts from his chest. Park Suho, the captain, feels the pressure, but his determination is unwavering, and the fire of struggle burns in his eyes. His comrades, surrounded by flashes of electrical energy, try in vain to stop him, realizing the recklessness of a solitary impulse. But Park Suho has already made his fateful decision, and his words, full of bitterness, urge them to hold on until he strikes the enemy in the heart. The captain's lone silhouette disappears into the mystical darkness of the ancient ruins, leaving behind only alarmed cries. Meanwhile, among the remaining fighters, an attempt to maintain composure slips through, although panic is already knocking on their hearts. But the time for reflection is over. A deadly blow piercing the air demands an immediate reaction. The chaos mounts, and the ranks of the defenders tremble under the onslaught, their cries echoing across the cursed lands. But the flames of rage flare up when Yan Jesht, spreading his dark wings, challenges the underworld itself. Legions of the undead rise from the ashes, their eerie cries filling the heated air with the anticipation of battle. With a slight, almost arrogant smile, Yan Jesht turns to his opponent, offering him to surrender. The Lich, ablaze with malevolent energy, responds only by increasing its monstrous, menacing power. Jesht drops his playful mask, declaring that the time for games is over, and orders the enemy to retreat into oblivion. In response to his words, streams of fiery energy swirl with new, destructive power. But Jesht's smile only widens when he activates his secret weapon, the mirror reflection technique. At that moment, the Lich finds himself trapped, surrounded by pulsating spheres that distort reality. And Jesht, concentrating the purple lightning in his hand, prepares to deliver the decisive blow. A final, desperate roar erupts from the chest of the ancient evil, its true form revealed through the magic. The Lich's flaming silhouette seemed to only grow stronger, defying fate itself and all laws. But in response, a crushing blow is heard, splitting space and time, marking the end. A cataclysmic force tears apart the very fabric of existence, engulfing the Lich in its destructive embrace. To those watching, it seemed as if the monster had finally been defeated, dissolving into the storm and chaos. But the true power was only just taking shape, descending from the heavens in a blinding flash of energy. Park Suho, with icy eyes, foresaw that this battle was far from over. However, not everyone had such clarity. Confusion and anxiety were reflected on the faces of others. For from the very abyss of flame and destruction, ancient evil was reborn. Panic gripped the ranks as the warning to flee drowned out the doomed cry. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Han Dong-soo finds himself facing a new, terrifying threat. But even in the face of such a nightmare, he kept his cool, preparing to take on the fight alone. He rejected any help, preferring to resist the hordes of darkness with his own strength. His blows pierced the creatures like lightning, tearing apart their incorporeal bodies. But they kept coming, their silent cries echoing in his mind. Each new onslaught was a test of his endurance, a boundary beyond which despair lurked. Their countless mouths longed to devour him, to dissolve him in primordial horror. And then, gathering his will into a fist, he remembered his main strength, his steely determination. A powerful blow, reinforced by internal energy, shook the air, breaking through the monster's defense. But even an iron fist could not stop the endless flow. He fell under the pressure, losing ground under his feet. The creatures squeezed him in their embrace, threatening to swallow him whole without a trace. "This isn't easy," flashed through his mind as fatigue began to take its toll. But at that very moment, as if returning from oblivion, the shadow of the Lich approached, dealing a sudden and crushing blow to another fighter. The fighter, struck by the blow, bent over in unbearable pain, barely holding his sword. But the wave of attacks did not stop, and now another fighter was falling to his feet, his despair almost tangible. The last reserves of mana were exhausted, and the crossbows silently confirmed the bitter truth. Their fire no longer caused damage. Meanwhile, Lich, whose eyes were burning with an ominous fire, was already swinging, preparing to bring down a new sentence. Behind him, like shadows, moved his skeletal warriors, their swords cutting the air, searching for a new victim. In the blink of an eye, another defender fell, the flying fragments of his armor becoming a sad testimony to the enemy's strength. With a dull, heavy thud, he collapsed, curled up helplessly on the ground, his battle over. The name Kim Dong-hwa echoed across the battlefield, a desperate cry lost in the chaos. Wounded, he was breathing with difficulty, clutching his pierced shoulder, pain clouding his vision. But the horror was just beginning. From the darkness, enveloped in an electric discharge, a new horde of undead crawled out. "They're even outside the barrier," came a terrified cry as the soldiers saw a new horde threatening their rear. One by one, the warriors fell from exhaustion, their bodies refusing to fight, their spirits breaking under the onslaught. "It will all be over as soon as the captain defeats the Lich," someone tried to instill hope, but there was a tremor in their voice. "I don't think so," the exhausted fighter whispered back, feeling his own body betraying him. Another desperate cry of Kim Dong-hwa rent the air like a harbinger of disaster. The earth heaved, and from its depths, crushing stones, a colossal skeleton rose up, eclipsing the horizon. The fighters' faces were distorted with horror. Before them stood a monster, incomparable to anything they had seen. At that critical moment, a blinding beam of light pierced the heavens and fell from above like divine intervention. He struck into the thick of the undead, causing the world around him to sparkle with thousands of sparks, changing the course of the battle. The skeletons that had been attacking with relentless fury suddenly froze, their empty eye sockets staring at this incredible sight. But the blow was only the beginning. Something wild fell from the sky, enveloped in a power of thunder, a ferocious boar whose gaze burned with pure rage. Shock gripped even the most steadfast fighters as they tried to comprehend the appearance of this primeval beast. With sheer fury and power, the wild boar charged at the nearest skeleton, crushing it in the blink of an eye. Amidst the chaos, a guess flashed. Was it a beast or something larger, taking the form of a bear, sowing panic with its thunderous onslaught? But then the gaze switched. A powerful burst of energy surrounded Paksuho, whose body began to glow with electrical discharges. The fighters, stunned, had difficulty recognizing the source of this power as their leader, Paksuho. The next moment, Paksu unleashed pure fury, unleashing a fiery storm that scattered the incinerated remains of the undead across the battlefield. Echoes of his power rolled across the earth, leaving behind only dust and scorching air. And in this wave of power, something incredible happened. The soldiers' wounds began to heal, their bodies recovering from pain and fatigue. Cleansing flames raged all around, consuming the last of the monsters and leaving behind only flickering embers and a warm glow. Suho, looking around the field, noticed the absence of one of his men, and his face darkened with serious anxiety. He decided to act alone, ordering his remaining fighters to wait for the main force to arrive while lightning continued to dance around him. With a heavy heart but full faith in the leader, one of the fighters agreed, ready to hold a position. All the other fighters, imbued with his determination, nodded, their faces expressing readiness to wait in this stormy calm. At that moment, a powerful eagle, with an eye burning with blue flame, soared into the sky, ready to carry out the order. The bird of prey darted forward like an arrow, guided by an invisible force, its flight a harbinger of an imminent strike. The eagle crashed into the invisible barrier, piercing through it, leaving behind only an explosion of energy and shattered fragments. And so, Pak Suho landed on the battlefield with a thunderous roar, shaking the earth around him and raising dust. He stood in the midst of chaos, his hands and body ablaze with sacred fire and electricity, ready to meet any threat. But a new darkness was already gathering around him, and huge, monstrous creatures rushed at him from all sides, foreshadowing a fierce battle. The monstrous forms hissed, their jaws gaping in horrific hunger. One of them, a shadow, fell on Park Suho, piercing his electric body. But the hero merely clenched his fist, and blue sparks danced with renewed vigor across his transforming limbs. The next moment he shed his human shell, turning into a mighty wolf, whose rage burned with sacred fire. Each strike of his paws shook the ground, sending waves of pure destruction to the undead. He tore through flesh and stone, a true fury that knew no fatigue. His shadow, huge and menacing, danced on the hot debris, foreshadowing imminent victory. The new creature tried to devour him, entangling him with its vile tentacles. It was then that Park Suho saw it, the beating, pulsating heart, the source of the monster's life force. Despite the warning signs from the system, his eyes reflected determination, only 14% health, 10% mana. He knew he had to act quickly before his last resource was exhausted. Each new attack drained him, and the last bits of stamina melted away at an alarming rate. But giving up was not in his nature. He gathered the remaining energy, concentrating it in his palms. And with a final roar, he unleashed a wave of fire upon the enemy, incinerating the very essence of darkness. An explosion tore through space, and the monster screamed as it turned to dust. The impact was so strong that the ground beneath them split, shaking the entire temple. Outside, soldiers in tactical armor watched in horror, realizing that the temple seemed to have exploded. The protective barrier that had kept them at bay vanished, and the remnants of the undead crumbled to dust. Bewilderment and shock were visible on their faces. What happened inside? And at that moment, through the ruined vaults of the temple, a powerful beam of light pierced the heavens, announcing victory. Through the ruins, illuminated by a powerful beam of light, Choysu Young appeared, her gaze expressing deep shock. But instead of the long-awaited relief, a sharp digital signal was heard, and ominous countdown numbers flickered on the holographic display. Countdown to the gate's explosion. The countdown has begun, the guards shouted, their faces contorted with horror as time ticked away with every second. At that critical moment, to the blinding glow of the portal, he appeared. Park Suho is back, echoed jubilantly. The hero stood before them, carrying a lifeless body in his arms, and his return breathed hope into hearts frozen with fear. A murmur of relief swept through the crowd, but through it came a worried whisper. "Captain, is he all right?" Park Suho didn't respond, but simply concentrated on carrying his burden, while the remains of a mysterious energy flickered around the wounded man, whoever he was. Choisu Young, with her lips pressed together, looked at him with relief and at the same time with apprehension, and a silent question could be read in her eyes. "He's still alive," Park Suho said, and these words sounded like a sentence and at the same time like salvation, causing everyone to exhale. Euphoria gripped the crowd. Wonderful. A man with such an iron will couldn't just die. Thus, Park Suho completed an unprecedented mission, rescuing his unit from the deadly clutches of the dungeon, a mission that made the whole world talk. Just an hour and 40 minutes after his daring breakthrough, the entire world held its breath, watching the broadcast as if it were its own destiny. Despair gave way to hope as brave warriors returned from the 7th-level dungeon that had terrorized humanity for so long. And then, amidst flashes of energy and thunderous cries, they appeared, exhausted but alive. Finally, they're out. The crowd's jubilation was boundless. Pride filled the hearts of those who believed in victory over the Level 7 horror that had plunged the world into chaos. Park Suho and the 707A Special Forces soldiers confidently walked out of the portal, carrying the wounded, and their faces showed not only fatigue but also unbroken pride. Suddenly, a new beam of light, even more dazzling, shot into the sky, piercing the clouds and causing the crowd to freeze in amazement. The 7th level dungeon, which once terrified the entire world and made countries tremble with fear, has disappeared without a trace, leaving only memories. While medics carried away the wounded, including Captain Sojin, journalists swarmed Park Suho, trying to find out the secrets of his incredible raid. But before he could answer, Park Suho spread his enormous black wings and leaped into the air, leaving behind the astonished crowd and the clicking cameras. Red hair, reflecting the setting sun, turns to the blonde. To think that I could meet such a guy in my life. The blonde, taken aback by this unexpected confession, listens as her companion says, "It's fate," with a dreamy smile that makes one feel uneasy. The red-haired girl's face lights up with a blush, her hands involuntarily clenching, betraying trembling excitement. Me? The blonde wonders, before asking a caustic question. What kind of woman would like such a disgusting bastard? Then why didn't you get off him? The red-haired girl retorts, claiming she was just glad to see him, trying to hide her embarrassment. An awkward pause hangs between the girls, filled with unasked questions and hidden emotions. The red-haired girl's feelings are evident through her light blush and sparkling eyes, in which reflections of Park Suho's flight still dance. With a beaming face, the red-haired girl bids farewell to the sky, carrying with her a secret sympathy for the hero of the day, while her companion still does not understand what is happening. But not everyone felt only a slight thrill. Another woman, reserved and elegant, quietly whispered after the departing hero, mixing tenderness with reproach, "This idiot." Meanwhile, away from the crowd and elevated feelings, a young gray-haired man sitting in a street cafe was shocked by the news on his phone. What? 6 days? His eyes widen in horror as he realizes the enormity of what has happened. What the hell? He tries to make sense of the information that is destroying his familiar world, reflecting on his lost abilities. All my Japanese bank accounts are probably frozen, he concludes bitterly, the world around him shrinking to the size of a burner phone. He frowns, trying to maintain an outward calm, but behind his focused gaze lies growing anxiety. His calm is shattered when a group of men, clearly unfriendly, approach him, their footsteps echoing down the street. "Handsome?" One of them addresses him, with feigned politeness that only heightens the tension. "Oh, sorry. The leader of the group, with a hard face and narrowed eyes, exudes open disdain. The gray-haired man gives him the same cold, piercing look, hinting that his patience is wearing thin. "Hey, take it easy. You're on probation now," one of the leader's companions interjects, causing the gray-haired man to grit his teeth but accept their words. And while they were talking about Park Suho's recent feat, the words about the cleared 7th-level dungeon sounded like a subtle, caustic jab at the gray-haired man. His rage seethed, drowning out the last jabs aimed at him, and every vein read he was not just a failure, he was a disgrace to the entire country. The gray-haired man, blazing with indignation, refused to acknowledge someone else's victory, rejecting any comparison with that cruel scoundrel whose true nature, according to him, had long since been revealed. And at that moment, in his eyes, filled with crimson light, a dangerous determination flashed, ready to release a hidden power. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, an innocent child, caught up in a game, runs out onto the road, oblivious to the approaching threat. A sudden flash of light blinds everything around, and a deafening blow tears through the air. A man suddenly rushes out of the crowd, his desperate cry merging with the screech of brakes as he shields the child with his body. An unknown amount of time later, a wounded and bandaged Park Suho is trying to regain consciousness when a concerned medic approaches him. Overwhelmed by pain and distraction, Park Suho's head hangs heavily and his fingers touch his forehead powerlessly. A voice full of confusion barely audibly says, "What? Haven't?" The doctor's gaze is full of concern and sympathy as he asks a question that foreshadows an alarming truth. A sudden fear pierces Park Suho, and he clutches his chest in despair, trying to remember his name as the only thread connecting him to reality. Park Jun-ho, wide-eyed, exchanges a worried look with a dejected Han Dong-soo. The news of Park Suho's condition clearly throws them off balance. And then Choi Soo-yeon appears, bright as the sun, wearing a very playful outfit, her carefree question about Suho Appa's well-being cutting through the tense silence. Surprise and slight shock can be seen on Park Jun-ho's face at such a familiar Appa, while Han Dong-soo only winces in obvious irritation. Park Junho forces a tight smile, and Han Dong-soo tries to hide his confusion, both clearly unsure how to react to this unexpected guest. Choi Soo-yeon, oblivious to their awkwardness, hands them the bags, beaming with an innocent smile and continuing her easy, casual conversation. With a soft gesture, the bags pass from hand to hand, a silent exchange in a tense atmosphere. As a parting gesture, Choi Soo-yeon waves her hand and playfully asks to call her when Park Soo-ho wakes up. Both men, barely holding back their laughter, assure her that everything will be fine, their faces distorted with embarrassment. Choi Soo-yeon walks away down the long corridor, leaving behind not only the two puzzled men, but also the trace of her unusual, flamboyant appearance. As Choi Soo-yeon leaves, Park Junho and Han Dong-soo exchange puzzled glances, recalling the earlier question about Suho Appa. Thoughts about their comrade's strange condition hover in the air, causing them to speculate about the mysterious loss of vitality. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms, that same Park Soo-ho, having turned into a wild boar, is peacefully snoring, unaware of the recent commotion. Looking into the room, Park Jun-ho breathes a sigh of relief, taking the metamorphosis for a simple dream. But Han Dong-soo senses an impending disaster if Suho does not wake up. Park Jun-ho seems to understand the delicacy of the situation, realizing how vulnerable Suho is in this state. Han Dong-soo just presses his lips together, his gaze tense, full of heavy thoughts about how to wake up the sleeping monster. But suddenly, like a whirlwind, the same girl appears with her hair on fire, her eyes shining with impatience, and she quickly heads towards her goal. Park Jun-ho and Han Dong-soo retreat in panic, their faces distorted in horror at the sight of her reckless actions. "Abba!" she exclaims, rushing forward with a joyful cry, not listening to the desperate attempts of the men to stop her before something irreparable happens. A deafening bang echoes down the hallway, and the men watch in horror at the effects of its sudden, powerful impact. And now, instead of a menacing boar, on the floor lies a small, defenseless kitten curled up comfortably in a ball. The girl bursts into delighted laughter, bending over the miraculous transformation, while the men, in shock, try to comprehend what has happened. Meanwhile, outside, Choi Soo-yeon, who has already changed into a formal uniform, bends over the figure lying on the ground, addressing it as Captain. Jung Jae-sik, waking up, looks up with difficulty and immediately recognizes Choi Soo-yeon in her. She, with a barely noticeable smile, calmly watches as he comes to his senses. Rising with difficulty, Jung Jae-sik explains that his search led him to Park Suho. Choi Soo-yeon nods, indicating that their paths are the same as she heads towards Suho. Inside, Park Jun-ho and Han Dong-soo are still standing, stunned by the series of strange events. Meanwhile, the girl tenderly hugs a small gray kitten, affectionately calling it "darling, darling." The kitten itself doesn't seem to be thrilled with this over-the-top display of affection, its eyes clearly expressing displeasure. Despite the disgruntled meowing, the girl hugs the kitten tightly, trying to keep him close. "I won't be able to see you for a while," she whispers, but the kitten, clearly not sharing her sentimentality, breaks free from her embrace. With one final, decisive lunge, the fluffy ball breaks free and jumps to the floor, leaving her lost in thought. Meanwhile, outside the door, Han Dong-soo and Park Jung-ho watch the scene. One of them wryly remarks how he remains attached to the girl. But then surprise distorts Park Junho's face, and Han Dong-jisoo only watches attentively, sensing something is wrong. "Brother Su-ho," Park Jun-ho's panicked cry is heard as he runs into the room, as the transformation time is almost up. The girl is shocked, and the little kitten seemed to understand the seriousness of the moment, meowing softly. Somewhere nearby, Choi Soo-young asks in surprise if Soo-hyo is awake, feeling the tension growing. Park Ju-ando and Han Dong-do-dashu, amazed, look towards the direction from which the bright light is coming. Confusion and anxiety are reflected on the faces of Choi Soo-young and her companion. An unbearable light fills the corridor, and everyone present involuntarily freezes, sensing the approach of something grandiose. Park Jun-ho and Han Dong-soo are stunned, their eyes widening at what they see. Choi Soo-young's face expresses deep shock, as if she can't believe her eyes. And in the center of this whirlwind is Paksu himself, now completely transformed, pressed to himself by a confused girl. Choi Soo-young's gaze instantly changes from surprise to anger and disgust when she sees this scene. The girl herself seems taken aback by this turn of events, awkwardly hiding her face as Paksu holds her. "You crazy pervert," Choi Soo-young yells, raising the box above his head, preparing to throw it. There is a deafening bang as the box hits Paksuho square in the face, scattering its contents and making him cry out in pain. Park Jun-icho, watching this chaos, cannot help but make a snide comment about his brother's acting skills, and the enraged Choi Isu-young, stepping forward, indignantly exclaims that this is absolutely not what she expected, and that she is tired of this madness. Choi, Su-yoon, still angry, watches as someone worries about Park Sua, while others, including Park Jua, make snarky comments about his incredible vitality and strange awakening. Her discontent gives way to deep thoughtfulness, as if she is trying to comprehend the absurdity that is happening. Park Suho finally comes to his senses, but only confused, quietly chuckling, realizing that he is lying on the floor. Han Dong-Guing-soo greets him with a cheerful smile, not paying attention to his strange state. Those around him are surprised to realize that Paksuho has been here for some time, and his captain is puzzled as to how he appeared. In response, Park Suho only silently looks at the ceiling, his gaze seeming distant and empty. Han Don-soo, ignoring his detachment, comes closer, wanting to express his sincere gratitude to him. But Park Suho, suffering from a headache, only tiredly asks everyone to leave him alone. Han Dong-Guing-soo, however, is unwavering and with great determination promises to use the life he was given for good by saving others. A heavy sigh escapes Paksuho's chest, and he falls asleep again, fighting off the strange hum that sounds in his head. His comrades realize that he has fallen asleep again and are aware of the danger of his continued stay here. Meanwhile, outside the window, a sleeping city spreads out, its lights flickering in the silence of the night, unaware of the secrets hidden within its depths. Someone's elegant shoes beat out a rhythm on the steps, approaching an unknown destination. A man in dark clothing stands up quickly, his steps barely audible, while a female figure confidently follows him. A woman with a cascade of red hair, her face reflecting a mixture of concentration and slight irritation, continues her way upward. Nimble fingers quickly and accurately enter the combination on the electronic lock, measuring each click. The man in dark, whose steps become more insistent, almost runs up the stairs. She stops, towering over the landing, her gaze filled with impenetrable determination. Her lips part slightly, preparing to speak the words that might change the course of this story. And her eyes, sharp as blades, meet someone's gaze, pronouncing a name with icy calm, Miss Lee Sunoke? A gloomy room, bathed in cold moonlight, becomes the arena for the inevitable confrontation with the one who has just been named. The woman, whose hair is the color of fire, does not flinch, her gaze full of contempt and defiance towards the uninvited guest. Opposite her stands a man whose face is distorted with anger, and in his eyes one can read only one goal: control. But his anger pales before the transformation of her eyes, which glow with an ominous scarlet light, revealing her true, monstrous nature. He reaches for his gun, his voice breaking in a desperate warning, but it's too late to change anything. An unexpected force manifests itself, destroying the weapon in midair as if by magic, leaving only fragments. His comrade screams in horror, realizing the full depth of the incomprehensible and the impending danger. And now, the man is floating in the air, caught in the bloody embrace of her magical, living hair, exuding death itself. The witness of this terrible scene cannot believe his eyes, his mind refuses to accept the madness that is happening. Meanwhile, far from this horror, a futuristic fortress, shrouded in mystery, rises under the stars. And, in another place, as if in a parallel reality, a certain influential man with a satisfied smile is having an important telephone conversation. He boasts of his successes, predicting the imminent return of many, as if this confirms his impeccability. Confidence fills him as he hints at a reward for his services and asks for permission to reside in Suho's lands. Behind him, with barely noticeable anxiety, stands a woman whose gaze betrays hidden anxiety. The call ends, but his satisfied expression does not disappear, foreshadowing, as it seems to him, new achievements. Suddenly, his peace is disturbed, and he asks with irritation about the purpose of her sudden, uninvited arrival. She doesn't waste time on pleasantries. Her orders are sharp and peremptory, demanding immediate action. His face expresses surprise at the need for urgent intervention in matters concerning Seoul. But her words go further, revealing the scale of the crisis that has engulfed not only the capital, but the entire world. The man's heavy sigh confirms that the threat is global, and that he is faced with an unbearable, exhausting burden. As if desperately clinging to her last hope, she connects to the video link. General Manager Kim appears on the screen, his exhausted appearance speaking of sleepless nights and the pressure of overwhelming responsibility. "Long time no see," a worried voice is heard. "What happened to you?" General Manager Kim merely confirms the obvious. The situation is critical now, and it's getting worse every day. Images of the disaster are spreading around the world. The familiar bridge now towers over a chaotic jumble of ships abandoned to their fate. In Rio de Janeiro, waves of fire wash over majestic monuments as survivors desperately try to escape through the port, but it is only a temporary respite. Uncertainty lurks in the depths of the ocean, and while the world tries to comprehend what has happened, a new threat is already emerging in Russia. Military reports are relentless. Conventional weapons capable of containing the growing horror have run out. The wave of monsters that gathered in Harbin surpassed all imaginable threat levels, rendering conventional weapons useless. And now, having changed their course, these monsters are moving not towards Russia, but straight towards North Korea, right to the border. A huge force of monsters is approaching Paju and Dongducheon, the Imden River, putting the entire country at risk. There is panic in his eyes. Should I really flee the country before it's too late? And while the world crumbles under the blows of anomalies, in Seoul, outrage grows. Level 6 guilds have proven powerless against the onslaught. In just one day, 14 new dungeons open in the capital, 6 of which were of the menacing 6th level. The guild's combat units are exhausted. There is nowhere to turn for help. Hope is fading before our eyes. Silence hangs in the air like a heavy blanket, leaving no room for optimism. The exhausted soldier breaks into a helpless groan, realizing the full depth of his hopelessness. Despair is reflected in the eyes of those present. Everyone understands that the situation has gotten out of control. Moreover, the task force that was conducting the investigation was brutally destroyed, and the culprit escaped. Who dared do this? He shouts, demanding answers. Are these the awakened, and why are they still at large? Chilling details pierce the air. The victim is not just dead, she died and resurrected 3 times, pointing to something unimaginable, a vampire. Shock and horror distort the chief's face when the gruesome details of the investigation reach him. In a frenzy of confusion and desperation, operatives search for protocols, a plan of action, any clue to counter the new threat. A heady sigh escapes his lips. The world is already torn apart by dungeons, and now a new, incomprehensible danger has appeared. However, duty calls, and he promises to return after the elite Special Forces unit is sent on a mission. Meanwhile, a powerful column of armored vehicles breaks the silence, rushing towards the unknown. From one of the cars, with a smile full of mischief, a cry comes out, a cheeky greeting for the PAKSUHO, sent into the very heat of the moment. People wave goodbye to those heading off to the front lines to fight the shadows. But one of the fighters, CHOI-SU Young, refuses the safe route of reconnaissance, demanding to be thrown straight into the crucible of battle. The woman in the suit, her companion, only smiles mysteriously, as if foreseeing the future. CHOI-SU Young, with determination in her eyes, strives for only one thing, to become stronger. Her companion merely watches, and deep understanding can be read in her gaze. What lies behind this smile remains a mystery. Night falls on the camp, and not entirely sober voices can be heard in the dim light of the tents. Around the campfire, amid bitter jokes and drunken babble, old grievances come to the surface. A woman in a suit, with a slight smirk, asks a direct question regarding someone's obsession. CHOI Su Young takes a sip from the can, her face unperturbed. She simply believes that there is someone who is not subject to death, unwavering in the face of any threat. Her companion, understanding this faith, only wishes her luck on the path she has chosen. Suddenly, an all-consuming explosion illuminates the darkness, reminding us that peace in this world is only an illusion. The council is gathering, and alarming news is on the big screen. A bomb has been dropped on our own lands, and in the face of this threat, the question of strengthening Seoul's defenses arises. Meanwhile, new danger zones are flashing red on city maps. Level 6 dungeons are multiplying, threatening the once inviolable guild territories. Against this backdrop, all eyes turn to Park Suho, the only one many believe can solve this problem, but whose inaction is fueling growing discontent. Conversations about him are becoming more and more heated. People do not understand why a hero with such power remains on the sidelines while the capital is under threat. One of the officials, furious at the current situation, curses these scumbags who are challenging order and security. Far from these tense meetings, under the bright sun, peaceful buildings spread out, surrounded by greenery, protected from global cataclysms. Where nature still retains its pristine beauty, deer graze among ancient trees, unaware of the impending disaster. In the shade of a traditional house, 2 women rest, one of them happily sharing how her fatigue has disappeared without a trace. The elderly woman lies with her eyes closed, a blissful smile frozen on her face, as if she had found true peace. Her companion, also immersed in a peaceful sleep, looks peaceful, enjoying the silence of this refuge. But even in this corner of the world, on a high cliff, Park Suho and his comrades sit, their gaze fixed on the horizon, where new threats may lurk. Park Suho, with deep melancholy in his voice, dreams of being able to travel peacefully without the burden of such heavy responsibility. His friend, Park Junho, nods with slight bewilderment, admitting that their incredibly fast leveling still feels unreal, like a dream. Their conversation turns to Yan Yeshik, who they say is currently training new recruits, preparing them for the coming battles. Park Suho curiously wonders about Jang Jae-shik's true intentions and where he is really heading. After all, as it turns out, Jang Jae-shik set off on a very specific mission to save the Wanderers, and Myeonjin is already prepared to meet the undead. There's a hint of doubt in his words, "What are you doing?" as if he doesn't fully understand the complexity or danger of this task. Park Jun-ho, caught off guard, only shudders nervously, sensing something ominous. Park Suho, seeing his reaction, asks with a slight challenge, "What really?" calling on his friend to take a more serious look at what is happening. And now the whole point of what's happening is revealed. Myeongjin is moving these wanderers into the neutral zone, a dangerous and vital mission that Park Suho seems to be unaware of. Park Junho still seems unable to come to terms with the scale of the mission, letting out a breath of amazement. He continues his monologue, pointing out how lonely these wanderers look in their new reality, hinting at their vulnerability. And this is the bitter truth of a harsh world where even seemingly innocent creatures are forced to fight for their existence. Perhaps Myeongjin's mission involves creating natural barriers, like this terrifying rift that separates worlds. Park Junho, realizing the potential, proposes to strengthen the city wall by using the Zhongnan Current to create an impenetrable defense. What if we added something more toothy to this natural moat? The alligator idea seemed to strike him as a brilliant solution. Park Suho gives him a wide smile in response, finding this proposal quite original and even funny. But reality quickly catches up. Park Suho gently calms his friend down, realizing that the alligators in the ditch are more of a joke than a plan. He's lost in thought again, looking out at the endless horizon while Park Jun-ho seems distracted by his phone. Suddenly, Park Jun-ho exclaims upon seeing something shocking on his mobile phone screen, attracting his friend's attention. Park Suho turns around in surprise, his face expressing bewilderment, and he asks a rhetorical question, why? It turns out that unrest is growing in Seoul over the dungeons, and people have taken to rallies, lighting candles in protest against the authorities' inaction. Park Suho stands silently, pondering what he has just heard, while Park Jun-ho, immersed in the news, only sighs dejectedly. But the silence is broken by the distant roar of an engine. A car is rapidly approaching them along the dirt road. Both friends, surprised by the unexpected arrival, look at each other questioningly, trying to understand who is coming. Park Suho wonders who it could be, and Park Junho seems to recognize her. It is the bureau manager. Choi Soo-yeon, the bureau's manager, steps out of the car, dressed in a formal suit and with a determined expression on her face, ready for a serious conversation. She seems to have come with some kind of request, but Park Suho, anticipating another problem, immediately gives her the cold shoulder. However, Choi Soo-yeon does not lose her cool, giving them a charming smile and insistently asking them to listen to her explanation. She begins her story about the existence of some dungeons that the Bureau apparently cannot handle on their own, requiring their help. The revelation of the blood crystal power plant's location immediately causes confusion and anxiety. Park Junho's face reflects pure horror, a premonition of impending disaster. But there is no time to think. The building is engulfed in a furious flame, and the cries for help from the wounded tear the air. Rescuers are in despair. A wall of fire is preventing them from getting inside, condemning people to certain death. But then, out of nowhere, Park Suho appears, his gaze full of determination to find out the truth. The fire engulfs the building with renewed vigor, cracks spreading across the walls, foreshadowing an imminent collapse. Han Dong-soo suspects that the blood crystal generator itself exploded, but putting out the fire becomes the first priority. Suddenly, another explosion is heard, and blue flashes illuminate the burning building. And then, in the midst of this chaos, Park Suho appears, radiating a mysterious power, his name spreading among the stunned witnesses. His face is contorted with tension as he calls upon his abilities, the mighty water vortex. The sky above the burning building opens up, and a colossal whirlpool pours out. The Bureau employees at the epicenter are caught in the powerful current and fall down. The ground shakes with cries of terror as they see their comrades helplessly flying through the watery element. The whirlpool draws in more and more people, condemning them to fall into the unknown. Park Suho, without letting up, focuses his energy again, calling for something greater. The fall continues, but now reflections of blue energy are visible around the bodies of the hovering people. With another thrust, Park Suho releases an even more powerful stream of electrical energy. And at that moment, electrical discharges envelop the falling ones like invisible threads, stopping their freefall. Then, from the very heart of the energy, the ominous head of the wyvern emerges, its mouth ready to devour everything in its path. The sight of this monster causes a silent cry of horror among the operatives remaining on the ground. The bodies of the fighters, shrouded in a shimmering halo, whirl helplessly in a deadly whirlwind, unable to resist the power of the beast. A huge blow, like a wave of destructive energy, throws them away, and their cries of pain are drowned out by the roar of magic. Every blow to the ground threatens to be the last, as the unfortunate ones fall, their strength waning, and a desperate cry bursts from their chests. But, as if by some design, the wyvern merely threw them aside and, to everyone's amazement, the fighters found themselves on their feet, battered but alive. In the distance, the flashing lights of an ambulance are already visible, and the survivors, shocked but grateful, desperately call for help, pointing to the victims. Meanwhile, new faces arrive on the scene: the stately Park Suho, the serious Choi Soo-yeon, and the calm Han Dong-soo, whose footsteps echo across the cracked earth. As the wyvern roars its menacing roar, Choi Soo-yeon exchanges troubling guesses about a possible malfunction in the blood crystal generator, but the exact cause remains unclear. They survey the battlefield, where every operative feels like part of something much bigger and more dangerous. Choi Soo-yeon and Han Dong-soo's faces reflect deep concern, their gazes full of seriousness, understanding the gravity of what is happening. Meanwhile, the bureau manager approaches them, bringing a touch of formality to the chaos, and their discussion turns to more strategic matters. Yan Jeshik listens attentively, his usually carefree face expressing thoughtfulness and undisguised concern for the first time. Han Dong-soo, in turn, shows obvious concern, realizing the scale of the possible consequences. Park Suho, on the eve of his departure, expresses his desire to strengthen the defense of his lands, which causes a wave of foreboding and even a light farewell in everyone. Han Dong-soo's second glance at the situation only heightens the tension, his face revealing his anxious thoughts. Jung Jae-sik asks if they are in debt, to which Han Dong-soo nods affirmatively, confirming the heavy financial burden. Park Jun-ho, looking worried, agrees that current income will hardly cover upcoming expenses. Indeed, it is becoming clear that the profits from underground mining will not be sufficient for such large-scale projects. But then Choi Soo-yeon offers a solution with a dazzling smile: a treasure dungeon. Her words sound like a beacon of salvation in the pitch darkness. The team looks at each other in shock, their faces expressing disbelief and amazement. A treasure dungeon? Yan Jashik repeats, his voice a mixture of hope and skepticism. Yes, the age gods. Jung Jae-sik finds it funny, but Park Jun-ho remains shocked. Experienced Jeshik explains that in such special places there is always not enough space for outsiders, even if there is some. But it immediately turns out that their help has already been requested, since this is a matter of national importance. They really don't have any fighters, Jun-ho exclaims, realizing the enormity of the situation. The Core Construction Guild, with half a century of experience, seems to be in desperate straits, as it is seeking outside help. Suho, his eyes shining, is eager to fight. This is my chance to test my newfound strength. Myungjin watches silently, his presence inspiring confidence. Han Dong-soo agrees, but his thoughts are torn between excitement and the awareness of the danger for F ranks in the level 4 dungeon. Choi Soo-yeon seems to already be receiving confirmation, her fingers quickly sliding across the screen. Great, let's go! Suho's voice was full of anticipation for battle. But reality makes itself felt. Fiery madness engulfs buildings, threatening everything around. A huge explosion shakes the earth, and news reports indicate that the wave of monsters has changed its route, now heading towards Mongolia. And here they are, gathered together: Myungjin, Han Dong-soo, Jung Jae-sik, Park Jun-ho, and, at the forefront of them all, the determined Park Suho. Cries of despair rent the air: destruction of Pangaea, the world is in danger again. The battle begins, and scarlet energy flares up, piercing the enemies. The enemy ranks tremble under the onslaught, blood mixing with magic. 6, 7, 8, 9, every hit brings victory closer. Park Jun-ho unleashes a barrage of fire, his bullets flying right on target. Formation, and blue energy begins to pulse in the air. Jung-ho, surrounded by a shining aura, rushes into the thick of the battle. In the blue glow, Jung-ho, like a whirlwind, falls upon the hordes of shadows. Suddenly, his rapid dash is interrupted, and a look of surprise appears on Junho's face. Dragon Ascension. His voice echoes, and a powerful blue energy takes the form of a mythical beast. But instead of the expected effect, giant scorpions, full of menace, rise from the ground. Realization hits him. The Dragon Ascension technique has not yet reached the required level of power. Without wasting a second, he switches to another spell, red lightning dancing in his clenched palms. Call of the Wanderers, King of Nirvana, First Path, new dark magic pulses around him. His eyes flash red as the ancient powers begin to obey him. Ghostly warriors materialize around him, their empty eye sockets glowing with an ominous fire. Meanwhile, elsewhere, with a practiced movement, a sharp blade plunges into living flesh, leaving a crimson mark. The exhausted warrior, barely holding back a groan, falls to his knees in the bloody liquid. But only Yan Jaeshik, with a predatory grin, withstands the onslaught, clutching a precious blood-red crystal in his hand. A powerful blow shakes the earth, tearing apart its water covers, and someone exclaims, "Nice throw!" Meanwhile, far from the battle, engineers discuss plans, marking out future excavations and fortifications. The defensive lines, built in harsh conditions, are filled with soldiers, their faces hidden by drops of rain. Suddenly, a wariness pierces the silence, a sound that makes everyone freeze. The crunch of machine gun bolts breaks the oppressive silence, and one of the soldiers whispers a bitter joke about an unlucky day. "It seems like there are a ton of them," another whispers, listening to the distant, growing sounds. A flare shoots into the sky, its bright light picking out the approaching threat from the darkness. The soldiers are confronted by an endless horde of monsters, and only one question hangs in the air. How many are there? A horde of monsters descends upon the positions, their greedy jaws ready to devour everything in their path, and despair breaks out in cries for immediate artillery support. At the command headquarters, where command power is concentrated, reports are flying one after another. The 2nd Infantry Division has already entered into mortal combat. But as soon as this message is heard, the stunned officer reports something incredible. The entire command post freezes in horror. The division, which had just entered the battle, has already been completely destroyed. On the holographic map, all plans are falling apart. Defending the border is impossible, the positions cannot be held, and the only way out is a complete retreat to the defensive walls of Seoul. The general's face is distorted by a grimace of despair. The realization of the inevitability of defeat weighs down on him like an unbearable burden. While military leaders make the most difficult decisions, mysterious strangers are watching from somewhere above, from a dizzying height. A group of men in formal suits enters the headquarters without any warning, and their appearance only causes bewilderment. "Who are you?" The question hangs in the air, full of confusion and a premonition of something alarming. But instead of an answer, there was only cold determination on their faces, leaving no room for explanation. One of the duty officers hurriedly reports information regarding the dungeon's breakthrough, which is 4 days away, and about a mysterious hero who is artificially stalling for time by collecting resources. The outside world seems distant and unreal against the backdrop of terrifying news. How can one waste time so carelessly in a level 4 dungeon when the world is on the brink of disaster? Meanwhile, in a completely different location, a certain important old man is giving cruel orders over the phone regarding Park Suho, threatening to wipe out his homeland. His face is distorted with rage, and his words sound like a death sentence. Tell him that his entire family will die. And as if to confirm his words, the sky opens up, bringing down a fiery blow of incredible power on the earth. A second, even more devastating meteor strike rocks the earth, leaving behind only a blazing inferno. At headquarters, this monstrous spectacle is broadcast on screens, and everyone present freezes in silent horror. The camera shows a giant crater, the result of the fall of 3 meteorites, each 7 meters in diameter, which wiped out everything within a 6-kilometer radius, including the first squad. The cause of the squad's destruction becomes frighteningly clear, a meteorite bombardment, but an even more shocking truth is that these heavenly strikes were called upon by the monster itself. Reality turns into a nightmare, where monsters can command the forces of nature, and this changes the entire understanding of war. The Earth has detected a gigantic wave of spatial energy, and the ancient scrolls of Aruka confirm that such a thing is possible. But even with all the evidence, the mind refuses to accept. What kind of monster is capable of such a thing, of summoning a meteorite of such destructive power? Amidst the roaring horde breaking through the defenses of the Kantan River, a barely discernible humanoid figure lurked. When the image is enlarged, a chill runs down your spine. Among the monsters stands someone who looks eerily like a human. At first, the outlines of this figure suggested only a new, more dangerous type of monster. But then the picture became horrifyingly clear. This man didn't just kill in cold blood, he drank the blood of his victims. The name sounded like a death sentence. The vampire, the predator of myth, had now become a nightmarish reality. The recent breakthrough in the Kaesong dungeon, a series of serial murders in Seoul, all the evidence now points to one thing: vampires hiding among us. The questions poured out like a horn of plenty, but the most important one sounded like an echo of ancient legends: how to kill a vampire. It has become known that only awakened of SSS level and above are capable of defeating these creatures. But there is another way. The British use special ammunition made from the mysterious arucanite. Arucanite is a synthetic mineral created by a certain Dr. Toddler, and its properties are shrouded in mystery. Worse still, people bitten by vampires either die or turn into their servants, and even among the awakened there are already quite a few victims. Awareness is growing. South Korea's existing forces are unable to cope with this threat, and vampires have already spread throughout Seoul. Voices of panic drown out reason. We need to seal all the gates immediately, close off Seoul, otherwise the city will be doomed. The president's face shows despair. Every possible solution seems like just a delay of the inevitable. Watch the screens. News from Paju confirms the worst fears. The first squad has been destroyed. The city has fallen under the blows of meteorites and hordes of monsters. And here it is. The most dire threat of all is looming over Seoul. A state of emergency has been declared, and chaos fills the streets. The city is plunged into panic, screams of terror merging with sirens as people realize the scale of the impending disaster. Accusations are being heaped on the authorities, and the despair of citizens finds an outlet in a bitter question: does this mean they can only await their fate? As the sky above Seoul turns crimson, somewhere above another world, surrounded by a huge tree, a city slumbers, holding its own secrets and hopes. On a typical construction site, a project manager takes another call, expecting a routine report. But the voice on the phone conveys something terrible, abruptly breaking the calm with an ominous warning. A desperate order hastily declares a state of emergency, calling for the retreat of all units. His cry is full of panic. The monsters are about to close the circle, threatening to surround and devour anyone who hesitates. Word of the impending bombing shocks the manager. Even the mighty PAKSUHO is powerless against such a threat. At the same time, a strange, almost unearthly sound is heard among the workers. A new order interrupts their bewilderment, calling on all personnel to immediately assemble on the parade ground. Meanwhile, an elderly woman, busy with household chores, hums an old song, unaware of the impending disaster. One of the guards, however, senses an inexplicable presence, his instincts screaming for danger. The manager rushes to him, trying to figure out what is happening, because every moment counts. She finds him next to an elderly woman who seems to be in her own world, oblivious to the alarm. In desperation, the manager tries to convey the seriousness of the situation, but the elderly woman only offers her food. The last cry for salvation: run, foreshadowing imminent and inevitable danger. Only now, through the veil of everyday life, does the true scale of the threat dawn on her. At the same time, streams of people rush through gate number 34 into the safety of the dungeon, seeking shelter from the chaos above. Those already out learn of the sudden declaration of a state of emergency, realizing that their world has changed forever. In one of the patrol cars, security agents are closely monitoring the developments. The empty parking lot in front of the gates foreshadows something more than just a simple changing of the guard. A sudden surge of spatial energy at the gate confirms my worst fears. She's already here. And like a ghost from legend, Choisu Young appears, whose presence in itself is a harbinger of the coming upheavals. At this critical moment, reinforcements arrive, their confidence not yet clouded by the approaching threat. But her appearance does not bode well, only Choisu Young's icy gaze and a gesture calling for absolute silence. The confused guards cannot understand what is happening, their faces distorted by bewilderment and growing alarm. The inspection continues, as if everyone passing through is under an X-ray, but there is something wrong with this familiar ritual. Standard excuses and routine answers echo, while the true danger hides in plain sight. Suddenly, one of the guards' eyes falls on a suspicious figure, causing an immediate feeling of alarm. A fragile woman in a white dress emerges from the crowd, her wounded body and downcast gaze concealing something sinister. And at this moment, Choisu Young only confirms her worst fears, her face distorted by a grimace of premonition. The red beam of the scanner freezes on her, and the air is instantly torn apart by a deafening howl of alarm, freezing in a scream of horror. In an instant, fragility disappears, giving way to primal rage as bloody tentacles burst from the woman's body. The crowd erupts in screams of horror as they realize the nature of the monster that has just revealed itself. The remaining guards open fire, but the bullets seem to hit empty space while the victim is already doomed. A powerful blow sends the guard's body flying, leaving only a bloody stain and an ominous clot of darkness. In an instant, the creature disappears, as if dissolving into thin air, leaving behind only fear and bewilderment. A lifeless body lies on the ground, its face distorted with horror, its skin a terrible, deathly color. Cries for help echo throughout the perimeter, a desperate attempt to save someone who was already lost. But Choi Soo-young doesn't waste a second in giving chase, her silhouette shrouded in the premonition of an inevitable battle. A powerful blow strikes the monster, sending it flying as its wounded flesh crumbles into dark dust. The creature's body crumbles into dust, its essence disappearing, as if dissolving into nothingness under the onslaught of its power. The last vestiges of evil burn out in the fire as the monster's scream echoes, marking the end of this terrible threat. From the dying embers, like a ghost from the flames, Choi Soo-young appears, and whispers of amazement spread across the battlefield. Her gaze is sharp as a blade, and a name spoken by one of the soldiers reveals her identity, Choi Soo-young of the Bureau of Awakened. The hand grips the hilt of the katana tightly, from which comes a shimmering blue glow, a symbol of hidden power. Mai Yong-jen, recalling her past exploits, calmly confirms that Choi Soo-young is capable of destroying enemies with one precise blow. He remembers that this is not just a sword, but an instrument of destruction, capable of crushing the strongest barriers. The young Choi Soo-young, whose image emerges in her memories, has a look of steely determination reflected in the deadly blade. But now there is no time for memories. Soldiers run up to Captain Choi Soo-young, reporting their readiness. The gate stabilization equipment is in place, and her command, "Yes," echoes, demanding flawless coordination. But not everything goes according to plan. Choi Soo-young worriedly inquires about missing people whose names are not on the evacuation lists. She demands specific names, trying to find at least some information about Sukja and Kim Mi-so. The soldiers' anxious looks are her answer. The missing are not in the official records. There is a heavy foreboding in her eyes as she stares silently at the phone screen. A sudden call makes her snap, outraged that someone still hasn't been evacuated despite all the warnings. Meanwhile, cars race along the winding road, carrying the last civilians away from the danger zone. A manager stands by one of the cars, trying to persuade an elderly woman to leave the building, insisting on an immediate evacuation. But she refuses, worrying about her loved ones, whom she cannot abandon, and asks to find them first. Suddenly, soldiers burst in, interrupting the conversation and increasing the tension in the air. Their panicked words confirm their worst fears. Jen Woo is missing. The manager suggests that Jen Woo might have gone to the contaminated areas, which causes the old woman even more horror. The realization of this terrible possibility makes the manager despair, because time is running out and danger is approaching. One of the guards suddenly draws everyone's attention to the window, pointing to something ominous in the sky. Their faces are distorted with horror and bewilderment as they try to discern the cause of such a strange phenomenon. There is something dark and menacing hanging outside the window, not at all like ordinary birds. Suddenly, one of the creatures bursts out of this darkness, something with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs. These are not just mice, but giant, monstrous creatures flying straight at them. The manager, quickly coming to his senses, desperately shouts, demanding that all windows be closed immediately. The guards rush to the windows, trying to lock them, but the creatures are already too close. "Get away from the windows, immediately," her panicked scream echoes. But it's too late. The glass begins to crack and shatter under the pressure of an unknown force. The old woman and the other guards just watch in horror, unable to believe that bats could attack in broad daylight. The blows continue, and each subsequent attack further destroys the once reliable defense. The final blow, and the glass shatters into thousands of pieces, unleashing a barrage of destruction on the people. The manager, covering her face, falls to the floor as debris falls around her, turning the shelter into ruins. Everything around is plunged into chaos of dust, stones, and flying fragments. The manager rises with difficulty and looks around, her breathing ragged and her gaze full of shock. An old woman, complaining of back pain, finds support from one of the guards, who anxiously asks about her condition. The other guards groan in pain, and then their gaze shifts forward, spotting a new threat. Shadows poured into the room through the shattered windows, foreshadowing the arrival of someone or something far more dangerous. The manager, despite the shock, gathers his strength, calling for everyone to retreat back and prepare for defense. But from the gathering darkness, something far more sinister emerges, a figure with flaming eyes and menacing tentacles. Despite the chaos and horror, Manager Miso gathers her strength, preparing to fight back against the intruders. Her ball of flame crashes down on one of the monsters, tearing it apart with a deafening explosion. But the creatures are too numerous, and the next attack only temporarily delays the next attacker. Through the screams and crackling sounds, Miso desperately orders her subordinates to evacuate, shielding them with her body. The guards, rescuing the elderly Mrs. Sukja, run towards the exit with all their might, fear, and determination on their faces. However, the monster, thrown back only for a moment, rises, its red eyes full of malice and anticipation. The manager, amazed by their resilience, barely has time to comprehend what is happening. Her face expresses shock and bewilderment. One of the monsters, with glowing scarlet eyes, strikes with lightning speed, piercing the air with light. The guards watch in horror as their leader is knocked to the ground, her scream caught in her throat. Miso's body flies away limply, her consciousness sinking into a painful abyss. The creatures with bared faces approach, their faces distorted with insane greed, each wanting to snatch their prey. The manager's lifeless body falls to the floor, and a swarm of monsters immediately gathers around her, ready to tear her apart. Their hungry looks, burning eyes, and sharp fangs foreshadow a bloody massacre of a helpless victim. But suddenly, as if out of nowhere, elderly Mrs. Sukja appears, armed with an ordinary frying pan. With a furious cry, she brings down her blow on one of her attackers, her courage stunning everyone around her. The monster, shocked by the unexpected attack, furiously waves it away, throwing the old woman aside. The monster licks his lips, anticipating the taste of fresh blood, his mind filled with only one eerie desire. Two creatures bend over the defenseless Miso, arguing over who will get the first, most delicious part of the prey. Their bestial greed quickly escalates into internecine fighting, with each wanting to be the first to be sated. Meanwhile, the guards, not knowing how to react to such an unimaginable sight, feverishly discuss a plan of action, but their time is running out. Hysteria quickly escalates into an internecine fight, with each predator trying to defend its right to the prey. Only now does the guards realize the terrible truth. For these monsters, they are not living shields, but merely a pitiful snack. But the rules of seniority mean nothing when a primal instinct drives, and one of them, the blonde one, rushes headlong towards the target, ignoring the cries of his fellows. Rage flares in their eyes. In this madness, encroachment on someone else's prey is an unforgivable sin. His paws are ready to dig into the dark-eyed victim, whose face is distorted with pain and despair. But suddenly, a monstrous force crashes down from above, shaking the air and scattering debris. The frightened guards recognize with horror in the swift shadow the one they least expected to see in this madness, Choi Young. A powerful blow throws back two enraged vampires, momentarily stopping their bloodthirsty impulse. The golden-haired attacker also does not avoid retribution, taking the blow with a grimace of pain. It's Choi Young, her golden hair flying behind her as she speeds through the chaos on her motorcycle. Her voice, full of determination, cuts through the general noise, giving the order to take the valuable prisoners and retreat immediately. The guards, having grabbed the exhausted people, rush away in panic while destructive energy rages around them. But salvation is only an illusion, and suddenly dark shadows, taking the form of bats, fall upon them. From the clouds of darkness, the golden-haired vampire emerges again, reminding us of his right to prey, now strengthened by dark power. Horror grips the guards. The bats seem to be transforming into new, bloodthirsty monsters, multiplying the threat. But Choi Young does not waver, clutching the sword surrounded by blue light in his hand and preparing to confront the growing darkness. An ominous chorus of "Food, our prey" rings out in unison as more wild-eyed vampires rush forward. Choi Young delivers a crushing blow, cutting through the darkness with a stream of golden energy, causing the shadows to retreat. But even in the midst of this chaos, one of the vampires claims her as the terrified guards continue to flee desperately. Suddenly, an even more menacing creature emerges from the shadows, a white wolf with glowing green eyes, heralding a new, even more deadly threat. The white wolf pounces on one of the vampires, tearing him to shreds and enveloping him in a blue glow. The defenders, in panic, scream about the death of those bitten, realizing the full power of this mystical predator. The wolves continue to advance, their fangs and claws tearing through flesh, each bite carrying a deadly electric charge. Choi Young enters the fray, her blade cutting through the shadows as the remains of her enemies dissolve around her. The beasts run amok, tearing their opponents apart, and their rage knows no bounds. One of the vampires, disintegrating into black dust, refuses to believe his defeat at the hands of an insignificant creature. The guards scream in terror, warning Choi Young of the danger as another wolf sneaks up from behind. But she is distracted by new enemies jumping out of the shadows, and Choi Young is shocked by their endless number. Gathering all her will, she calls upon her powers, forming a powerful protective barrier around herself. Energy erupts outward, creating a blinding explosion that knocks back all attackers. But even through this surge, she senses an even more terrible threat approaching, her eyes widening in horror. Dark silhouettes surround her on all sides, their red eyes glowing in the dim light, and Choi Young realizes that she is trapped. One of them, his face distorted by hunger, declares his desire to taste the blood of a young girl. But his mad roar is suddenly cut off when something sharp pierces his body. Choi Young looks up in amazement, not understanding what happened. And then he appears, Suho, clad in armor, crushing the enemy with a shining blade. The guards, previously gripped by panic, now point the way, their cries turning into cries of hope. Park Suho rushes through the crowd of vampires like a whirlwind, each swing of his sword leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Falling to the ground, he stands among ashes and fire, and around him are only the remains of his fallen enemies. His face shows neither fatigue nor fear, only a cold determination to continue this fight. But the next moment, the darkness strikes, engulfing Choi Young in its swirling embrace. Screams of horror pierce the air as those watching call out the name of SUSN in disbelief. Paksu Howl freezes, feeling a wave of uncontrollable power building up, reflected in his eyes. A violent explosion throws him aside, dragging him through flaming debris and electrical discharges. He exhales sharply, trying to comprehend what has happened, his gaze filled with bewilderment. Meanwhile, Choi Young disappears into the ominous shadows, where only her red eyes glow with menace.